Isn't it wonderful to be back in South London on a glorious summer day? The county championship returns. Adam Collins and Phil Walker with you. And an enormous clash at that. The home side, Surrey, in 7th spot with 6 rounds to go, taking on Nottinghamshire, who are top of the pops heading into this final stretch. Phil, Surrey have won the toss and elected to field, as is the custom here at the Oval. What a great 4 days we have ahead of us. Good morning.
Good morning, Adam. This is a delicious proposition in front of us here. Notts, of course, came here last year in early September and blew Surrey away in what was effectively a title decider. Josh Tongue was the star of that game. He, of course, isn't here. He's doing good things for England up north. But they do still have a very strong seam attack. Dylan Pennington is in there. Ollie Stone is quick on his day. So they have enough firepower. But they're going to have to withstand Surrey's own pace attack first up. And I think these are really nice bowling conditions because it's a bit muggy. It's a bit humid. There'll be a murmur of a shower or two perhaps this afternoon, after which I think we're set fair for the rest of the game. So we'll get a result. Don't think there's much doubt about that. Day one is the hardest time to bat here at the Kia Oval, and Notts have got it all to do. A lot of pressure on Haseeb Hamid's shoulders, you feel, who is a star, really. Perhaps the most complete opening bat, along with Dom Sibley in the English county game. He's going to have to really dig deep in the first hour and a half here, and then they've got a garlanded middle order. You're looking forward to Joe Clark later on, who's the top run scorer so far in the top division. Jack Haynes is a player I like a lot at 5. They've got a good keeper bat as well in Kyle Verreynne at 6, the South African star. So there's just quality really from top to bottom, and you feel like this game will go a long way to deciding who finally walks away with the pennant at the end of it.
Yeah, the point you made before, this was effectively the title decider last season in September. One of the great first-class games, one of the great games of the last 10 years, you would say. It was littered with stars from both teams who bowled so well across all 4 innings, and I suppose that's where the pressure lies for Surrey, isn't it? They've made bulk runs this year, but in their three-peat, they were able to very effectively take their 20 wickets week in, week out, especially here at the Kia Oval. It hasn't been as easy in the season so far, so this is the week for them.
Exactly. It's been a bit trickier to yield this pitch this year. Conditions have been unduly hot, of course, as we know. So, if you like, traditional English seam bowling conditions haven't really been available to what is obviously a top-class seam attack. And again, today, you'll see Dan Worrell, you'll see Matt Fisher, who was in that England squad and he's been called back. So he will take that new ball along with Worrell, we assume, and then Jordan Clark will back them up. So they've got a lot of firepower in there, and they've also got a debutant in at 6.
Yes, they do. So let's rattle through the teams quickly. So the ever-reliable Rory Burns and Dom Sibley up top. Ryan Patel at 3. Ollie Pope released by England, so he's in the England squad, but back for this week at 4. Ben Folkes, the keeper, at 5. Now, Mahima Lomra, we'll get the pronunciation right as we go. He's the interesting Indian import, captain of Rajasthan in the Ranji Trophy. He'll be carded at 6. He'll bowl a lot of overs of left-arm spin as well. More about him in a moment. Adam Thomas, who made 100 on debut earlier this year here at 7. The all-rounder Jordan Clark will have lots of work to do with the ball, as will Tom Laws, Matt Fisher, Dan Worrell, all outstanding. But it's the Indian in Lomra who's been signed. Rahul Chahar not here this week with a neck injury, which is noteworthy too. Sam Curran not playing with some breaking news, which you'll come to in a sec as well, Phil. And they also don't have Will Jacks, owing to the fact that he's had so much work through that ankle so far this season. So a team that's very strong, but not with everyone available. Yeah,
they've had to think on their feet a little bit here. Lomra's a player that they've had their eye on for a while, and he'll come in and really bolster that middle order. I mean, he's got a triple 100 under his belt, thanks very much. So, and he also captains his state side at 26-year-old, so he's going to know his way around a cricket match. And as you say, he will bowl because they don't have a Dan Lawrence inside. They don't have a Will Jackson side, and Chahar, unfortunately, who you fancy would have played as we move into late August, early September. But unfortunately, he has, as you say, that neck complaint. So it's going to be a seam-heavy attack with a fair amount of work for the debutant. But yeah, as you say, they're missing Sam Curran. Big loss. He may have got the nod for England, by the way.
Yeah.
Marcus North, new chairman of selectors, said he's squarely in our thoughts, which is good news for anyone who follows Surrey. But he has a groin injury, and he's had an operation in the last couple of days on that groin, and so I'm afraid his domestic season is now done. Hopefully he'll be fit for the winter sojourns wherever he's required. And Will Jacks also is currently injured as well, but hopefully will be available towards the back end of September, either for England or particularly for Surrey towards the end as well.
And the visitors led, as always, by Hasiba Mead at the top of the list. And then a very experienced group, many of whom played here last September in that title-defining match. Ben Slater, Freddie McCann, Joe Clark, who's leading Division 1 for runs, Jack Haynes, who made an excellent unbeaten 100 against Essex at Essex when they beat them to go back to the top a couple of months ago. Kyle Verena, the South African keeper, at 6. Then Ben Martindale, now 23-year-old left-hander, making his first class debut this week. Got himself a 100 in the 50 over comp in the Metro Bank a couple of weeks ago. That augurs well for a good start in the 4-day stuff too. Liam Patterson-White, who's bowled outstandingly well, 33 wickets so far this season, picked up 9 against Essex in that aforementioned win. And the experience here, Ollie Stone, Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington, that is a class lineup from head to toe.
It is indeed. You mentioned 1 or 2 players in there. To me, it's the middle order, the middle order fulcrum. So if Notts' top 3 can weather the storm initially and get through to lunch without too much damage, then things do tend to calm down in the afternoon session thereafter. And then you've got at 4 and 5 in Haynes and Clark. That's your engine room for this Notts side. And if they can do the job up top, if they can ride a few, nick a few that don't go to hand and play as well as they can, keep that Surrey seam attack at bay, and then the stroke makers, Clark and Haynes, who are kind of in the form of their lives, really, those two at the moment. That's where Notts can really punish Surrey, but they've got to get it done up top. Lastly
from us, Phil, it's worth noting just how well grouped Division 1 is.
Oh, it's glorious.
Notts are first, Surrey is 7th, but only 25 points separate those two teams. So it has been a bit of a rolling feast week on week, depending how teams have gone. It's also worth noting that Surrey need to keep doing well. They're only 12 points ahead of 9th, so there is a wider context to this week. So important for Surrey to win at home, but for Notts, what an opportunity. If they can win here away from home, they've got a reasonably gentle final 5 games compared to Surrey, who need to win more often than not against all the teams above them.
Indeed, exactly that. It's looking like a season for the ages here. So many permutations. Every team still has something to fight for going into September. It's not always like that, but the beauty of Division 1 is that if you get on a run, if you get a bit of rhythm and momentum behind you, then you can go places. You can overachieve depending on your budgets. You can also be down in the dirt as well, despite maybe being a big, powerful test match hosting venue. And so that's the beauty of this top division. And as we move into now, thankfully, the Red Bull period of the summer, this autumnal moment where all focus now goes towards the Red Bull. Now we can really home in on this season, and there are so many options still available. This feels like a big one, but there's going to be big games all over the country.
Excellent. We're 1 minute away from starting a 6-week run here in Division 1 in the County Championship. We go upstairs to Yas Rana. News from the toss. Surrey have won it. They're fielding first.
Cheers, Colo. We're all set to get underway here at the Kia Oval for the beginning of the run-in. 6 rounds in Division 1 in the best part of 6 weeks to determine the winner of the 2026 County Championship. As Colo and Phil mentioned, it is ever so tight at the top of Division 1. Notts lead by 5 points. Somerset and Warwickshire joint second. And just 11 points separate the top 6. Right. We're ready to go. Dan Worrell with the new ball. He'll bowl to the Notts skipper, Hasiba Mead. And Notts are up and running straight away. Slightly different look for Dan Worrell. This is actually Worrell's first county championship appearance of the season here at Kia Oval. He's played a couple of games, but both away from South London. Both sides dealing with a number of changes. Sorry, 5 changes from the team that lost to Glamorgan last time out. Ben Folkes back in the side for the first time in a long time. Indian overseas player Mahipal Lomraw making his debut. Matt Fisher, Dan Worrell and Tom Laws all back in the bowling attack too. Ben Slater on strike for the first time. And it was 5 changes in the game before that for Surrey, so they've had to deal with a level of uncertainty around their playing 11 throughout the season. Lots of change over the last few weeks. Dan Lawrence recalled into the England side for the first time in 2 years. Some injury news this morning. Sam Curran is unfortunately out of the season. He's undergoing groin surgery. Oh, that's a beauty from Dan Wall. Right on the money straight away. Good morning, Phil Walker.
Morning, Yas Rana. Not a bad time to walk in. So a newly shorn, mean and moody looking Daniel Worrell, and he's already getting it to talk.
There'll be such a boost for Surrey to see Worrell take the new ball at home for the first time this season. 4.5 months since the season kicked off. And finally, Worrell's got a new Dukes in his hand at the Kia Oval.
Gone up for it. Umpire not interested, just a slap of the thigh. No complaints. And again, as Adam and I were just saying downstairs, and forgive me if I'm slightly out of breath, I've legged it up 4 flights of stairs.
I thought you did pretty well, actually.
Thank you.
I was ready to go for another couple of minutes.
Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, as we were saying, that the marginals need to go Notts' way this morning. We feel like cliche alert, but the first couple of hours are so vital here at the Kia Oval.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Surrey's changes, most of them enforced, but Notts dealing with a pretty significant injury problem themselves. Lyndon James, almost a glue of that side, the seam bowling all-rounder who was outstanding for them in their title win in 2025. He's out this week with a side strain. And that's given an opportunity for Ben Martindale to make his first-class debut, 23 years old. Been a regular in the One Day Cup setup for Notts over the last couple of years.
Oh, that's got to be. No. Maybe it's done too much, Yas Rana, or maybe a tickle. If he has got a little feather on that, Ben Slater, he's done mighty well, because that has boomeranged.
It's pitching in light. It's possibly doing too much.
Possibly doing too much. Wow.
Possibly doing too much. On that angle, your first thought is, has it pitched in line? But definitely pitched in line. But such is the shape that Worrell engineered on the ball, I think the umpire was fair enough to say that was potentially going down leg stump.
Yeah, one hell of an over. A statement of intent by Dan Worrell. So it's going to be Matt Fisher from the pavilion end. He's now become the go-to new ball bowler for this side, even when everybody's fit and available. As you know, Yaz, he's a bowler I like a lot. I think he's an international class bowler on his day when he's fit.
As he showed in this fixture last year, 11
Indeed.
wickets in the game in what was effectively the title decider. I think it was a performance that really catapulted him into England contention.
So here is that leg before shout again, Yaz. First of all, just marvel at Worrell's work. But yeah, excellent decision by Michael Gough, one of the best, of course. Recognised throughout the game. Right up there. And it would have been easy, given the moment and the intensity of this game, to have raised a finger, but it's a damn good call. Definite movement. Both ends here.
Yeah, there are some umpires who just sort of give off an aura of trust around them, and Gough is certainly one of those. It was one of the best umpiring decisions I think I've ever seen in the Test match yesterday. I don't know if you were watching, but there was one where it hits the back pad and the ball carries through to the keeper, and there were two noises. And I was watching thinking, that's surely, if that's not LBW, that's caught behind. And then the umpire correctly gave it not out on the field.
Who was the umpire?
It's the one who's not done loads of English Test cricket. Let me get his name up.
Driven beautifully. Vintage Hamid. He has the touch of a master. Just easing through the covers. All top hand. Morning to Andrew Samson, by the way, who will be with us for much of the week.
Whole of the week, all being well. I'll be here the whole of the week. Well,
all of the week.
All 4
Fabulous.
days anyway, because it's not quite a week, it's 4 days.
Okay, details, sir, details. Anyway, the maestro is back amongst us. Great news. First question of the morning, Samo. What's Hasib Hamid's record here at the Kia Oval?
It's not particularly impressive, but it's not also horrendously bad either. He's played 6 games in first-class cricket, 282 runs at 28.2, just the 250s and the highest of 67, so nothing particularly memorable.
Yeah, I saw him here as a rookie for Lancashire many years ago, and he'd come into this game on the back of all those runs. What year would that have been? 2016? 2016?
Yeah.
And he was slightly inconvenienced by the short stuff on a quick one at the Kia Oval, and it's always stuck in my mind. But he's made runs now all around the country, of course. It's probably the central reason for Notts' title win last year. He's had a quieter year this year with the bat, but he's all class. Big morning for him here. Lost the toss. Have to face up against a test class attack. And there it is. It's just about unplayable. Matt Fisher, when he's on, he is really lethal, especially from the pavilion end. Hamid's done nothing wrong whatsoever. Played the line, played soft hands, and it's carried because it's got nip and zip off this track. And Fisher with the new ball is lethal.
Such a big moment. Fisher, who had so much success in this fixture last year. What a delivery that is. Moving away late and well held by Ollie Pope at second slip, diving to his right. And a big moment early on day one. The Notts skipper, he's already walking back to the dressing room.
Yeah, I mean, that's an absolute perler. And as we were saying again, all the marginals needed to fall in Notts' favour here, stuck in on a day that is made for swing bowling. Quite humid, quite close, heavy conditions, not much breeze, cloudy. Perfect really for bowling. And so you need a bit of luck. He's done nothing wrong there, Yas.
Well, we talk quite a lot about Matt Fisher bowling better than his numbers suggest, and we say that he's perhaps sometimes quite an unlucky bowler. I think sometimes the reason for that is that his default length is potentially just half a yard too short, and he bowls a lot of pretty deliveries that square up a batter but doesn't quite take the outside edge. That ball was full. That was a ball that was honing in on the top of off stump. So he squares Hamid up, but it's full enough to draw that outside edge. So really good attacking new ball bowling.
Freddie McCann is the new man. So 2 lefties here. And they're going to need all the gumption and skill just to withstand. Well, from both ends here, Worrell and Fisher will be insistent and on at them all the time. Worrell with that late swinging in duck to the left-hander. And Fisher, again, a natural away swing bowler to the right-hander, and so the pads are very much in play here. Umpires 2 also in play.
Shot.
That's a glorious shot. It's a longish half volley, and Ben Slater just eases into his work, so he's off the mark.
Yeah, Ben Slater, one of those players who just quietly goes about his business without a huge amount of fanfare, but he has been, for a long time now, one of the most consistent openers in the country. 1,000 runs in the title-winning campaign last year, averaging in the mid to high 40s this time round. A real stable and steady presence at the top of the Notts order. It's part of why they've been so successful. They've got so many high-volume contributors in that top 7. And I suppose if you're comparing it to Surrey, Phil, they're able to field a consistent top 7, something that Surrey haven't been able to do because of international call-ups, injuries, etc. this season. The only real change is that when Ben Duckett is available, Freddie McCann, someone who's played England under 19s, England Lions, he sits out. But otherwise, it's pretty much exactly the same.
Yeah, a settled opening pair benefits both of these teams. There's probably more churn in the Surrey lineup by dint of the size of the squad and the quality of that squad. But having a settled opening pair is so crucial in county cricket, and McCann and Hamid have been doing it. Slater and Hamid have been doing it well for a number of years now. Uncomplicated player, uncomplicated style. Fascinating to see how batting fads and trends evolve and change. A few years back, you'd be seeing top order batters moving all over the crease, triggering and off stump guards and throwing themselves across to the offside to try and cover the swing, coming down the track. And now you're seeing a reversion to a more settled, old-fashioned, if you like, orthodoxy. Not much in the way of trigger movements, staying still on the shot. That has carried, I think. It has. 2 brilliant snares by Ollie Pope inside the first 12 minutes here. Ollie Pope is on one. It's a bootlaces catch. He's dived forward and just got the fingers underneath it. That is a perler. And Slater has to go. Notts have lost their 2 dependable openers inside 13 minutes here.
Yeah, just looking at the replay there, cleanly taken by Popes. Another brilliant catch, even better than the first. Diving across Sibley at first slip, and he needed to. It wouldn't have carried to first. And if you're being ultra critical of Surrey this season, one area where they haven't been at their best has been their catching, and their slip catching in particular. But they've started so well today, and they've got Ollie Pope to thank for that. 2 high-class catches in the cordon, and Notts 2 down, just 17 deliveries into the day.
Again, perhaps slightly tentative, but he's not done too much wrong. Anticipating the swing. This is the devilish danger of Frankie Worrell, that you have to play slightly outside the eye line because you know he's got that boomerang ball to come back into the left-hander, and so in your mind you're telling yourself to leave it and play safe outside off stump, but the other side of it's telling you, well, you have to play because he gets such appreciable movement. So we said they needed some luck. 2 chances, 2 brilliant catches, 9 for 2, and their star, Joe Clark, in at 4, top run scorer in the top division this year, is in considerably earlier than he or Notts would like. 3 slips, backward point, bit of noise, a fresh Dukes in the hand, and 2 top-class swing bowlers. Here it comes. Yeah. Just because you know it's coming doesn't mean to say you can play it. Brilliant over, 9 for 2. Just 3 gone and a dream start.
Yeah, tentative first up from Joe Clark. Very late decision to stick his bat out. Very, very nearly draws the outside edge. We've given Surrey a 3rd wicket, just playing slightly away from his body. You were talking about changes in techniques and how that can be a cyclical thing. I was reading Steve James in the Times talking about how for a long time he thought that foot movement was slightly overrated, but he thinks now it's almost gone too far the other way, in that people are playing so far away from their body, and also with swing against swing bowling in particular, he reckons that modern day batters are potentially not set up so well for swing.
Well played by McCann, who's off the mark, and they'll need to do that well. They'll need to be alert to the half chances here, just to keep that scoreboard from just going dead. Not to right up against it here, but they've got to keep scrapping hard. Yeah, it's a really good point. He's often bang on the money, is Steve James, by the way. One of the best readers of a game out there. I think there's a lot in that. It's perhaps one of the flows from white ball cricket as well, where you, if you like, you set yourself, give yourself a solid base, and then just hit from there against a ball that stops swinging after a couple of overs anyway. Hamid's footwork is always of an old world class, if you like, and he did absolutely nothing wrong today. Got as far forward as he could, even tried to, if you like, cover the swing by taking the right shoulder and squaring up slightly. Did it as well as he could, and he still nicked off. Sometimes them's the breaks.
Every batter will have a slightly different way of countering the early movement. It's interesting, first ball there from Clark against Fisher, getting right across his stumps early. It's interesting, Phil, that despite all the changes in the Surrey lineup, 5 changes this week from their previous victory against Glamorgan, it's actually pretty much their first choice seam attack. Worrell, Fisher, Clark and Laws. So that Gus Atkinson really is the only one who isn't here that would otherwise be playing.
Yeah, exactly that. So it was a big toss to win this morning for Rory Burns, with the Indian leggy Chahar, who's become a favourite round these parts, but unfortunately he's just got a bit of a neck complaint, so he didn't make it for this one. I think they're hopeful that he will feature later on in the run-in. And so, with no Dan Lawrence either, of course, stirringly recalled to the England side. So, much needed couple of bits. I think just off the thigh pad, might have been an inside edge onto it. In fact, there was. So, couple to McCann.
And then Mahipal Lomra.
Yes.
He's a genre of overseas player that I'd say is quite modern, in that it's an Indian player who's not played international cricket nor come particularly close to it. And you're seeing a few more of those in county cricket. Sai Kishore and Sai Sudarshan both played for Surrey in previous years without much, if any, international cricket behind them.
Well played by McCann.
But he's an interesting figure. So he's 26 years old. He was part of the same India under-19 team as Rishabh Pant about a decade ago. You reference his leadership in the Ranji Trophy. It's something he's done since he was 18. So,
blimey,
clearly viewed as someone with obvious leadership qualities. And he's got a healthy first-class batting average in the 40s. Useful finger spinner. Doesn't really have a set batting position, which is actually quite a handy thing if it's Surrey looking for someone to come in at the last moment.
Carded to bat 6 in this side. Useful to have an Indian with an average in the mid-40s and a red ball triple behind him. There's that trademark Worrell delivery, but just starts it slightly too straight, and so Clark can leave with a degree of comfort. Brilliant ball striker, as we know, Joe Clark. Much in demand across the world, really, as a white ball cricketer, but coming into his own as a red ball player. I say that, he's always been a good red ball player. He's having a particularly good year now, but he's going to have to call on every ounce of his technical acuity here just to ride out this storm. Wider of the crease this time, and well judged on length as much as anything else.
Yeah, Clark, best part of 200 runs in the game between the two sides earlier this season at Trent Bridge. He's probably in the best form he's ever been in, certainly in the top tier. He racked up loads of hundreds at a really young age.
He did.
Was touted as a possible England middle order player in 2018 when Ollie Pope was the one who was given the nod in the end.
Plays it late, riding the swing.
But has never quite got on the sort of run that I suppose Jordan Cox or Dan Lawrence have got on in the last 18 months to really get his name into contention. He's having a fine season at the moment.
He is over 800 runs. Top of the tree in the first division. Wide of the crease again. So he's just playing with the angle here, is Frankie Worrell. But Joe Clark's mindful and extremely watchful as he has to be here. In the back of Joe Clark's mind, or maybe even in the forefront, he'll be thinking, what about the in-ducker? The one that comes back the other way. Pushed into the offside for a single.
It's also that delivery that is still an away swinger but just doesn't quite swing as much as the other ones.
Good to have it back, isn't it, Yas?
It is good. It's been a very strange season when it comes to, I suppose, the rhythm of it. You have so much of the championship early on. You have that weird 2-game burst in the middle of the summer. And the best part of 2 months between championship rounds. Then you have 6 out of the 14 rounds take place in 6 weeks at the very end. But yes, good to be back.
So we're set fair for a month. A Red Bull carnival. Smorgasbord of Red Bull cricket.
It's raining at Headingley at the moment, so hopefully we've got a few more people in on the stream at the moment than we otherwise would during a test match. It's double screen, I reckon, if they do go back on at Headingley.
That's the way. Make sure you focus on this one, though. Beats him. Holds the line this time. So, all happening. 5 gone. 14 for 2. Knocked his openers both back in the sheds. If you haven't seen it, a couple of fabulous catches already in the grabbers by Ollie Pope at second. And that is the one, Yas, that we were talking about with regards to Joe Clark, where he just runs his hands down the other side of the ball and sends it the other way. What a master. Look at that.
Well, it's similar to the dismissal of Slater. McCann feels that he has to play at that ball because of how many deliveries Worrell gets the ball to swing into the left-hander. Not as much swing on that occasion. It narrowly beats the outside edge.
Clark won't mind it out there. Just needs a few more sighters here. Just get a sense of the pace of the pitch.
I think good early signs for Surrey, just how much carry there is early on.
Yeah.
You saw yesterday at Headingley on day one just how many edges fell short of the cordon. Well, here the 2 edges have carried to second slip.
So Dan Lawrence not here for this one. Back in the England side. Thoughts?
I really like it, and it's a quite significant departure from how England have gone about selecting recent squads, in that they've, in the last few years, they don't really go back to players they leave out. And it's something that has frustrated me for a long time because, especially with batters, they don't peak at 24, 25. And I think, as you all know more than anyone else, Dan Lawrence over the years has been someone who hasn't quite put up the numbers that he sometimes threatens to, but has done since moving here a couple of years ago, averaging in the mid-50s for Surrey. And I think it's a smart and pragmatic way of balancing their side as well.
Yeah.
I thought that although not every England seamer was 100% on the money yesterday, that's a really exciting four-man seam attack. And if you don't think there's a standout specialist spin bowler in the country...
There you go, more movement. And Joe Clark just yanked his head back instinctively. And when you see that, you do fear the worst for the batter, but thankfully for him, fresh air shot, but that is the ball.
Yeah, he genuinely plays at that. Motions to leave the ball afterwards, but genuine attempt to play the ball. Relatively hard hands too, so had that caught the edge, you think it would have carried. Yeah, I think it's basically the sort of pick that, I don't know, New Zealand would do. just pick a guy in his late 20s who's scoring loads of runs, who might not necessarily be a project 100 test match player, but in the here and now is someone who, on weight of domestic runs, merits a place in the top 6, and he also balances the side. I think those are two very good things. And
I think that the second point is the key, really. There's a number of good middle order players, perhaps not with the panache of Dan Lawrence. And there it is, 3 down, 14 on the board. And Surrey all over Notts like a cheap suit. That almost lobbed to Dom Sibley. There are no easy catches at slip, but that was perfect. You see it all the way. It's a gentle, soft-handed prod. And their gun, Joe Clark, has got to go. What a half an hour in this huge game down in South London. Surrey being, Yas, utterly brilliant.
Utterly brilliant from both ends. And that wicket, dare I say, Phil, almost felt inevitable. Clark and his 13-ball stay in the middle, played and missed at a few, prodding at balls that were leaving him late. And in the end, finally a Surrey bowler gets an outside edge, and as we said earlier, we expect them to carry. So Notts 14 for 3, and the leading run scorer in Division 1 this season already back in the hutch.
And that's 200 first-class wickets for Matt Fisher. 122 of them for Yorkshire, 51 for Surrey, 6 in Test cricket. The rest for England A and MCC.
He's a fine, fine bowler. And Yas talking about players coming into their prime in their late 20s. He's certainly one of those. Another of these quicks who seem to know his body more now. There's a sturdiness where there wasn't when he was maybe a more willowy, more beanpole-like early quick at Yorkshire, where he suffered terribly with injuries, but now looks strong and reliable week in, week out.
Yeah,
all about England's pace attack, Yas, and he's a very useful understudy, if you like, I would say. Him and Sam Cook, both in this squad that's just been named.
And I think Robinson's success is actually relevant to Fisher's medium-term prospects, in that shows that type of bowler works at international level. Obviously, Fisher slightly quicker than Ollie Robinson, but I thought you saw yesterday just the value of having someone who is skillful and has control.
Yeah, it was a masterclass watching Robinson yesterday. From literally the first ball, I was listening to the radio and Jonathan Agnew talking about him, who knows a bit about seam bowling, of course, and he was saying he can't remember a more natural bowler than Robinson. How effortless it is. Anyway, back to the here and now. 3 down here, Notts fighting for their lives. You can't win a game of cricket in the first session of a 4-dayer, but you can go a fair way to losing it.
We're talking about the rhythms of the season, and when we're bigging players up like Slater and Clark for their runs this year, I kind of wonder how much does that mean when there has been such a long period of time between rounds. Joe Clark would have been on a diet exclusively of white ball cricket for the last few months. A lot has been made of the tight turnaround between the 100 and the Test match, but it's the same here with the Championship. So close to wicket number 4.
Yeah, he was tempted just for a moment. So what do you do here if you're not? As we know, the second hour, as we often talk about here, the second hour of the morning session, stay with us folks, tends to be, well, statistically is the toughest part of the day to bat on day one here. But it's one of those, if you just sit in and play passive cricket, you don't go anywhere, then there's probably going to be a ball with your name on it.
Yeah, I definitely see the logic in that. It's just in the here and now.
How do you do it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Warren and Fisher, they've bowled so well. It's not just the deliveries that have taken the wickets. It's just they've given so few boundary scoring options away. I mean, it's 11:32, and we've seen 2 boundaries in the best part of 7 overs. So impeccable control from both ends. Oh.
Beats him. Again, play the line, hope for the best. It's all you can do.
Oh, how Surrey have missed Dan Worrell with a new ball here at the Kia Oval in 2026. First home appearance of the summer, and he's right on the money first up. It's not just the wicket he's taken, he's looked consistently threatening throughout his 4 overs so far.
Put on half a yard since the haircut, you think?
Bit more aerodynamic.
And Freddie McCann survives. 14 for 3. All Surrey, they have been superb so far this morning. 7 overs gone. A few more thoughts from Yas. After which it will be Adam Collins for the first time this morning.
It's been a slow, stuttering first half of the county championship this year for Surrey. Just 1 win in 8, closer to the relegation zone than they are to the top of the table. How they needed a morning like this. 3 wickets in the first half an hour. Notts, the reigning champions and title favourites of 2026, on the ropes early on. 14 for 3. Worrell and Fisher right at the very top of their game. Good morning, Adam Collins.
Morning. Morning, Yas. You're impeccable. That's the word for the Surrey Quicks this morning. They have been straight on it, straight away, on a morning where they had to be. 1 win from 8 to this point in the season. Sort of lost that winning habit that they had across the three-peat and all the way down the back end of the season last year. But a morning like this will provide them with so much confidence, especially if they can keep the foot down. And the calibre of players back in the shed. Siba Mead, I know he's averaging in the 20s this year, but we know what a match winner he can be. And then Joe Clark, who's got in excess of 800 runs this season. 100 last time they met. Nicked off as well.
Yeah, they've just not been quite as on it as a collective out in the field this year compared to their title-winning years. They have good individual spells, but it's not as if the bowling group as a unit has backed themselves up. They haven't fielded as well as they have in the years that they've won the title. The early signs are good this morning. This is as potent an early burst that I've seen from these two in some time. And with Jordan Clark and Tom Laws to support them in the attack, you'd think that the pressure is unlikely to relent.
Well, that's it, isn't it? They've had this model, this formula here at the Oval, and when they get the chance to field first, and we've gone through it, we've documented it year in, year out, it works so often, and then it stops to a certain extent. Waits the call, hit hard to point. But days like these when they've been able to, we used to often talk about them bowling out teams in 2 sessions, and Burns and Sibley being 70 for North overnight. It felt like the formula here for 3 seasons, and they've got the opportunity to have a day just like that. Sun now just poking through the clouds. Beautiful day for it. Barely a breath of air out there.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's a whole lot brighter. Yeah, just small things going their way this morning. That previous delivery, the 4th ball of the over, just the slightest hint of width, and Haynes hit the ball crisply, timed it nicely, but straight to Patel at point. As Phil mentioned a few overs ago, there's a danger, not just losing the wickets, but actually getting a bit stuck. That run rate below 2 runs per over. Testament to how well Surrey have bowled.
Spot on. Another maiden from Fisher. 14 for 3. We're 37 minutes into the first session of this match. If you're just joining us, Surrey won the toss, elected to field. Picked up 3 wickets inside the first half an hour. Arecibo Mead, Ben Slater, both caught by Ollie Pope at second slip. He makes that look so easy from the bowling of Fisher and Worrell respectively. That left a 9 for 2 in the 3rd over. And then Joe Clark caught at first slip from the bowling of Fisher for 1. That's the score on. They're on at the moment as well, 14 for 3. And it is a reverse in what we saw. I know we used the 3-peat as the reference point, but there were times in those seasons where it wasn't about the prolific run scoring necessarily. It was about the consistency of the quicks all having about the same number of wickets and all averaging about 20. It was very clear how that formula worked. Bowl first and trust the seamers. Well, this year, partly contributed to by the conditions, you look at the way in which the best of Surrey's bowlers, Jordan Clark, is averaging 35. And that's no reflection on him. It's a reflection on the way the games have more played out here at the Oval. You got Matt Fisher, who's in the England squad, indeed the England team as recently as a couple of test matches ago, 18 at 36. He's got a lot right as well. And Dan Worrell has missed a lot of cricket. So even someone like Sean Abbott picked up his wickets at 62 in this burst, which in previous campaigns it was a very different story, where the runs have come thick and fast. They've got half a dozen players with a batting average in excess of 50 this season. Andrew Samson's got his hand up to my right. I suspect he's got something that might illustrate this from his database.
Yeah, just looking at the 14 for 3, it's the earliest that 3 wickets have fallen on the first day of a county championship match at Surrey for a couple of years.
Worcestershire.
2024 Worcestershire. Yeah. Surrey were 9 for 3 at that game and went on to win.
15 for 4, I reckon they were as well.
Yeah. But the time before that was way back in 2005 when Gloucestershire were 1 for 3.
Wow.
So it's pretty early wickets for this venue.
Got the short leg in, Worrell. Away from us. That's the one that's pushed across him, misdirected, but you can see what he's trying to do, setting him up before inevitably bringing one back, as he does so well to left-handers.
And for the changes that Surrey have made this week compared to their previous fixture, worth remembering that Notts aren't at full strength either. Not just Josh Tongue and Ben Duckett being away from England, but Lyndon James, who balances this side so well, he's unavailable. So Ben Martindale makes his first-class debut as a specialist batter at 7, but it also means that Notts' bowling attack is not quite as strong as it normally is, in that they'll have 3 rather than 4 frontline seamers to complement the left-arm spin of Liam Patterson-White.
And Lyndon James was exceptional in that title decider here last year, just looking back through my scorecards here, but he nicked off Pope and Patel in quick succession in the second dig, and first time around 3 for 35. He was mission critical that week again. Pope and Foakes amongst his wickets, 2 England players both caught behind the wicket. So, as you say, a big out Lyndon James. He's got runs here at the Oval as well, a couple of seasons ago.
Change of angle for Dan Worrell, coming around the wicket with a leg gully into.
Oh, holding its line delightfully. Samo again.
Yeah, just back to Surrey's struggles with the ball this year. They've taken, before this match, just 100 wickets in the championship, which is the fewest of all across both divisions. And their average of 48.85 is comfortably the worst. Leicestershire at 40.01 is the second worst. So they could do with a morning like this more often.
This is Yas, your continued campaign about how many points the draw's worth.
Don't get me started on that.
We'll do it later, I'm sure. Maybe not this week, because the ball is doing as the bowlers wish right now. 14 for 3, we'll let you go, I believe. Hear from Yas Rana later in the day. Cam Steel is going to jump in next to me for the first time today as well. Low 20s. Perfect day for it. Pavilion perhaps 2/3 full. Plenty of people over in the SSE Energy Solutions stand, in the Bedser stand where the players change as well. It's the festival of red ball cricket, where we had some attendance records last year when that round was held. The work from home set are surely in as well. Cam Steele, hello to you.
Good morning.
I say work from home, work from the Oval. That's the branding, isn't it?
WFO.
Still feel like I should take a cut for that, given I spent 4 years talking about it before they implemented it formally. Anyway, whatever. It's good. The PowerPoint's all over the place. So that's the real difference. The Wi-Fi is great. It's the power supply. If you're trying to work from home, that's what keeps you ticking.
Is that powered by SSE Energy Solutions by any chance?
Very good from you. I mean, it isn't, but just bear with me a moment. No, I'll wait till a bowling change. Fisher just has got it on a string this morning, using the angles of the crease as well.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully this morning. Matt Fisher. Loads of swing and off the pitch as well. He's had a good bounce about him, good energy. Matt Fisher would have driven down from, or got the train down from Leeds last night. Him and Ollie Pope together. He's looked high energy today. Dialed in.
Hadn't considered that, how they would have travelled from the test venue to where we are today, overnight. A little meal deal, perhaps. Who knows, they might have got a car and followed your instructions about cricketers on motorways, that lovely piece you wrote late last year.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe the ECB would have paid for a car. Who knows?
Think so.
Yeah, or the gaffer might have paid for a car.
Yeah.
Never know.
I'm kind of drawn to the idea of them being on a train, though. And one of those trains that inevitably at that time of night's delayed. So it's a free-for-all.
Yeah.
All registered, all prepaid tickets, or all prepaid seats, rather, are gone. And
3 bags in tow.
Yeah. And especially with cricket bags, that makes it all the more complicated. No one's quite solved that. We had 15 guys on a train last week going to Edinburgh with, therefore, 15 cricket bags. That was pretty rugged. Don't think our fellow passengers appreciated that.
But yeah, if you did see Matt Fisher or Ollie Pope getting a meal deal at King's Cross Station late last night, then please do write in. Sorry, broadcast@gmail.com. Is one of the intricacies of an English cricket season that you can quickly be from one ground to another within a matter of hours and then playing. And England lost to Surrey's gain today.
Well, that's the other one from Fisher. Perfectly positioned, drifting back towards the leg stump, forcing Haynes to play. He's yet to score so far. He's got the man in relatively close at mid-wicket. In total control, Fisher this morning. It was in this game last year against Notts where he advanced his case no end to return to the England squad. His numbers last season weren't that eye-catching until the last round, or the penultimate round, the last game here, when he took 11 wickets and bowled the house down. Of course, it was a televised game as well, which never hurts. Another maiden. He is giving them nothing. 14 for 3 after 10.
Yeah, I see Matt Fisher's season last season a little bit like Sean Abbott's at the start of this. I mean, Sean's output, should we say, or outcomes weren't what we would expect of someone of his calibre and how well he's performed over the last few years for Surrey. But the reality is he got really unlucky.
Yep.
A lot of drop catches at the start of the season off his bowling, and the same with Matt Fisher at the start of last season. And you might say he peaked at the right times with that game against Nottinghamshire here last year, and then an Ashes call-up. But a lot of that was to do with catches going to hand, and you do just sometimes need a little bit of the rub of the green.
And just believing that it'll turn as well. I think that's so important. When your luck's out, and you must have gone through periods of your career, Cam, where this was the case. When your luck's out, it feels like no one's taking a catch off you. They're all landing 3 yards short. All your plans are nearly working. And that was certainly the case for Fisher. He had some days here last year where I don't think he could have bowled any better, and he would finish a spell with no wickets and a couple of boundaries off him off the outside edge. And it's the lived experience of watching him that gave the indication of what a groove he was in, and finally got the rewards at the end. So close, talking about plans. Worrell round the wicket. McCann gets a couple, but ever so close to being caught round the corner.
Oh, Ryan Patel's done himself some damage here.
Looks like it, doesn't
leg gully.
Oh dear.
He looks in a lot of pain. He's a tough customer, is Ryan Patel. Not sure whether that quite carried, but physio Harry Ford will come out to have a look at him. Didn't quite carry, and those are so nasty on your fingers, and I do hope he's okay.
Might have almost yorked him on the finger watching that first replay. No clearer watching from behind, but right at the end at pace. And he went straight down as well as the ball went down to third man for a couple of runs to move McCann to 5. So checking out those right digits. You can see through his body language, whatever they're doing here to assess him is hurting him.
Often these ones can just be a dislocation of the end of your fingers. Really nasty and really painful.
Did you suffer from any of those?
Broke a couple of fingers, but never in this scenario when having it examined out on the field, I would say.
It's more or less in line with what we were saying before about how close things can go from one extreme to the other. Might have been 2 or 3 inches away from taking a screamer there. Instead, will depart the Keir Oval injured, requiring further treatment upstairs.
Oh, to be fair, it must be bad. There's not too often that fingers give you that much discomfort.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a clear plan. Leg gully in place, which is now going to be replaced with Rory Burns there for Ryan Patel. Freddie McCann's very strong through the offside, so the change of angle from Dan Worrell coming round the wicket to him, trying to cramp him up. Keep bowling as straight as possible.
So they'll reset here. Leg gully still in position for McCann. While we're probing away on that angle. It won't be long we're seeing Jordan Clark there in shot. He'll be in the rotation. Of course, as it'll be with Laws when he gets his go.
You say Dan Worrell's looking a little like Jason Statham today?
Has a bit of that to him, doesn't he? Looking strong. It's funny how a change in appearance can completely alter the way that you're seen as well, isn't it? I wonder how you'd be interpreted if you shaved your head, Cam.
God, I don't like to think about that. Probably not that far away.
So Worrell, as he'll often do mid-over, likes to change the angles and keep a batsman thinking. So for McCann now, we go over the wicket. keeps the leg gully. Previously had a short leg when he was on this angle to the left-hander.
Freddie McCann had a little rehearsal against Dan Worrell in the One Day Cup just over a week ago. Similar pitch to this, really. Dan Worrell was in fine form, swinging it round corners, gave him a working over, but even though it's a change of clothes, change of ball, still excellent practice for any batter facing someone of Dan Worrell's quality.
Ever so close again. 2 runs from the over, 16 for 3. Yeah, McCann hasn't had a big moment in the championship this year. Modest returns, having been very consistent last year as Notts went on and won the comp. Mentioned Clark warming up. He'll replace Matt Fisher. Fisher's 5 overs, 2 for 7, picking up Haseeb Hamid and Joe Clark, 2 outstanding scalps in Division 1. Change of bowler for SSE Energy Solutions, providing the energy needed today while building a better world of energy for tomorrow. SSE Energy Solutions here at the Kia Oval. Clark at his preferred pavilion end. We're playing across the square a little bit this week, not too far across the square compared to the extreme edges we get often in April and May at the start of a season, but we're, to my eye, we're about 4 or 5 over from the test pitch, something like that. Doesn't make the most of a loosener, let's call that, from Clark, collecting his follow through. So it's over towards the Archbishop Tennyson School, so the long boundaries towards the gasometer side. Clark with 22 wickets in the season so far.
Yeah, speaking about Sean Abbott before as well, it's without Dan Worrell, it's a lot of the time Jordan Clark has led the attack this season. It's been a different job for him.
He was at the absolute peak of his powers here against Sussex earlier in the season. The only game that Surrey won. Picked up 5 wickets in a session, if I recall correctly, and knocking the visitors over before tea in a game that Surrey went on to get the points in. Also picked up 4 wickets here in the first innings against Hampshire, the last time that Surrey were at the Kia Oval.
Yeah, similar pitch to this one, really, the game against Sussex. And what would be intriguing today would be to see whether the Nottinghamshire batters go with the same sort of aggression at some stage that the Sussex team did. I remember Finn Hudson-Prentice playing a counter-attacking knock, running down the wicket.
It's a weird old day, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. They didn't bowl them out inside 2 sessions. It was Sussex lower order, Robinson, Hudson-Prentice.
But only 16 runs from 11.3 overs today.
Yeah.
Riding it out so far.
There's some intent from Haynes to get off the mark from his 16th ball. The other thing that was notable here last time, I mean, it's a little while ago now, but when Hampshire were here, is that both teams tried to attack spin. In the case of Dan Lawrence, it was an absolute masterclass, but it was a theme through the match, so looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Of course, in the case of Surrey, spinner on debut here. Markipal Lomra, who saved that ball at point a couple of balls ago. His left arm tweakers at some stage. And then for Notts, the man who's been in outstanding form throughout the season, Liam Patterson-White. 33 wickets for the season, averaging low 20s. Match winner at Chelmsford the last time that Notts played. 9-wicket match. Can't be far away from the England conversation as well. Noting that England decided to go in without the spin of Bashir yesterday. So Dan Lawrence at some point will be playing that role in this test match. Provided they need spin, that is. Of course, they did the job with the seamers yesterday, 17 for 3. Good start from Clark. One of those quirky ones yesterday when they had 2 bowlers in the same attack pick up a fifer. Nice interview after play where Josh Tung said one of the ground staff cut the ball into 2 for them. So he and Josh Tung, who picked up 5 here against Surrey in that game we've referred to last September. So he, Robinson and Tung now have half a ball each.
Lovely. First time since Panesar and Harmison.
Oh, really?
That's
the last
England
time?
team? I think so, yeah.
That's a good stat. I was pondering that last night at the pub. I wondered when it had happened, and I kind of thought it might have been a McGrath-Warne thing from time to time. Change of bowler here, Tom Law. So a double change for Surrey, powered by SSE Energy Solutions, powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farm. I'm sure Andrew Samson can access that pretty quickly.
The wind farm?
Maybe, yeah, that too. He can do lots of things, Samo. Away from us, Laws, with the 3 slips. I suppose that 5 and 5 wouldn't be that unusual, but maybe 5-0-0-5, like bowler 1 and bowler 4. Samo's laughing, but if you can tailor your database to give me that, please.
Yeah, okay, I'll have a look at 1 and 4. This makes it slightly more complicated, of course.
That's right. More interesting.
Well, I'll have a check with Harmison and Panesar. That could have been a 1 and 4, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Early movement at pace from Laws, so 83 mile an hour, near enough.
Yeah, Tom Laws came and played in the game here, the One Day Cup. Returning from Sunrisers Leeds, took 4 for 40 against Kent, and he really seemed to find his pace and rhythm again. Had a tough day out at Edgbaston in a 50-over game, but he's been a little bit unlucky with his body this season. Struggling to find consistent games, but good to see him back out here at the Kia Oval.
Genuine play and a miss. I mean, you could argue it was there for Haynes to have a crack at, but ballooned above the bat. Things happen when Tom Laws bowls. Runs are scored and wickets are taken.
Yeah, and off and off this kind of delivery as well. Just back of a length, he hurries you more as a batsman. Gets more bounce than you expect, more swing than you expect. Everything just happens a little bit faster than what it looks like it might from his action, which is a languid one.
There to cut. We'll get a couple. Momron debut sweeping out there.
Just to go back to Josh Tung, actually. I mean, he bowled so well yesterday. He bowled fiery pace, well above 90 mile an hour a lot of the time. He's a huge, huge miss for Nottinghamshire without stating the obvious too much. I mean, sitting in the change room, I just had second ankle operation while the game was going on last year between Surrey and Notts. We have a full start from Tom Laws. The guys were saying it was one of the quickest spells they'd ever faced here last year. Josh Tung running in, and that mammoth spell he bowled to get Notts towards a victory and with one hand on the championship trophy in 2025.
Well wide there. I went back to Australia after that, ahead of the Ashes, and told anyone who'd listen that he would play in the first test at Perth. Now, surely, Josh Tung, we've seen it with our own eyes that he could be a match winner, and at that pace that you refer to there, and remarkably found himself out of the squad until I think the third test he played, wasn't it? Then picked up a match-winning bag at Melbourne, won the Muller medal for the player of the match at the MCG. And now you couldn't conceive of an English 11 at its best without him in there. There to hit, put away. That'll feel good for Haynes, who had to spend 16 balls on naught. Goes all the way as well, you know. Yep, so signalled. So 8 runs from the over. Laws needs to find some rhythm. 25 for 3. There's been wickets this morning, 3 of them. Let's take a look at them before I jump out and hand the reins back to Phil Walker. First here, Hasiba Mead, undone by a beauty. You can see there, had to play the middle and leg line. Ends up with Ollie Pope, who makes that look easy at second slip. Does so again here, jumping in front of first slip. Ollie Pope back in the team, immediately influencing this game with 2 low catches. Hamid for 5, Slater for 4. And the third in the sequence, Joe Clark, 13 balls for 1, pouched by Dom Sibley. 14 for 3 was the score when he departed. 2 of them for Fisher. What a start. and a quieter second half an hour, which I've overseen. Madeley be busy again with Phil Walker. He'll pick it up after Cam Steele.
Thank you, Colo. Nice to see a Court Pope bowled Worrell again in the scorebook. He makes those catches just look far too easy for mere mortals like us. Phil Walker, welcome back.
Excuse me, I never drop him either. Yeah, he's been on fire as Ollie Pope, and Surrey have just looked on it all morning. They have gears, don't they? This white ball, this red ball team, and they sense when a game is really there for them. Big toss to win this morning, I thought, for Rory Burns, especially without a frontline spinner in the side. As we know, it's standard stuff to bowl first now. All teams do it, hosts and visitors. But yeah, they've barely bowled a bad ball, barely bowled a half-hearted delivery. They've caught everything. There's just been an intensity and a seriousness as well to their play. It's been palpable today. And Notts have done nothing wrong and are staring down the barrel, 3 down for 25.
Yeah, it's a ruthlessness.
Yeah.
That's reminiscent of the three-peat.
Glorious. The first real hit-me ball that Clark has served up. And Freddie McCann, who's been becalmed really for 29 deliveries, finally gets one that he can lean on. Just showing his class. He's a fine young player. Very excited about his future at Notts. It's a big gig to bat at 3 for the champions. It just shows his quality there. 29 for 3. He's looked pretty good up until now. You have to be so watchful against these seamers. They dovetail so nicely as well, don't they? As Yas was saying, with the exception of Gus Atkinson, it's probably their first choice seam attack. And they complement each other so well. All that's missing, I guess, is the left arm option, but each of these 4 seamers, they offer something different kind of challenge. Oh, short leg would have been interested there. Pops up off the splice. Picks up a single and retains the strike. So this partnership still embryonic, but showing some stickability at least. 14 gone, 30 for 3.
Yeah, the ball just collected there by Nathan Barnwell, who's on for Ryan Patel.
And you said to me at Guildford, you've barely seen a better outfielder than Barnwell.
I still believe that. But if you missed it before, Ryan Patel went off with what looked to be either a dislocated or broken finger. One bounced just before him at leg gully. Dan Worrell's bowling to Freddie McCann. Hope he's okay.
Yeah, the finger jammer it's a killer. You could see how much pain he was in. Hopefully we'll see him back out there. So Tom Law's newly into his work, just into his second over. Conceded 8 from his first, so he's just finding his rhythm and getting used to the pace of the pitch. What kind of lengths to bowl? Samo.
Adam asked a question just before he left, so you might not know much about it, but we were talking about the 2 bowlers taking 5 in an innings. As Robinson and Tongue did at Leeds yesterday. It's the 58th time overall that's happened in all Test cricket. But the interesting question that Adam asked was how often was it bowlers 1 and 4? So
nice.
bowling figures 5, 0, 0, 5. And that is now, I make it the 8th time
Okay.
that has happened in Test cricket, most of which involve, not surprisingly, at least one spinner.
So we're looking at... Oh, he's gone up for it. Stunted appeal. We did hear a noise, maybe just off the thigh pad. I've got a Warren McGrath feel for this one.
No, Warner McGraw. Warner McGraw never did it, believe it or
Okay.
not. But the two other occasions where two seamers bowling at 1 and 4 in a Test innings both took a fifer was in Melbourne in 1986, Gladstone Small and Ian Botham.
Yeah.
And in 2020 in Wellington, New Zealand, West Indies.
Inside edge, a bit high as well.
And that was Tim Southey and Carl Jamieson.
Gladstone Small took the winning catch at Melbourne.
Famous one, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know about that Ashes, Cameron? 86-7 in Australia. Be honest.
I don't.
Would
A
you
little
like
bit
to?
before my time. Yeah, go on then.
And he's gone. Backward point. Every chance is going to hand. It's a sharp one and a good snare again. How good have Surrey been behind the timbers here? Well, Tom Laws, who bowls that nagging length, encourages the drive. First time really that Freddie McCann plays outside of his comfort zone, throws his hands at it, straight down the gullet of Fisher, who is in the game. 2 wickets and now a smart catch at backward point. 4 down, knots in all sorts here.
Outstanding work by Matt Fisher at back point. There's always tough, those catches straight in front of his schnoz. But Tom Laws always makes things happen. And a couple of back of a length deliveries, nipping back at McCann before that. Throws his hands at this one, and Tom Laws gets the reward. And it's a big wicket for Surrey. And having a look at this man on screen, Carl Verena early, is a good result for a Surrey side that look ruthless today.
They certainly have. This is a dream start for them. Just a few minutes after midday. And already 4 down and the top 4. All to catches behind the wicket. Carl Verena is a real scrapper. Street fighter of a cricketer. And they're going to need all of that now. They need a partnership. They have a debutant in Ben Martindale due in next. Missing their bowling all-rounder Lyndon James, unfortunately, with injury. And then you're into the lower order. Patterson-White, Liam Patterson-White is a useful number 8. And then the bowlers. It happens quickly here at times, especially in these kinds of conditions. All business this morning, Surrey. And the ball is still talking. 15 gone then, 30 for 4. So here is that wicket again, round the wicket. And that tempting length, that's what he bowls, Tom Laws. He sometimes goes for a few, sometimes swings into the middle of the bat and you can punch it down the ground, but invariably he creates options, creates chances because he's prepared to be driven. There's a Chris Wokesian quality to him. The obvious comparison, bowls that nagging length. Oh, and it's down. The first blemish of the morning, that did carry. And it is Tom Laws there, probably thinking about the work that he's doing at the other end. And it almost lobbed to him as well, perhaps just caught him slightly unawares. Maybe didn't travel quite as quickly as he was expecting. It's a brilliant piece of captaincy by Rory Burns because it's a peculiar position on the line of gully, but a deep gully. And now an inside edge run across those practice pitches will be gathered in, but a couple. So, Jack Haynes fights on here. That would have been 5 down and the top 5 all blown away.
I can't believe it carried that far. Tom Laws is at a conventional depth for backward point, but he's just further round, more on a gully line. It's amazing. He didn't get all of it, Jack Haynes, so surprised that it did carry to him, and it might have just surprised Tom Laws as well.
Immaculate Morning just has that slight dent on it now. Still, it goes up and over this time, and that will trickle over the boundary rope there to hit. And they have to take these opportunities, the knots, otherwise they are stuck in the mud. Haynes onto 15. Much of the emphasis of this innings now lands with him. He's been in sparkling form this year. He's a very fine player. And they need something. They need a counter-punching partnership. So third slip now coming out. Adam Thomas is now moving into the covers, and Nathan Barnwell is moving out to deep cover for the catch, I fancy. For the uppercut. That'll be 4 more. So slightly edgy, but all along the floor, got enough of it. So already 10 runs added post that drop earlier in the over.
Jack Haynes has just gone past 4,000 county championship runs in his career. 75 games, average is 37.7, which is fairly respectable, with 1100s and 1850s.
Yeah, he's a player that always seems to get runs when I watch him as well, in a very pleasing style. Son of Gavin Haynes, of course, who had some good years at Worcestershire, where Jack Haynes began his career before making that quite popular move to Trent Bridge from New Road. 16 gone, 40 for 4. This game is moving along at pace. So there is a bit of sunshine breaking through, but the lights are on nonetheless. It's going to be a changeable day weather-wise.
Just back to your point about Tom Laws before that unfortunate drop catch. I always feel he's so much more potent in an attack with the likes of Worrell, Fisher, Clark, because he is allowed to be a little bit more expensive, go through the full repertoire of his skills, settle into his work.
And he's certainly doing that here, nagging lines. He's also got the ability to slip it, hasn't he? He's a rhythm bowler. And he's not a bowler in county cricket who can be full throttle all the time because of the nature of the treadmill and all the rest of it. But when the moment calls for it and the conditions are there for him, he can really crank it up. He's not a bowler that looks particularly imposing, but he's got a quick arm. And he's got that late swinging away ducker as well, as evidence there.
He also has a searing Yorker as well.
Yeah.
That he's got a knack for clearing up the tail as well, does Tom Laws. And I know Rahul Chahar is missing out today with a sore neck. But Tom can also play the role that often leg spinners do in teams, with hoovering up a tail with his quick bumper and also a pretty fast Yorker.
There it is again. So that ball is still talking loudly here. Carl Verena, 4 test match hundreds from 31 games. He's a brilliant keeper as well, by the way. We'll see him in full cry later on in the piece. And he averages north of 46 as well in first-class cricket, with 7,280 runs coming into this one with 1700s. He's become a mainstay of this Notts side. And yeah, he needs to scrap hard here. Play dirty if he has to. Just hang in there, find a way.
Yeah, and he's coming off some form in the One Day Cup as well. 591 runs at 84.42 from Notts' 10 matches. I know it's a different task than what he's facing today, but form is form.
Good over. Nagging, questioning all the time. And well blunted by Carverena. Yeah, further evidence of just how canny an operator Peter Moores is, that you don't tend to see too many keepers as overseas players. It's quite unconventional. But he saw that that was an area where Notts could get some value. He's not an especially sexy cricketer, Carverena, but he's mightily effective. Doesn't play an enormous amount of white ball cricket elsewhere, and so you can guarantee his availability. And he's become a key part in this very impressive side.
And hit the winning runs in the championship last season. Sealed with a 6, I think it was.
Was there at the end as well of the World Test Championship, playing one or two wild shots as the moment overtook him. Samo, you would have remembered that, of course.
Oh, very well, of course. First
shedding a tear.
Shedding a tear or two, yeah. First, he's the first player ever. Not that it's that happened all that often, but
well played by Haynes.
To hit the winning runs in a World Test Championship final and the County Championship in the same season. There might not be many others who'll ever do that.
That will be a niche quiz question down the line.
Definitely.
And we can't wait for it.
Have you ever done a end of year quiz, Maestro?
No,
cricket based? I think we should. I think we should see the year out.
We see the year out with a quiz.
With a Maestro quiz in the pub up the road.
Yeah,
Collins will be cramming, boning up on information for the weeks in the build-up.
I'll have to find some really obscure things to stump him.
Yeah. Anyway, that's booked in. Agreed, Cameron?
In.
As long as it's not the 86-7 Ashes.
As long as, anything before 95, not so good for me.
Okay. Well, anything after is a bit murky for me, so.
Give you a stat around the 86-7 Ashes that I quite enjoy, find quite interesting. Because England won that series 2-1, a rare series win in Australia, which made Mike Gatting quite famous for.
And Gatting, well, he won 2 Test matches, didn't he?
Correct, that's the stat.
Out of about
23 times he captained England,
times.
of which they won 2. But he's quite highly regarded as an England captain because the only 2 that he won them the Ashes in Australia in 86-7.
Yeah. When England turned up in Australia, Cam, you're already looking at your watch. Fair enough, you're off. Forget it. We'll resume that in the afternoon.
It wasn't me trying to get out of this.
An English journalist called Martin Johnson looked at the team. He said there's only 3 things wrong with it. They can't bat, they can't bowl, and they can't field. And then they didn't lose a game after that. Just lost that 1 Test match. Won the one-dayers as well. You remember these things as an Englishman because it happens so rarely, of course. Good work at mid-off by the skipper.
Yeah, you said can't bat, can't bowl, can't field, just as Rory Burns flying through the air and picking one off at mid-off.
Oh, man, it wasn't about this Surrey team. Don't worry about that. So, another one rolls on. 18 gone. It's been all Surrey this morning. This has been a reprise, really, of that formidable side that won 3 on the spin. Echoes of that come up against a big team in a big fixture, and then they just get steamrollered. And it's had echoes of that this morning. Ali Brown, first time on the stream this morning for Ali Brown. It's been impressive, mightily so.
Yeah, it's been very impressive. I think they hit a great length on a wicket that is very similar to the Notts badge. And I think they bowled a great length. They haven't bowled too full, but they bowled a real nagging length, I think, especially the first 10 overs. They made Notts play a lot with good movement as well. So it's a great start for Surrey.
Certainly is in this Red Bull Festival week. On the bounce this time. Ollie Pope's hands are good though today. They are hot.
Even the half catch has gone in cleanly.
Exactly.
I mean, he knows his... it's a shame for Ollie, actually, that he didn't with the test. You'd almost wish that Ollie had actually got a chance to go and bat 5 or 6 for England. And I know that's wishing bad luck on someone else, but I think he's performed admirably at 3, but if you stuck him at 5 or 6, I think you'd see an even better Ollie Pope at international level.
And there he is, bang on cue, 3 for. What a catch. Everything is running for Surrey this morning, 5 down. And Jack Haynes has to go for a breezy 20. Ali Brown, talk me through it. Which is the best of the 3?
Well, it's not that one. He's taken that very well, but I think the second one, which was very low, was impressive. Yeah, I know he's very close to some goalkeepers in the Premier League. It's kind of he's gone a little bit for. He's in great form. I mean, the ball before was just a nice little sighter on the half volley, and he picked that up cleanly, and he's looked really good all morning. And if you compare this to the slip catching at the start of the season, it's just chalk and cheese, isn't it? And that's what you need on a wicket like this. They're creating the chances. The bowlers are, I know one's gone down, but they've taken a majority of them, and some very important and impressive catches to boot.
So, just that one mini blemish. Tom Law's deep gully in the previous over, but it matters not, because he has removed the man he dropped from his own hand. They're sharing it around here now, Surrey. All bowlers in the mix, attacking as one. Big moments here. Ben Martindale on debut made a useful list A 100 in the ODC, just gone, to get himself in to the mix here for Notts. What a moment to make a name for yourself.
That's your abbreviation for the One Day Cup, is it, Phil?
Yeah. If you want me to spell it all out, the Metro Bank One Day Cup. The MBODC.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal start by Surrey, and they had something similar against Sussex, didn't they, earlier on in the year? I think this wicket is offering just a little bit more at the right length, and we won't be expecting 9 and 10 to get hundreds again.
Yeah, it's a good point though. Sussex rescued in that one, certainly on day one anyway, by Jack Carson and Ollie Robinson, who both made hundreds. Excellent hundreds as well they were. Jack Carson in particular. But I sense that Notts don't quite have that kind of lower order firepower in truth. Liam Patterson-White is a useful scrapper at 8, due in next. And then it's the bowlers.
To be fair to Notts, and I know you wouldn't normally say this at 41 for 5.
This
but
is the Ali Brown derby, isn't it? Of course.
What is? Yeah.
This game.
Well, yeah. Foot in both camps.
Yeah. Slightly more in one, I imagine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But I think that Notts should take something from the fact that Surrey have bowled Notts out. It's not as if we've had really poor shots on a wicket that is doing plenty. Whereas I felt that when Sussex played here, which of course is Surrey's only win of the year in the Championship, I felt that Sussex looked at the wicket and thought, "Oh, minefield." And I don't think it is. I don't think it is a minefield. I think it's a good wicket that's offered plenty of assistance.
So as you can see on your screens, a squally bit of rubbish has just rolled in here. So Umpires making the early call as the spectators head for some shelter. I think it's going to be this kind of day. It'll roll in and out. There's a fair amount of breeze actually out there, so there's no bad thing, just hopefully blowing this away. There's a bit of blue sky around, so do stay with us. Hopefully we'll be back on in due course. 12:30 coming up to, so possibility perhaps of an early lunch. We will, of course, keep you fully updated on that. I imagine Martindale and Verena, both on naught, have legged it back to the sanctuary of the dressing room. So yeah, the sense is that this is a passing shower. Just the one cover on so far. So 41 for 5. Surrey's catching in particular has been sensational. Bring up the wickets, please.
So which was your pick of the Ollie Pope catches?
Well, the toughest one is the bootlace catch, isn't it? When you've got to dive a little bit forward, you've got to get those fingers underneath the ball. The third one is perhaps the most spectacular. But yeah, the trickiest one is the one by the bootlaces. Here are these wickets then. So that was the first one, a damn fine catch to get Ollie Pope up and running. That was Hasib Hamid nicking off to Matt Fisher. Dan Worrell straight in the game, following to remove Ben Slater. That's the catch of the match so far. And then Fisher again. He's such a lethal new ball bowler. And Joe Clark could do nothing. That's perhaps the only moment where Freddie McCann, among Notts' top order, can look back and think, perhaps play with a bit more control. And Jack Haynes as well. The first time he really threw his hands at one, and it lands in Ollie Pope's hot hands. He's been superb. Even the ball before that third catch, on the bounce from Jack Haynes, he scooped it up effortlessly. Look at that. Sharing the wickets around. Fisher 2, Laws 2, Worrell, Jordan Clark lurking as well. 3 for Pope. Another catch for Fisher at backward point. And Dom Sibley rarely drops them at first. So Surrey have been sensational so far. Quick run through the other games going on. It's been an inclement day weather-wise across the country, but a fair amount of cricket taking place. No test match action just yet. So England still waiting to resume this morning. Match delayed. Sussex just getting going against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and they've already lost one early on, 21-1. And Daniel Hughes, the man to go. Chris Wokes picking him up. Good to see Wokes enjoying red ball cricket. And the game is moving on at Taunton. Somerset, Essex. Somerset have gone like the clappers. 98 for 2 inside 22 overs. And Josh Thomas, who's having a breakout year, 47 not out. Jamie Porter and Sam Cook a wicket apiece. Leicestershire 51 for 2 at home against Glamorgan. Rayan Ahmed's just gone, so he only made 3. Rishi Patel, the other man to go as well. And finally the game at Southampton, Yorkshire struggling, 3 down for 33, delayed there as well. Suggests that good bowling conditions, and they've already lost 3 up top. Kyle Abbott, two wickets for 3 inside his 8th over. Thanks very much. 5 maidens in there. And Eddie Jacks picked up 1 as well. So there you go. A few games in the 2nd division not yet got going due to the weather. Durham, Derbyshire Lancashire Northants as well. And Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. Gloucestershire 4 down. Their red ball tribulations continuing. So a few more covers are coming out here. And so in the absence of any news just now, we are just going to step away, and of course we'll be back as soon as we hear any new details. There is not much more rain around, I do hasten to add, and so do keep us on, and we will be back before you know it.
Hello. So there's been a swift decision to bring lunch forward because of the rain that we had 20 or so minutes ago. So lunch was taken 5 minutes ago, and providing that the weather clears up, which it looks like it will do, we will restart at 1:25, and I imagine there would therefore not be any overs lost. So a reminder of the game situation. Surrey won the toss and decided to field first, the 30th case in which a side has done that in a row here at the Kia Oval, and their all-star bowling attack of Worrell, Fisher, Laws and Clark were right on the money, claiming 5 wickets between them in the 18.5 overs of action that we saw. And given the rain delay, you'd say that Surrey in a good position to press ahead after we resume, in that their bowlers will all get good rest before they restart in session 2. We have a special guest here during the lunch interval. I'm joined by the football writer Jonathan Wilson. Jonathan, thank you for joining the show. Great to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having me. Great pleasure to be here.
Well, this is a ground at which you have fond memories.
Yes, yeah.
You had your stag do here.
Yes.
But also you won the Sports Book of the Year award. Was it this year for The Power and the Glory, the new history of the World Cup? Was that this year?
That was this year, yeah. It was May. I rushed back from Istanbul. I'd been at the Europa League final where Villa beat Freiburg. And to be honest, I hadn't been planning to come. And there'd been some kind of miscommunication. But yeah, I'd been booked in to go to the Europa League final since the beginning of the football season. And then suddenly I got this email saying, you have to come, you've won. And I was like, okay. So messaged my missus, said, you took my suit to dry cleaners last week. Can you get that back? Is that possible? Do you want to come? So we got here quite late. It was, not massively late, but we sort of missed the sort of pre-drink. So we get here like 7:15 or something. Walk in, see a mate who I run Blizzard with, the football magazine, and he's talking to Felix White from the Maccabees, who I slightly know but not particularly well, and Ashley Giles and Stephen Finn. And I realised my missus hasn't a clue who any of these 3 people are. So yeah, this is Ashley, this is Stephen, this is Felix. She said, oh, nice to meet you. And it was only much later. I was like, you don't know who they were, do you?
So the book was on the history of the World Cup, was going chapter by chapter on each individual World Cup?
Yeah, that's right. So I was at the World Cup, got back middle of July, and then I've been working on the 2026 chapter, which finally got filed on Monday this week. So that'll be in the shops for Christmas if people want that. But yeah, it tries to look at to place the World Cup in a sort of political, social, cultural context rather than just being sort of this player scored this goal and this player got injured or whatever.
I read your book, Two Brothers, about the Charlton brothers a few years ago. They of course hail from a small town in the northeast that has also produced some great cricket players as well, Mark Wood and Steve Armstrong.
Oh, it's an extraordinary place, Ashington. In the footballers of the year from 1961, 1966 and 1967 all grew up on the same street, which is Jimmy Adamson in 61, Bobby Charlton 66, Jack Charlton 67. But yeah, then more recently its heritage is more cricketing with Steve Armstrong and Mark Wood. But the North East now is churning out hundreds of cricketers. I mean, just before we came on air, we talked about Luke Robinson, 18-year-old cricket Durham, who I saw get his cap. That's why we're talking about it. It's the one day of county cricket I've seen this season. I saw him get his cap. And there just seems to be these fleets of fast bowlers from Sunderland. And you sort of think, well, if Durham had been a first-class county before 92, just think of what we could have produced. I mean, Durham has produced 10 Wisden cricketers of the year already, which is it's already more than Derbyshire, I think. It's sort of 10 is very. There's a list. I saw a list. It's not at the bottom. It's very competitive. You think in 30 odd years, that's a remarkable achievement.
Well, there's interesting stuff around the geographical breakdown of which parts of the country produce batsmen and which parts of the country produce bowlers. So even with the resources that the, I guess, stereotypically richer counties down south have, their record for producing bowlers who end up playing for England isn't as strong as the northern counterparts. And what is interesting with Durham is actually how few schools almost are responsible for producing a reasonably high volume of first class ready young seamers. It's not just Luke Robinson. James Minto, who made his debut here 2 years ago, was a 16-year-old, and I think he hit Rory Burns the helmet, bowling 86 mph as a 16-year-old. So serious talent coming through Durham at the moment. Tell us about your relationship with cricket. Have you always been a cricket fan? How did you get into it?
Yeah, always loved it. I mean, I have very, very vague memories of the '81 Ashes. I mean, I turned 5 during them. I remember, I think it must have been the Headingley Test. I haven't been able to confirm it. That my dad and granddad refused to leave the TV to come and play in the garden. So saying, no, this dearly though we love you, son, we're going to watch this. So yeah, summers I always spent watching cricket, playing cricket at a very sort of amateurish level when I was a kid, and then I sort of drifted out of playing through no real sort of basically the school I went to. If you'd been to the junior school attached to the school, you'd had reasonable coaching. I hadn't had any sort of formal coaching, and they weren't really interested in training people from scratch. So I would sort of play in the nets. I'd play house second team cricket. In fact, captain my team to the house second team.
Congratulations.
4 wickets in the key game, 4 for 31, I think it was. Bowling leg spin, and which I can't do now. But it was only really at university where I started taking it slightly more seriously. But I moved down to London, started working, didn't really have time for it, and then it was only, I think, which year was the South Africa tour here? Was that 2011? 2012. So it must have been 2012. And I met Charlie Campbell, who runs the Authors Cricket Club here, watching. England got bowled out fairly cheaply on the first day, I think, of that
That's
test.
the Hashim Amla 100
Yeah,
game.
thankfully I missed that.
Okay.
So I think England bowled out for, I don't know, it feels like around about 200. It clearly wasn't enough on the first day. And he sort of invited me to, come along and play with us. And then, because I suddenly had a bit of money, I was able to pay for coaching. And it turns out a little bit of coaching goes a really long way in cricket. So then I went through a spell where I was playing really regularly. I was playing 3 and 4 games a week, playing for the Authors. I played for Hutton in the Essex League, Hutton 5th to be clear. I played for the Rainmen, who another pretty low-level travelling side. Had a great time, and then I basically over-bowled, had some problems with my right shoulder, properly did it diving to stop a boundary on a slope, so I flipped over on it. I heard this pop. Kept bowling on it for a year, which probably not the right thing to do. Then had to have surgery. And so having been sort of an off spinner who batted sort of 7 or 8, I couldn't bowl during the rehab. And they said, why didn't you open the batting? Turns out much better at that. Wish I'd been doing that from the start. and then it suddenly became I got my first 50, and then it was like, maybe I could actually get a century. I got it on my 46th birthday.
Amazing.
117 not out. First 50 off 37 balls. Sunderland won the FA Cup in 1937. I'm a Sunderland fan. Bring up a ton off 73 balls. Sunderland won the FA Cup in 1973. And you still think, I've just finished.
Were you aware of that as you were approaching the milestone?
No, not a clue.
Okay, so it's only something you worked out later.
Well, obviously I went straight over to the scorer to check the details. 21 fours in that innings. No sixes. Very, very safe innings, despite being quite quick.
How did you bring up the milestone?
So the ball before the mine, I was on 96, and they had a young off spinner. Got an outside edge, was dropped behind, and then the next ball he dropped it short, and I smashed it to the square leg boundary. 1 bounce 4.
Amazing.
And you saw the long up coming. I was like, this is great. Don't miss your chance. Now you've had one life. Don't miss your chance here. But then the thing was, actually my motivation sort of disappeared after that. It turned out that was what I was clinging on for. And then I've had loads of problems with my left shoulder. So I haven't played for 3 years because I could have the surgery on my left shoulder, but it's a painful and difficult process. And obviously with work and things, it's not always easy.
So what's your relationship like with watching the professional game? Because as a professional sports journalist that focuses on a different sport, I imagine the lens through which you view a football game is always going to be different to watching cricket, where you're not having to file copy it on the whistle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, football, I'm not bad at switching off watching football. So if I'm watching Sunderland, I mean, basically I hate working on Sunderland. I get too tense, and then it's very hard to write. So going to Sunderland games, that feels very much as a fan, but it's much more relaxing coming to cricket. I tend not to go to internationals. I don't want to be in another big crowd. I like going to county games. I had a spell when after the 100 had started, and the 100 it's not for me, but one day cup going to the outgrounds, so going to these grounds I'd never been to before. I loved doing that. Had 6 or 7 good years of going to 3 or 4 games a year. So I went down to the Isle of Wight for the first game of first class cricket there, which was Hants v Nottinghamshire, I think. So yeah, made a point of going to that. Been to Scarborough I think 4 times now, which I say I don't like big crowds, but Scarborough you can sort of tolerate. It's a bit different. So yeah, the outground is what I really like. Just that sense of quiet and peace. But the only game I've been to this year was at Lords, so even Lords is quite peaceful.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just have a very different atmosphere, even at a ground like the Keir Oval. You have the crowds are increasingly healthy year on year, but still, even when there's 6,500 people here versus 25,000 here for a test match, the vibe is completely different.
Completely different. You sort of sit where you want. If it's something annoying sitting near you move. It's fine. You wander off and get a drink or get something to eat. And I had my stag do here, which was last year. So there was, I think it was 80 odd of us here at one point.
80.
Well, part of the idea was, I don't know. I seem to be somebody who has developed a series of kind of quite good friends who are not particularly close mates. And obviously, there's a limit at a wedding how many you can invite. So I thought, what can I do that, I can just say everybody, no pressure. I'm not expecting you to splash out on a flight anywhere or kind of commit to a weekend of crazed debauchery. Come and watch over Yorkshire. So yeah, we came here. Went
after tea as well. So
yeah, which a lot of people came from the north and took advantage. Went for a curry afterwards. Went to the pub after that. It was a really, really nice day.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much cricket was actually watched, but a lot of fun was had by a lot of people, and also people who'd never been to cricket before were suddenly, hang on, this is what it's like. Yeah, well, you're allowed to just sit and watch sport and have a drink and a chat, and the sport sort of goes on, and if it becomes engaging, you engage in it. If it's not, you're allowed to drift off. Yeah,
it's really interesting how people have increasingly firm views on what the gateway drug is to get people into Test cricket, say. One of my best mates is someone who didn't pay attention to cricket at all until 2019, and obviously World Cup, Headingley Test match, etc. That's what piqued his interest, but what maintained it was going to county cricket. So even in the COVID year, I think from memory, by the end of that summer, some fans are allowed in, and that's what started his love for cricket. And then he gets a Surrey membership, and that allows you to go to basically everything. But it was the county championship stuff that he was like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
This is the perfect level of interest in what's going on, atmosphere. And also I think here especially, there's something quite special of having this tranquility so close to the centre of London.
That's true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah,
you're right off the busy Northern Line.
Yeah,
you're 20-minute walk from even less than that from Vauxhall Bridge. So I think to have this peace so centrally in London is a very cool thing, and I think people increasingly appreciate that. Do you follow the England men's team at all?
Yeah, I do. I mean, they are still the side I probably watch most, but
yeah.
I tend to watch it on TV. It just seems like a lot of money. And also, to be honest, I mean, I'm at a phase of my career where I guess I'm kind of cashing in on the work I've already done. So kind of I'm doing a lot of work at the minute. It's I think I've maybe had in total, including weekends, I've maybe had 6 days off this year. So committing a day, spending 180 quid or whatever to commit a day to, if there was a game here that really made me think I'm not sure this is for me anymore, it was the game when Simon Kerrigan just kept bowling full tosses at Shane Watson. It was a really hot day. Which side was I? I was square the wicket. It was really tight. I think it's probably sorry, what's that side of the ground called?
Well, the SSE Energy Solutions stand. But we call it the gas holder side.
Would that have been the Peter May before? Is that what it was?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was in there before the redevelopment, and it was really tight. The sun was belting down, and it was just and everybody around me was absolutely hammered, and it was like I'm not really enjoying this. So that's when I thought, no, like if my mates are going to a test and they say, "Oh, do you want to?" Yeah, I will go, but I'm not going to be the first mover. Whereas county cricket, Yeah, and I hope the next sort of 5-6 years, make my money. As I enter my late 50s, calm down, and then hopefully there's more county cricket on the horizon.
What did you make of, I suppose, the last 8 or 9 months of English cricket from November the 21st to the present day?
Well, just chaotic and a bit embarrassing in some ways. I mean, I found the whole Bazball thing. There were moments when basically when it was going well, I loved it. When it was going badly, I hated it. But even when it was going well, I sort of felt a bit cheap. You know, it's sort of like, no, come on, it's not meant to be like this. Go back to how it was in the 80s. So, yeah, there was times, you know, winning in Pakistan, having conceded 550 first innings, is amazing. Clearly, it's amazing. You know, England racking up massive scores against Australia. Johnny Bairstow going mad, amazing. But this sense of kind of, there's a consequence for this. You can't do this. There's a reason why cricket isn't played or has not historically been played like this. And you saw that in the collapses, the sort of, and just a sense of emptiness. I don't know, I mean, I'm sure it wasn't a lack of commitment, but the sense that people were not committing enough of themselves, that they were giving their wickets away cheaply. And I found it a bit of a turn off, and I wasn't glad to see the way it ended, because I revere Ben Stokes. Although it would have been nice if he'd done a little bit better in the One Day Cup, and maybe if he bowled a bit better, we could have beaten Middlesex in that semi-final. So he was obviously in a state of some distress by the time it came to an end. So yeah, that was uncomfortable to see. But I think probably for the best that did end. And then it's been nice this test, sort of seeing proper bowlers playing properly.
Yeah, I do wonder, obviously we're only one day into that test series, I do wonder that it might be a series where England don't learn a lot. I think if you look at the 9 World Test Championship teams, Pakistan probably, they could well be ranked 9th at the end of this series. I think they have the weakest of the 9 bowling attacks, and they've got a particularly flimsy tail that Josh Tongue is going to enjoy bowling to. So I think there's a world in which you look at that England seam attack and say that that's actually as stable as it's looked in a long time.
I mean, the problem is it's a bit samey. I guess that's the criticism you'd have.
But a different kind of way to previous England attacks that were samey. Yes,
sure. But I mean, they're all right armers, they're all seamers. There's no, I guess Jofra's a bit different, but yeah. But I think what's been frustrating as well is partly every time England played New Zealand, I always look at New Zealand and think they seem to absolutely maximise talent, and England seem to do their best to minimise it. But then also seeing Bangladesh win in Australia, just think, it turns out if you play proper cricket against Australia, they're not that good. And you sort of think England missed such a massive opportunity last year. But it was, I really enjoyed that, watching Bangladesh. Having gone into that series thinking, I really hope we don't get humiliated here. Was it 57 they bowled out for in that last warm-up game?
54, their best seam bowler, Nahid Rana, was injured
out,
too.
But then obviously they bowled very well in favourable conditions, but then they batted properly. Weren't trying to score at 8 and over, and it turns out you can still get 400 and win a game.
But also were adaptable in that they were reasonably aggressive towards Nathan Lyon, and neutering him was quite a big part of why they were able to bat. They didn't allow him to bowl a really long spell, basically. So it was just good, adaptable Test cricket. Stuart Broad and Joss Butler interviewed Ben Stokes recently on their podcast, and I thought there was quite an interesting bit where Stokes was talking about the several difficult aspects of being a captain, and he said that dealing with the media was one of the harder jobs. And Stuart Broad, formerly a player under Stokes but now part of the media, he interjects and says actually he thought that the media gave England at times a very easy ride. Comparing the two media ecosystems, football versus cricket, do you think that was true at times? If I go back to the 23 Ashes first day at Edgbaston, England's declaration was objectively unorthodox, and knives weren't necessarily out. There was criticism from some quarters, and I'm going to put myself into this category as well. There were people who just enjoyed it. It's like this is incredible entertainment. This is not something we've seen before. This is exciting, and they probably didn't get as much criticism and scrutiny then as I'd imagine, I have no idea actually what the football equivalent would be to declaring on day one. Just voluntarily taking a player off the pitch for the sake of it.
Which Brian Clough did do in a League Cup game. I think it was Forest against Crystal Palace. And it was when Palace were in a very long ball phase. And Clough, to make a point, substitute Steve Hodge for nobody. So they could win it with 10.
And did they?
Oh, yeah. I think they were 3-0 up at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't. Do you think that the media ecosystems are noticeably different between football and cricket? Obviously, football's a far bigger sport.
Yeah, I mean, they are different, definitely, and for obvious reasons. I mean, I think probably the biggest one is that the World Cup maybe slightly alters this, but the club game is so much more significant in football than the county game is in cricket, that you can't make a career covering just, I'm assuming, people can't really make a massive career, maybe it's a better way of putting it, covering county cricket. Whereas, I mean, I think I've watched England play live 3 times since 2010, 4 times since 2010. I know I cover other international football, but basically my job is Premier League, Champions League. So I think the focus on the international team is greater, which obviously then changes the dynamic. I think the really sort of, I guess there's 2 things going on. So maybe the specific thing with that declaration is when Bazball first came in, there was a lot of excitement around it, and it was sort of like, what if this works? What if England have just reinvented the wheel? What if this is the great tactical evolution that the game's been waiting for, and this is going to catapult England to new heights? And I'm outside the cricket media, obviously, so you'd have to talk to people who were in it, like yourself. But I still got the sense that people didn't know quite how to take that declaration of, might this be genius? There's no precedent to kind of know how to react to it. Whereas, for instance, it's a very different tactical move, but Thomas Tuchel retreating and going into a siege against Argentina with England 1-0 up. We'd seen that a million times before. We knew it didn't work. So why have you done this again? We knew exactly what to write. But the other thing I think, and this is always quite hard to judge with the football media now, but the sort of real vicious days of the tabloids of the mid-90s, I think it was when it reached, or early to mid-90s was when it reached its peak. They've gone. Like, the landscape has changed. But it's hard to know how much they've gone, because the England football team has been better in the last sort of decade or so, consistently, than it has for, going right back to Alf Ramsey. So if this turns, if that substitution against Argentina does begin this sort of slow collapse of Thomas Tuchel, maybe we'll see more of that viciousness. So it's hard to compare whether football would be harder if it were required. But the truth is, it just hasn't really been required recently. And a lot of my sense with the England football stuff is the people who are doing the job actually know that Tuchel's job's really difficult. There's loads of things getting in the way, and they're too smart, they're too sensible to sort of call out, absolutely slam him, because they know that wouldn't be fair. And that probably exists in the cricket media. When you're close to stuff, you see all the, we know he's got a slight hamstring, so we couldn't really play him. We know he doesn't get on with him, and we know there's pressure to do this, or there's financial pressures, or that suddenly the game's having to fit in around all these other competitions. And I think that awareness now of just how difficult the job of leading an international team is probably has come to outweigh the instinctive viciousness you'd see 30 years ago.
I mean, on the Stokes declaration at Edgbaston, I think part of it is that cricket historically, I mean, think of Shane Warne as being the archetype of this type of figure. Cricket reveres and places a lot of importance on in-game mind games, right? Things that don't actually make a lot of sense, but doing something just to mess with the other guy.
Yeah.
And even though that declaration from mapping out a route to victory didn't make sense, you got your best player in the form of his life, 110 not out, and you're taking him out. That doesn't make any sense. But doing something that might mess with the other team is something that I suppose is more of a thing in cricket.
But I think there's also that problem that you want innovative captains, I mean, I did cover cricket briefly, 2003 to 2006. Not the worst period to cover it, to be honest. And there was criticism then, even in a successful period for England, of the sort of the lack of imagination of captaincy. Was it 2003 I started? I mean, Nasser was still the captain when I started. So when did he leave captaincy?
He leaves one test into the 2003 series against Africa.
Was that at Durham?
No, I think it was at Lords.
There was a Durham test where he didn't open with Harmison, and I remember sort of this general chuntering of, why are you not giving the local boys a chance with a tail up and the local crowd and everything, and the sort of sense of following a script and everything being very much by rote. So there's this demand for innovation, and I think there is a realisation that obviously not all innovation is good, but if you're demanding innovation, you're not going to get 10 out of 10. And if you get 7 out of 10, that's probably pretty good. So you therefore have to tolerate the 3. So I suspect, that's not to say you can't criticise anyone. I think that declaration clearly is in retrospect, is an instance where criticism was due. But I think there probably was a degree of sympathy there of, he's taken a risk. We don't hammer him for taking a risk because we don't want that sort of second-guessing element to come in if he's taking risks in the future.
I also think captaincy more generally is something that is so hard to give punditry on, because it's so easy to just do it purely on did that thing work, and there are so many variables involved.
Well, and management in football as well, exactly the same. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
And I think sometimes that, especially when you're here watching a 4-day game, I think your default reaction sometimes is that captains aren't being innovative enough. Partly, I think that's born out of your own impatience.
Yeah,
because you've seen a session drift and it's 80 for 1 from 27 overs. You're like, that is basically as boring as it gets from the game state changing. I'm just conscious that I think we've just heard the bell go, so we're probably just 5 or so minutes away from the resumption of play. Jonathan, the Premier League starts tomorrow. Who's going to win it?
Arsenal, I'm afraid.
I ask as an Arsenal fan.
Yeah, well, because I'm very happy to tell you Arsenal are going to win it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the strongest team last year, I think they've got stronger, and there's so much uncertainty at so many other rivals, whether it's change of managers or... Yeah, I mean, Villa, I thought were looking quite good to be sort of top 3 or 4, and then suddenly Esri Konsa's being sold, and it looks like Ollie Watkins might go as well. So, yeah, all of Arsenal's rivals have loads of doubts. I think it'll take them time to settle, but we saw how poor City were in the Community Shield. Arsenal look great, so... Why would they not win it and win it quite comfortably? Why
do you think that with all the money that exists in the Premier League at the moment, it's relatively short on star power, both in terms of the player pool and also the managers? I mean, if you look at the World Cup, did the rounds at the time, if you looked at the attackers of the 4 teams that got to the semi-finals, none of them play in the Premier League, even though 3 of them were English. And then also when you look at the managers, there's no superstar manager where we've had loads of them for the last decade.
Yeah, I mean, I think to an extent with the managers, it's slightly coincidence that Guardiola went last season, Klopp the season before that. That will happen every now and again. Although this is the first season in 40 years without any of Ferguson, Wenger, Mourinho, Klopp, Guardiola. So it does feel like the big beasts have gone. I think occasionally you do just get phases like that. With the players, I think there's 2 things going on. So one is just a cultural thing that a lot of best players in the world come from South America, and instinctively their first protocol will be a Spanish-speaking country, i.e. Spain, or even Portugal would feel more culturally similar. So I think it's partly that. But I think the Premier League is just really, really brutal. I think it's really tough.
And do you think that the best players in the world now realise that? So just actually I kind of don't need that.
Yeah. Why would you not go? I mean, you look at PSG, they've basically signed Luca Dean from Villa to be their league left back, and then Nuno Mendes can play in the Champions League. And that's why, when PSG are playing brilliant football in March, April, May, and everybody's like, why do the Premier League teams not play that? Well, because they're knackered. They've all played 40 games at incredibly high intensity against good opposition, whereas the best will in the world, PSG, when they're playing anybody who's not sort of Marseille, Lyon, Lens, it's a pretty easy game for them, and they can rest players. I think that Champions League final, I think the stat was Arsenal had 10 players or maybe it must be 9 players who'd played 10 games or more. 9 9 players have played 30 games or more that season, and PSG didn't have any.
How are you supposed to be? I mean, I find it quite interesting from an Arsenal point of view. The way in which they recruit now is just so unashamedly, we need at least 2 players per position, where there's not actually that much difference. I think the idea of a first 11
it just doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist for
well, I think you look at the signings Arsenal made last summer. They brought in 7 players. Norgold's already gone. Of the other 6, I'd say Eze will definitely stay, and Mosquera, who's what is he, 22 now?
Yeah.
So a young, very promising centre back, he will stay. The other 4, I think, Kepa, I'm pretty sure will go. The other 3 could go. They've become expendable. That doesn't mean they were bad signings. They were bought specifically for this purpose you're saying, to kind of make the squad deep enough. They can sustain the intensity. They can cope with injuries. And now the next phase of a squad building is to upgrade those players. So I think it's a really interesting phase we're now in terms of squad building. But also the Premier League, it's got a bit of a problem, because part of its USP is it is brutal. It is really difficult. And I think last season was a great example of it, because Wolves weren't great, but they weren't as bad as the 3 relegated teams the previous season. And Wolves came from 2-0 down to draw with Arsenal. There are no easy games. It's a cliche, but it's true. Whereas other leagues, there really are some easy games.
Yeah.
But also that lack of respite means that by the time you get to the latter stage of the Champions League, English teams always do very well in the group stage. By the time you get to the latter stage, English teams are knackered, fundamentally.
The other thing that I find quite interesting at the moment is I don't really understand PSR. But in the last few years, it feels like there's such a premium on younger players, and the transfer fees associated with younger players, I just don't really understand. I kind of think, again, looking at what Arsenal have done recently, is they've just picked, again, people describe them as older players. They're not that old. Like 28-year-olds, people go, that's a lot of money to spend a 28-year-old. It's like, we could get 5-6 years out of a guy at the very top level for that.
Yeah, so I mean, I think there was a bit of a belief, even physically, that players in their late 20s were struggling with the demands of pressing. Now, I'm not convinced by that, but that definitely was a trend of thought in the game. PSR's now gone. We've now got SCR, which is exciting. We can all get used to squad cost ratio.
Okay.
So you can basically spend up to 70% of your income on wages. Is fundamentally what it's slightly more complex than that, which I think will benefit essentially the richer teams, or the teams with richer owners. But it also means there's less of a premium on resale value. So whereas I think with PSR, teams were really looking at, okay, we sign him sign him for 50 million age 24, flog him on at 30 for 20 million or 15 million. That's actually okay PSR wise, which is why there was a real reluctance to sign players who were 27, 28, 29, because 3 or 4 years into their contract, their value plummets. So I think we'll see the end of, or certainly a diminution of that trend, because of this switch from PSR to SCR.
And how do you reckon your beloved Sunderland will get on?
I'm anxious, frankly, because European football for the first time in my lifetime.
Oh wow!
So I'm excited by that. They've only signed 1 player. It looked like we'd signed 2, but Matelier yesterday, some problem with medical. He's had to go back to France for further tests. I think there will be 2 or 3 more signings before the end of the month, before the window closes. But I think there'll be strains on that squad that were not there last season. Hopefully stay up and hopefully have a bit of a run at the Europa League. Anything else is a bonus.
Has a draw been done yet for who you're going to play?
No. Which is I can't wait to find out where I'm going on holiday.
Have you got a hit list of where you want to go?
Well, there was a Newcastle chant when they were doing well in the Champions League of, have you ever seen a Macam in Milan? And I'd really like to go to Milan and beat AC Milan, just to ram that back down their throats.
Well, with that dream and desire, Jonathan, I think we'll call it a day there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Through the lunch break. The clouds have cleared, so we are going to get underway at the previously advertised restart time of 1:25. Notts will resume 41 for 5 in the 19th over. Tom Laws, he's picked up 2 for 8 from his 3.5 overs so far. He will resume to Ben Martindale, 23-year-old on first-class debut, who's yet to get off the mark. He's faced just 3 deliveries so far. And Surrey It's probably their best bowling performance of the season. Just 1 win in 8 so far in 2026, closer to the drop zone than they are to the top of the table. Just 1 win in those 8 games, but with Worrell, Fisher, Laws and Clark, they pretty much have their best seam attack available to them, and they have been brilliant today. Worrell and Fisher set the tone first up with a new ball, but they've been well backed up by the change options in Laws and Clark. That is everything from me and Jonathan. Adam Collins will take you through the opening stages of the second session.
Great stuff. Yas Rana, Jonathan Wilson, 41 for 5. We resume midway through this successful over. Laws is in the book twice. Surrey had a brilliant hour and a half before the rain interruption. Martindale on debut. 3 slips behind him, leaving alone. Adam Collins with you. Cam Steele jumping in with me as that over is now complete. A wicket maiden from Laws, who was wayward to begin. 8 runs from his first over. Next 3 runs have picked up 2 wickets without further concession. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Colo. Surrey in the hot seat, prime position. Matt Fisher is going to come back into the attack from the pavilion end. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions, powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farm.
You know, Daniel Norcross and I often say about this, when these former players get involved and end up being very good at ball by ball, doing things like that, reading ads, you'll take our jobs. Here is Fisher. In here, off the hip to mid-wicket where there won't be a single. So Fisher was immaculate, picked up 2 wickets early. The huge top-order scalps of Hasib Hamid and Joe Clark both caught behind the wicket. And gosh, the catching was exceptional. Pope's already snared 3 of them at second slip. The first 2 low, the third diving and athletic. A reminder of his all-round talents. Ollie Pope, he's been such a presence at second slip for such a long time now. Now the bug at the bottom of the screen's yet to update, but I can tell you that just in terms of playing conditions, so we're into the 20th over. The score remains the same, but the session here is a monster session, 2 hours and 35 minutes. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, regardless of how many overs are remaining. So with rain having affected play, we revert to time. And then the final session, we won't lose any time as such because they took lunch about 15 minutes after the rain started. So we'll still get the full 96 provided there's no further rain. Squared up again. Doesn't take Fisher long. First run for Verena from the 15th ball that he's faced. So if the weather behaves, and I say that, I can see some rain right now. Indeed, I can see the ground staff making their way to the middle, and there's going to be an interruption. So much for if there's no more rain today. Apologies for that. Happened very quickly, and now it's coming very heavily, I'm afraid.
Squall coming from nowhere. We've been asking for rain for the last 2 months, and then suddenly we're getting it unexpectedly as soon as the festival of red ball cricket starts.
I'm not really a radar guy. Like I sort of work on the assumption that in any commentary team or cricket dressing room I'm in, someone else will take care of that. Our commentary czar behind us here, John Surtees, he's a weather app guy. He's a weather app guy big time, and he thought all good. I'm going to get a thumbs up, thumbs down from him about what's going on here. Thumbs down, so things have deteriorated on the apps.
Well, the weather app guy in the Surrey dressing room is Dan Lawrence, usually.
Oh, right.
And he is obviously away, so...
Who might be his deputy? Who's got the personality type to be scrolling through on one of the more modern, fancy rain apps, do you think?
I actually don't know. He's been so good at it over the last few seasons. He's very rarely wrong when it comes to... He's one of those guys with about 10 weather apps.
Yeah. There's the one that tells you which minute it's meant to stop, isn't there?
But I think that was Dark Skies.
Right.
Dark Skies, and there was AccuWeather as well. I mean, the groundsman will be all over it with proper radars, I'd imagine.
No, that's true.
Whatever that is, whatever that means.
Do you have to pay more for the proper radar? Is this like when journalists get access to the police scanners? Like, is there something going on here? Anyway, let us know. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. The big sheet is making its way out from the gasometer side of the ground staff struggling a bit with it, but here it comes, and it does feel like we're destined to have a delay only 4 balls after the resumption. We had some lovely weather leading into that period of time. They got the covers off, the sun was shining, and now we will pause. So, score from here, 42 for 5. They didn't update the scoreboard. Andrew Samson's looking at me saying, better get this right. Now, it's updated on here. 42 for 5. So Verena's got a run. He's off the mark. The man on first-class debut today, Ben Martindale's faced 4 deliveries yet to score. And you can see there that it was a story of seam and swing and catching before the long break. Fisher, Worrell and Laws all having their say.
And all the catches behind the wicket as well. Pope with 3 stunning catches. The third one in particular, I was stood at the back of the commentary box and let out an expletive because it was that good. But the bowling has been immaculate, looking like the Surrey of what we've become accustomed to over the last 3 seasons. Worrell up the top doing what he does. Fisher looking in fine form. And Clark and Laws backing them up beautifully. Laws picking up 2 for himself.
So with the rain coming down and the sheets being laid, we'll just take a beat here. With some luck, the rain will stop. We'll get a resumption time. That'll appear on the bottom of your screen. And it'll be Cam Steele and me, Adam Collins, to take you through the middle session. I know we've had 4 balls of it, but it'll feel like the session is starting, hopefully sometime soon, with Nottinghamshire now 42 for 5. Welcome back to the Kia Oval. As you can see on the bottom of the screen, it's going to be a 2 p.m. resumption. Huzzah, that's 90 seconds from now, thereabouts. There were 4 balls before the latest rain delay. There was 1 run added to the Knots tally. We went to lunch about 35 minutes early, so that bit's out of the way. 42 for 5, an outstanding session for Surrey before the long break. Verena got himself off the mark, and then the rain came tumbling down for about 15 minutes. But the clean-up job is complete. Matt Fisher, in a moment from now, will continue his 6th over, picking up 2 wickets earlier today. He'll be bowling to the debutant Martindale. Adam Collins with you. Former Surrey star Cam Steele with me. Good afternoon again, Cam.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure star is quite the right vocabulary for it. But
I'm going
lovely
with
to
it.
be here. Thank you.
Yep. So to run through the new playing conditions, because they've been amended a little bit. Remarkably, we get to lose any time, which is great. We will take tea at 4:20, light it up. So that's a 2-hour 20 session here. Then there'll be a 20-minute pause for tea in the usual way. And then play will continue until it needs to continue to get 96 overs done. So a massive 76.3 overs left today, provided rain or bad light doesn't intervene. And I don't know, we've talked about rain apps and whatever else, but does feel like it's a bit gloomy for a while yet. Here's Fisher to Martindale. Oh, first ball past the edge on the angle. Steering across him. Your first time walking out in a first-class match, Cam, do you remember that experience of walking out to bat for the first time at this level?
Do university games count?
Yes, it's first-class game.
I think it was against Derby.
Yep.
In 2013. Yeah, very cold. It was end of March, I think. Mark Foote was playing for them on quite quickly.
So you were playing for, is this where you're playing for?
Durham
Uni, and you were playing against Derby.
Against Derby.
Got it, okay. Well, still, that's as a student, that's a significant.
It was Shivnarine Chanderpaul played that game.
Yep.
But yeah, of course, nerves and everything. But my first proper first-class game was for Durham County this time against Gloucester, and that was nerve-wracking but very enjoyable.
First championship game.
That's the better terminology.
You'll upset a lot of people that have got first-class caps in uni games only by saying that otherwise. On the drive, and that'll get him off the mark in first-class cricket. Martindale with a square drive for a couple. 44 for 5. Completes the rain-interrupted Fisher over. So there have been consecutive overs interrupted by rain. That can't happen too often. 20 overs gone here. Maybe Samo can find out. So you've it feels like you're looking up a scorecard here, Cam.
No. I was just thinking, as you said, that Ben Martindale getting off the mark in championship cricket.
Yep.
I remember Jeremy Lloyd's, who unfortunately passed away a few years ago, was the umpire at one end, and he said to me, "No one can ever take those away from you." So exactly the same to Ben Martindale.
Good on you, Ben. Lovely moment. I'm sure his family are watching, taking this in. He made 100 against Kent in the Metro Bank about a month ago, 3 weeks ago. And now he gets the chance to get off the mark as a 23-year-old making his way in the professional game. Andrew Samson.
I hope his father's watching. His father played for Notts, first-class cricket between 1985 and 1991. Duncan.
So Worrell's back into the attack. Gentle to start. Catches it on the half volley, Verena. His first boundary in turn. How many fixtures or how many first-class games did his dad play, Samo?
Yeah, his dad played 55 games. He's a batsman without doing a lot. Got 400s and average 24.
Excellent. So that change of bowler for SSE Energy Solutions, powered by them. Powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farm. Thank you, SSE Energy Solutions. Sam?
And Carl Verena's just got to 1,000 county championship runs in his career.
Excellent statage from you, Samo. Of course, a member of that championship winning team last year, Carl Verena, out here at the Oval. Do you remember your first-class runs? Well, let's go with the university game first. Do you remember how they came to pass?
I don't remember.
Interesting. Maybe it's because your career, of course, went on to include professional cricket at multiple counties, but like given the nerves that would have been associated when you walked out that day, Shivnarine Chanderpaul in the Oppo, playing against a first-class county, that the runs haven't sort of stuck with you? I'm going to get Andrew Samson to find out what the story was there. He'll find the ball-by-ball recap. What about your maiden first-class wicket, perhaps?
I think that was Gareth Breeze, and I reckon I bowled a full toss, and it got caught out on the boundary.
They all count.
They all count.
Was that in that game in question, or was that in the Durham?
That was in the Durham versus Durham game, the second first-class game that I played in.
Your first class runs were off the third ball of the day, or footed. You got a 2.
There we go.
Great.
There you go.
Probably an inside edge, or an edge, or a drop catch, or something.
Push through the covers.
They were a lovely quirk, the university games. That one about, was it Sam Robson's got the earliest recorded 100 in England by dint of getting a ton. Was it? It was ridiculously early. It was like the second week of March or something like that.
It was one of the quirks of the universities as well. I'm pretty sure Ben Martindale's at Nottingham University, and because they don't have an MCCU system, that he won't have played in the university games if they were still first class.
Yep. Yeah, they've been since relegated, haven't they, from that status? I thought it was quite charming that there was this other way of playing first-class cricket in England that wasn't strictly county cricket. But, yeah, I guess time moves on with these things. There are players that, if you go back a couple of generations, there was a really good book written by Tom Hicks, who was a prolific club cricketer and minor counties cricketer with Dorset. But he did have a first-class career because in those days, in the late 90s and early 2000s, if you, as the over concludes here, 48 for 5, if you played for Oxford or Cambridge, you'd have a full first-class agenda. It wouldn't just be the varsity game. You'd play 6 or 8 first-class games a year. So you'd have a bit of a first-class season with not sort of outside the system, as it were. But, yeah, we're probably 10 or 15 years beyond that now.
Yeah, my friends from uni like to remind me that they have better bowling and batting averages than me in first-class cricket, which I'm not sure is particularly tough, but yeah, they often like to tell me about that.
So you were in the MCCU, or was it the UCCE?
MCCU.
MCCU. So you were presumably attending that university with an eye to being a professional cricketer, or was it?
I was on the books at Middlesex at the time.
Right.
So in the old summer contract.
Yep.
But yes, I was aiming to be a professional cricketer, very much so, and I chose Durham because of Foxy Fowler. But to be honest, I don't remember my first runs, but I do remember that morning at Derby. I don't know what it would have been called then. Was it the AAA county ground now?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Hitting with his Duncan Fernley.
Good leave.
Yeah, hitting catches from probably the other side of the field, getting the keeper to underarm them to him, real old school fielding drill, and just creaming them up in the air, and people with bruised fingers, hands, hot spots that are going to stay with you for the season. It was. Yeah. I remember every county team that we used to play would be like, "Oh, glad we're not on, glad we're not playing for you guys," and that wasn't because we were terrible either.
In that era when there was the resourcing put into the university teams, would you have I suppose there were players like you who were summer contracted elsewhere, but were there guys who were simply going to that university who would trial to play in that team and who might have earned first-class honours that way?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Matt Milnes did that way, who's playing at Kent now. He, former Notts player as well, came through Durham Uni, bowled really well in those first-class games, got some trials at Durham, and then ended up signing at Notts out of university.
And even to get into those teams, I suppose I'm asking about, to play in the university team, there'd still be space for someone who was just going to the university, you know what I mean? Like going there for academic reasons, not sporting reasons, who played cricket and tried to make it not just as a player in one of the teams, but to play for the team that would play.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
All the time.
Yeah.
I think there was one point where there was 25% of professional cricketers had come through the UCCE or MCCU system. It's
well played. Looks organised. Martindale.
Yeah, I spent some time with Ben Martindale at a an event run by the PCA a couple of years ago. It was an entrepreneurship day, and he's a very smart young man, good fella, works hard at his game, and I imagine is a fairly exciting prospect for Notts. He bowls as well. Saw him bowling in the warm-ups. Not sure if he's been kept out of bowling because of any injuries or whatever, but he's not bowled loads in List A or T20 cricket.
Ends the over 48 for 5, Samo.
Sam Robson was the first to score a first-class century in March in England. So that was on 31st of March 2012. It's not the earliest date. There's been some on the 26th of March since then, but he was the first to score a first-class 100 in March. Middlesex against Durham University in 2012. So there you go.
That wasn't your era there, was it? We were,
you were 2014.
2014, right.
24, yeah.
I read a manuscript of a novel recently for a friend, which deals with that actually. It deals with that world of being a student trying to make it as a professional cricketer. Feels like it must have been an intense experience for those of you who were, well, a bit different again if you were signed already, but trying to make it, trying to bash the door down when you're a little bit older, a little bit off not the pathway necessarily, but, you know, if you're not the sort of prodigious talent that's been snapped up at age 17, you have to scrap hard for that first professional deal.
I think it's a quirk in England's system where Australia is probably slightly stronger, where you can make it so much later in Australia through grade cricket and the systems that are built around the cricket ecosystem, and the grassroots level is such a higher standard than league cricket in England, where almost if you don't make it, if you don't get a contract between before you're 21 really in England, it's pretty hard to make it. Obviously it's not impossible, and people do now. People still do, but it is much tougher if you're not coming off an academy or through a trialling system.
It's more an interesting observation when you consider what that says about the standing of Premier cricket, right? Like in Australia, there are a concentration of talent through states, but also through top flight club cricket in the major capital cities, where we've got lots of Premier Leagues here. So I wonder whether that's the psychology of it, whether that devalues it to an extent from the professional clubs. I'm not sure. You'd have a handle on that. But how do you think club cricket is interpreted here compared to the way it's interpreted in, say, in Perth, where you came through the ranks?
It's a great question. Do you mean in terms of how professional cricketers view club cricket?
And how clubs and how those making decisions would weight runs made in club cricket here versus what a series of centuries might mean when playing in the Perth district cricket comp that you came through?
I would say if you're making runs as a 26-year-old plus in the league here, you're probably not getting noticed by any clubs. That's just the reality of it, whether that's right or wrong.
Yep. Oh, shape from Worrell, back of a length, but every ball requires a good decision from Verena here.
But take that to Australia, and if you're playing grade cricket and scoring 1,000 runs a season, you're still a chance of playing state cricket. And I think it's why so many guys continue to play into their 30s and play really seriously. It's the training 3 times a week. It's paying for coaching outside of your actual job, which could be literally anything. I mean, a lot of guys, one of the best parts about going to Australia for a youngster is training like a professional.
Oh, so close on that leave, seeing Worrell bananaing it around away from the right-hander through the over, and the one that holds its line, that's class. Ultimately a decent leave on length. But the challenge that Worrell possesses wide on the crease is a considerable one. 48 for 5 remains the score. So interesting how you're framing it up there about that environment of club cricket there, having that, that professional tenor to it.
I wouldn't even say the standard is that good.
Yep.
It's more the way that everyone treats it.
Okay.
Like the classic calling it Sydney Test cricket.
Yeah.
People take it so seriously, and the sledging is such that there's an intensity to it that makes it feel it's a challenge regardless of how good you are or how high your skill level is.
Speaking of bananaing it and good leaves, Martindale has got that just right, but that wasn't going above the stumps, put it that way.
High class bowling from Matt Fisher. He has been on song today. I said before lunch that he's just got a spring in his step today. The energy levels look really high, confident. Got a little bit of the Surrey strut about him.
You know what he looks like? He looks like an England bowler. You know what I mean? Like there's that sense when an England bowler comes back to county cricket. Fisher's got that feel today. And that's exactly what he is, of course. He played Test cricket this summer, released from the squad last night, but he's carrying himself with that seniority, that status.
Well said. And what a challenge it is for young Martindale as well. He got a taste of what Frankie Worrell can do in the One Day Cup against the new ball. He opened the batting in that game. But this is a pretty mighty challenge for him today on debut against the likes of Worrell, Fisher, Laws and Clark.
Yeah, that idea that the two systems provide a finishing school for the other country, right? So if you're a young England player, you really want to get out and experience what you're describing there in top flight club cricket in Oz, and the same applies the other way, right, where young Aussie cricketers will want to get a sense of how conditions are different over here.
Definitely.
And they'll want to come out here and ideally make a lot of runs.
Yeah, nowhere else in the world do you get to play 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah.
So each has its strengths, each have their weaknesses, but yeah, for any English youngsters tuning in, get yourself out to Australia and play some cricket.
And train a lot. Again, Fisher here with that movement after passing the stumps. You hear that from guys that go out to Australia. They go, gee, you train a lot, don't you? Yeah, that's the expectation. Tuesday, Thursday. If you miss training, good luck at selection.
Exactly.
Whereas here, maybe not quite so much. Yeah.
And look, there are different scenarios now where some bowlers need to stay in the country to get in the gym a little bit more and, you know, strengthen up their bodies, become more powerful, and hopefully give themselves the chance of playing 15, 20 years.
Well played. Confident stride forward to neutralise that movement that Fisher's getting at the moment. Meeting it with the full face of the bat and earning a couple. The man on debut looking organised. Up to 50, belatedly for Notts. 50 for 5 in the 24th over.
They have just looked a little more settled since the rain break. There's been some excellent bowling from Fisher and Worrell, but both batters have looked calm and composed, even with the prodigious movement.
The one that goes the other way, attempted to finish 50 for 5. This pair came together at 41 for 5 when Jack Haynes was the 5th in the sequence of Notts batters caught behind the wicket before lunch. Fisher getting 2 of those, Worrell 1 and Laws the 2 just before the break. So how did you order your cricket? Because obviously you were playing in Perth as a youngster and then you came out to study here, but you did the Middlesex bit. What's the sequence of events that...
Strange sequence.
Yeah, I sensed it would be.
I grew up in Somerset,
yeah,
and was on the juniors at Somerset, and then my parents emigrated to Perth.
How old were you at this point?
13.
Okay, all right. Well in behind it.
And then finished at that point in Western Australia, finished school at 17, and I came back to play for Somerset on trial, and ended up, I always knew I was going to go to Durham University, and for whatever reason ended up signing 3 years at Middlesex throughout university. Back then they had summer contracts that would run from June until the end of September.
Carved away. You can see the frustration from Worrell when he hits his thigh and his follow through. It's so rare for him to give the necessary width to cut. Does so confidently, Verena. He's 9.
Very rare miss from Dan Worrell. He's a classic keeper with his shots, Carl Verena. He won't miss out there. Tidily put away. Important to put those away when first innings runs are hard to come by here at the spicy Kia Oval.
Yeah. So did you have the flexibility to maintain, were you doing season on, season off in those early years?
Not to start, no. When I was at uni, I was full-time.
Ooh, heaps of movement, too much movement. Umpire Goff not convinced by the shout. But that surely has moved more than any other of the Worrell off-cutters today. The change-up for him. Don't know whether it might have got him on the side of the pad perhaps, or his knee even.
Thumped into it. That made a huge sound.
Not nice.
I think Dan Worrell was angling for the in-swinger there, and it's nipped off the pitch as well.
Yeah.
Good bowling. No, but I stayed at Durham Uni the entire time. It would come down to London to play for Middlesex.
Yep.
And then after finishing university, I signed at Durham, and then did pretty much every winter out in Australia playing grade cricket.
Didn't quite carry through to the gloves, but certainly beat the blade. How did you find, having had that 3-year experience with Durham, having not played in Australia, then going back to Australia, how did you feel it? Well, for you anyway, how did you experience it as a slightly older cricketer? Did you feel better able to dominate it?
Yeah, for sure. I feel as though my cricket didn't accelerate at the rate it could have if I had gone to Australia in the 3 years I was at Durham University.
Right. Or, again, chasing after one that he could have left. So he didn't need to play at that, the one before he did. That's the movement off the seam for you.
Yeah, even though the MCCU system and Graham Fowler are amazing, as well as the opportunity to play at a first-class level, or thereabouts. See, just angle away from Dan Worrell. I felt as though I was catching up a little bit in the years when I was signed at Durham County and going and playing in Australia.
And again, replica of the one that came before it. Worrell and Martindale involved in a good scrap here. 55 for 5. Still 71 overs remaining today if they can stay on the whole way through and the light behaves later in the day. So there was the play and miss from the fourth ball where it was pitching in line with the off stump and he had to cover that line. But the two that followed, he was trying to get the pressure release driving on the up and neither was successful.
Yeah, and interestingly, there was a conversation between Rory Burns and Dan Worrell in the middle of that over, and I wouldn't be surprised if Dan Worrell continues to try and shape it away from Ben Martindale. One of the things about Dan Worrell is he works batters out so quickly, even when you're facing him in the nets. Within 2 or 3 balls, he seems to have already formulated a plan on exploiting one of your weaknesses. There are more weaknesses for some than others.
It's one thing to identify the weakness, another to have the skill level to test it ball after ball, which Worrell does. Catches the call, but free enough hands from Verena there to clear the cordon.
Again, just slightly off from Fisher. Verena in the form that he's in from the last couple of months. All he has to do is throw his hands through it. Minimal movement of the feet, but doesn't need to. Just lifts that over Tom Laws at that backward point position. We actually saw one go down a little bit earlier off Jack Haynes, but it didn't cost young Tom Laws too many.
Laws still there at backward point, deepish. One hand off the bat there, Verena in defence. another part to the Australian story, of course, is the competition for talent between football and cricket, which doesn't feel like it's quite the same here, as athletes tend to get in the lane a bit earlier, but bottom-handed at the cover. We're seeing with young Will Sutherland at the moment, captain of Victoria, but boy, oh boy, the speculation that he's going to move to the AFL is almost daily in the online and whatever else that he might. Now, I can't really imagine a world where that'll happen, but the fact that he must be 24, 25 now, and there's still the sense that he could theoretically change codes.
Was it to Geelong?
Well, his dad's on the board of Geelong, I think, isn't he? Pretty sure. I might be wrong. I think James is on the board.
The
of
AFL
Geelong.
fraternity see that as as nepotism?
No, he would have to go into the draft. But yes, there's been many who have done it, but in a different era. You know, Keith Miller, Max Walker, Simon O'Donnell, myriad others.
Just seen a little change of field there from Matt Fisher. He's thrown third man out on the fence to Verena, just allowing himself to bowl a little bit wider. I've noticed how Verena doesn't move his feet loads. He will cut and drive. So just protecting that slightly wider delivery.
Yeah.
Obviously the left-handed Martindale now on strike.
It was a crashing shot through point that took South Africa to the World Test Championship mace last year from Verena. What a moment for that national team. Good again from Martindale, trying to get forward to Fisher. 60 for 5.
Yeah, tidy technique. Ben Martindale. Very simple, small trigger movement. Nice and side on. Always tough to get into either of these teams.
Really good crowd in day one. Over 3,500 here right now. There'll be a great many more after tea. Free after tea, as it always is during championship days at the Oval. Tea at 4:20 local time. It's part of this festival of red ball cricket we have this week. Includes a beer and real ale festival. I'm sure that'll be popular. It's a family day on Saturday. Big Q&As at all the major intervals. Lots going on. Great week to have the county championship returning. The one thing I noticed as we were preparing for this game, well, just 2 slips now, interestingly. Played to backward point, a deep third man, or deep backward point, sorry, in on the other side of the ground, and also a long leg and a deep square leg, so there might be a slight change in plan here for Worrell. Was that it's a 6-game run-in, like we've become conditioned to the 4-game run-in, haven't we? Often in September, well, starting in September, the 4 first weeks of the month, but it's different this year that we've got 6 weeks where this title will be decided. Quite a lot of cricket to come. Oh, terrific. Worrell adjusting his length there to Verena. Giving himself every chance to find the outside edge. Immaculate. But yeah, the sense that with a competition that has so many teams blanketed towards the top, went through it earlier before play down with Phil Walker, but Notts on 116 before today. Somerset and Warwickshire both on 111. Glamorgan on 107. I think all 4 of those teams have been on the top of the table at one point or another. Sussex 105, Essex 105, Surrey 91. The grouping there, 25 points. It's a full game's points can be worth 24, but that is as close as it gets. And then you've got Hampshire, who are 2 spots behind on 72, which is 19 points away from where Surrey is at the moment. But the same type of groupings going on in Division 2 as well, as they try and get promoted. It's the other one from Worrell, but it didn't come back. You saw it out of the hand, and Verena was keen on it, but a bit of extra bounce. But yeah, it's not the case we had in other seasons where you've got 2 or 3 teams, or maybe maximum 4 teams as you get to the run-in who can feasibly win it. This year, credibly, you could say all the way down to 7th or even 8th could, with a fair breeze and everything going right, win the competition.
Well, certainly the attitude in Surrey's
It
camp.
should be. Well, 25 points. I think Yorkshire are on a couple of points behind them as well. And the good thing for Surrey with the teams they play, all bar Yorkshire, who are, as I mentioned before, 2 points behind them, are above Surrey right now. So they'll essentially be taking points away from a title rival whilst advancing their own positions. So that includes Essex, Yorkshire. Essex at home next week, then Yorkshire. Sorry, Essex is away. Yorkshire here. Sussex away. Sussex to this point, Surrey's only win this season. Glamorgan here at the Kia Oval. And Somerset last week of the season. That'll be spicy, especially if both teams are still in the mix. Maiden complete 60 for 5.
Well, speaking of Dan Worrell and Captain Rory Burns over the last couple of weeks, there's certainly a hunger there.
Yeah, I
And
bet.
they're not looking down, they're only looking up.
Of course.
And it feels like there's an intensity and a focus today with this team where there potentially hasn't been throughout the season. Not a loss of focus per se, but just not quite the standards that Surrey have become accustomed to. And today it just looks back to normal.
Maybe it'll suit them being the hunter. You know, they've been the hunted. 3 on the trot, then coming ever so close last year and not catching him at the end. Being at this position, 8 games in, 6 to go, knowing that they'll have to do very well in the back end, but doing it from a position where they're in the pack. That's a different psychological starting point, isn't it?
Indeed. And Notts being the leaders now as well.
Yeah.
Are hunted. And they, let's be honest, Notts deserve to be top, which they are.
Yeah, not top by far. I mean, they won the very strong win away from home against Essex, got them to the top. But they've been in the mix as well for most of that first 8-week run. Admittedly, their run home's pretty good.
Hampshire,
Notts.
Yorkshire.
Yeah, they cop. Oh, yes, Matt Fisher. That pace, that exaggerated follow through. Jazz hands going. He knows he's right in the hunt every ball here. So they go to Edgbaston next week. Good game that. Then they've got Leicestershire at home and Hampshire at home. Now, if they can do well in both of those games against 2 teams that are in the relegation spots, it'll go a long way to keeping them towards the top. Then they go to Hove in the penultimate round, and they host Yorkshire in the final week. So they very much control their destiny, Notts at this point, even if they are in the hole today. 3 wins so far this season.
And Ben Martindale's dealing with this well. It's what's called a good miss. The ball before, as he's just doing some gardening, but looks organised. Real examination from Matthew Fisher. Certainly doesn't get any tougher than this in first-class cricket.
A challenge you'll never forget. Still there. That's wayward. And he should take some credit for that as well, Martindale, that he's worked hard to try and negate movement from Fisher towards him. Fisher striving for a ball that's a wee bit straighter. And it sprays down the leg side. Sundry's added. Got to catch something on the way.
Didn't play a shot.
Didn't play a shot, apologies. Thought it went through without touching him. Thank you, Andrew Samson. Point stands, though. Full face of the bat once more.
It's a challenge for Martindale here. He's got Dan Worrell over the wicket, angling it across him. And Matt Fisher around the wicket, swinging it into him.
Doesn't get much tougher than this. Walking in on debut, team in the hole, couple of rain delays already in his brief innings. 2 international calibre bowlers. Maiden complete 60 for 5.
An international non-striker at the other end.
International non-striker. I mean, this game's littered with guys that have played international cricket, isn't it? So much talent on display in the top flight of the county championship week in, week out. And a great many of these players were involved in that game last September as well. Just being told here it's actually free after 4 p.m. So I said free after tea, strictly speaking. Tea's 4:20, but now that tea's been adjusted, you can come in at 4 o'clock, extra 20 minutes. What value that?
Join the festival.
Join the festival, be part of it. On a day that's improving in terms of the cloud above us. Very nice right now. Well played. Angled in at leg stump. Played it late. Yeah, maybe a bit inside edgy, but right under his eyes and out for a comfortable single.
There's even a better energy behind the stumps today. With Ben Folkes, Dom Sibley, Ollie Pope, making lots of noise, and Adam Thomas just on screen there, the youngster. You can often hear him in the effects mic. Does make a difference when there's theatre. Always helps when you've got someone of the calibre of Dan Worrell. But there's the little 1%ers that just add to it.
Playing inside the line. More than a play and miss, I reckon. Yeah, a healthy slips Corden who know each other's body language and know each other's movements. The safe hands of Sibley and Pope both playing a role earlier today, especially Pope. The low catches early on to set the tone, getting rid of Hamid and then Clark, having to go different directions to snaffle both of them as well.
I'm actually not sure why Dom Sibley's back at first slip. It's nice to see him there, but Rory Burns has been filling it all season.
Working around Pope, perhaps, making sure Pope's exactly where he should be. That freakish game we did here a couple of years ago, where I think it was 8 dismissals were caught Pope bowled.
Probably Worrell.
I've got a nod here from Samson to confirm that I've remembered that rightly. We were chasing the record on that last day, and Com's like, oh, what's the... And he either broke or equalled it with the final catch. We were cock-a-hoop in here.
But Rory Burns is at mid-off today. Resting his mind, perhaps.
Yeah, good spot for a captain, I reckon, mid-off for that reason. Oh, no, not quite. Ever so close to a feather.
That is gorgeous bowling.
It's just from Worrell that presenting the seam, doing bits both ways every over. Master. How different Surrey look when he's fit and firing and running in on the pitch like this, on a day like this.
Well, the injury he actually sustained was during the opposite fixture.
Yeah.
At Notts, he took a blow on his knee when fielding.
Whoa. Just has the wood over them, doesn't he? Picked up a 6-for last time these teams met Worrell. That high-scoring draw at Trent Bridge before the injury.
Not sure exactly what the medical jargon is or was for his knee injury, but he's certainly fighting fit now.
Over and over and over again, Dan Worrell. Beggars belief that he's only got one wicket. 61 for 5. No further loss from lunch, where it was 41 for 5. So 20 runs since then. We're getting here a package of the catching behind the wicket earlier today, specifically Ollie Pope. First one here, Seba Mead away to his right, behind third slip. Great early catching, setting the tone in the second over of play. And in front of first slip, low too. Has to get underneath the ball on that angle. Never easy to do, getting Matt Fisher into the book as well. And third in the sequence, not long before lunch. Have that. And basically stayed on his feet as well. After the little roll. Terrific. Ollie Pope in the game 3 times early on. And here he is now as Matt Fisher gallops in from the pavilion end. My apologies, it's not Matt Fisher at all. There's been a change of bowler while we're at the package. It's going to be Jordan Clark in from the pavilion end. Bowled one spell earlier today. That change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy and solutions. Cam Steel can reflect on that bowling change, and Daniel Norcross will steer you through the next 30 to 35 minutes.
Thank you, Adam Collins. Oh, I'm powered up by that change.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't know, I feel like it's been a long day already.
It's your first stint.
It is my first stint. I'm exhausted. That ball has taken it out of me. It's been Surrey's day so far, and exactly as Colo was saying, I cannot understand how Dan Worrell has not got the wicket of Martindale. He's played and missed so many times, but he's held off stump. Fair play to him. But to change a bowler now, and these two have dug in, I was going to say nicely. It's not been pretty to watch, has it? But they're doing exactly what their team needs them to do.
No, would you call it pretty bowling?
Well, Worrell's was quite pretty. I was purring a bit.
I heard you. Back of the box.
Yeah. Yeah, I've also been moderately frustrated by it as well. Because he has been somewhat luckless today. On other days, he's taken 5 for already, isn't he, bowling like that? Oh, now was that a chance? Hit straight back at Jordan Clark in his follow-through. Not easy, because it was a crisp, straight drive in the air, around about, just above the knees, perhaps? Need to get another look at this.
Yeah, it was a chance. Carl Verena just looking at the pitch as though it stopped, and Jordan Clark's just not seen it.
He's not seen it at all, has he? I mean, that's hit quite firmly, but it's just, I think, it's a weird height for a push to come back at you at. I think he just absolutely was not expecting that, and then it's hit him on the knee.
And they're always really tough on your follow-through. But Jordan Clark has not seen that one bit.
I mean, his eyes aren't even on the ball here, are they? He's looking somewhere completely different, it seems.
He's looking at square leg.
Yeah. Well, that is technically a chance, but a sharp one it would have been.
I tell you what, that's a big moment.
Because it's Carl Verena, isn't it?
Couple of chances down today already for Surrey.
Loopy bouncer to end the maiden over from Jordan Clark. Slightly wayward over from Clark, but he's just easing himself back in. 61 for 5, 30 overs gone. And in theory, batting should start to get a little bit easier, but I don't know. I think there's still a fair bit of juice in this pitch. And that shower we had, the really sharp shower, how much of a difference can that make on a pitch? Because you saw the ground staff rushing to get out. I mean, we were all caught completely unawares by the shower after lunch. And a little bit of rain definitely got on that pitch. And you could see actually a fair bit on the outfield as well. There was a couple of bits of fielding which involved sliding around. Worrell's going to continue. Squeezes that away. Martindale for his first boundary. Down through deep backward point. In front of the dugouts. Played that pretty well, actually. Guided away between third slip and gully.
Calmly played by Ben Martindale. Looks assured, even though there's been a few plays and misses. Key there is he didn't bring his back hip through. Allowed himself to play the ball late and guide that ball down through, well, between third slip and a very backward point.
Oh, another one that has gone through him. This is what we've seen time and time again. I mean, I've got to give credit to Martindale here because he's not actually pushing out the ball, is he really? He's kind of holding his space on off stump. He looks really compact here. But
I mean, that's it's unplayable.
Yeah, what do you do with that?
I mean, the key is he's not letting his hands go on the clothesline, on the rail, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
he's playing the line. He's holding the line.
Yeah.
That is outstanding bowling. That's just gorgeous stuff.
It is beautiful to watch, isn't it? But you sort of think that this is going to be Worrell's last over in this spell. Is this his sixth over of the spell, Andrew. Feels like 6. Yeah, there's a nod of the head. I feel the Power Walker's in town. Will we be hearing from him soon? Oh, yeah. Right. The rotation is about to begin. I believe they're about to get back out of the test match as well in a minute's time. Oh, again. I mean, that one's a little bit wider. He's played at that a little bit more. He could have left it. But nonetheless, I mean, this is such a test on your debut, isn't it? You're facing about as good a bowling as you can get. 82 miles an hour. Sometimes going across you, sometimes shaping slightly back into you, sometimes tighter, sometimes a little bit wider. I mean, he's showing great temperament. He's not, just in a frustration flung his bat at the ball. And there must be a temptation to do that after a while, He's obviously quite good at cricket, or else he wouldn't be getting picked. So, at the same time, there probably haven't been too many occasions when he's been 8 off 38.
Well, we did see Freddie McCann, after a little while, throw his hands at one.
Mm-hmm.
Off Tom Laws. It was caught by Matt Fisher, very tidily at point. Key is for Martindale to stay patient here.
He's played that well. It's a bit of a gap has been vacated with the deep point out on the boundary or deep cover. So he's able to take that single easily enough. Just get the feeling this might be Worrell's last ball in this spell here, unless he takes the wicket. He's just stuck a finger up at someone. I think he's just saying, stay out there at deep square. So down to 2 slips to the right-handed Verena. Looking every inch the Roman Emperor, Dan Worrell. Those aquiline features. Oh, he beats the outside edge again. Goes through low to Folkes. End of another over. Cam Steele's taking a break. 66 for 5, which gives me time to tell you we've got an Ashes ballot coming up as we take a look at that replay. Just beating the outside edge again. I'll tell you all about it shortly. There we go. Let's see, Ashes series next year. Another Ashes series. And the Kia Oval ballot for that 2027 Ashes opens on September the 2nd. If you want to guarantee the chance to get a ticket, 2027 Surrey membership is available from September the 15th. So you can get next year's membership before we've even finished the season. Alistair Brown is alongside me. What a time to be alive. Just when you're sort of thinking about the encroaching season of death and mulch and darkness and tedium and misery and really wondering how on earth you're supposed to get through the next 6.5 months. No, get your Surrey membership for next year now. Look at it, check it out each morning, almost like invoking next summer.
What are you trying to get to? Do you think we can get to 25,000? I mean, what number are you expecting?
Oh, I don't know.
Are we around about 21 at the moment?
Seems like quite a lot of members, doesn't it? Oh, now that is a genuine edge, but it's been played pretty well by Martindale. He's going to bring him 4 as it goes past second slip. A second boundary, if you see his wagon wheel, you see the 2 boundaries are both roughly that area. His first one, I think, was played with a bit more control. This one,
I think he's played that with enough control on this wicket. I think, I mean, the wicket is a little bit like your shirt, Dan.
It is. That's why
in fact, most of the boys have turned up in green. And, yeah, I think he's played that quite well. It's obviously, a difficult wicket. The par score is a lot lower than it might normally be here. It's played very nicely, but there's lots in it, isn't there?
I think he's played really well, Martindale. I know it's a weird thing to say about someone. It's a good carry through to Folkes there of someone who's on 13 or 41, who's only just hit his first 2 boundaries. But just saying to Cam Steele, I think he hasn't looked for the ball, has he? He stayed resolutely on his own off stump. Yeah, well, barely played at one outside.
But wickets like this, you have to try and let the ball come to you as much as possible, even though you want to throw your hands at it. I think they played very nicely, and 70 on this wicket is probably worth 120 elsewhere. So,
but as a young man on debut, it's not going to be easy to do.
Well,
he's going to want to impress. He's going to want to unfurl the occasional shot, isn't he? But so far, he's been.
I think he is impressing his own dressing room. I mean, if I was in the dressing room, I'd be pretty happy. You're trying to take a bit of time out of the game, aren't you? And
Yep.
if Surrey were to get wickets 6 and 7, then it becomes harder and harder. Yes, they've still got some batting, some good batting to come. But every time you can eke out a bit more, the ball getting a little bit older. Dan Worrell, we know, is a fantastic bowler who only really comes out for the Notts games, as it turns out this year. But he's a brilliant bowler who's back to fitness and is someone that you want to see off.
Oh, now he's gone after that. Edged and gone. That is the breakthrough. We've just been singing his praises and saying how it left balls well outside his off stump. He's just gone after that one on the angle from Clark. Got a thin edge through to Folkes, and Surrey have got that breakthrough. They've got the 6th wicket. They've got their 2nd bonus point. And they've now exposed the tail, not 70 for 6.
Yeah, I don't think bowling bonus points are really going to be an issue in this game. But as I said, he's batted really nicely to take time out of the game. He's just started to just push at something slightly away from him, and much as he's tried to kid the umpire that he's waiting for his next ball, the slips are having none of it.
It's just a little nice, as you see from that replay there, just grinding out his mark. No, you're on your way. It's very uncharacteristic of the way he played throughout that innings, actually. It left so well. But is that just a function of the angle coming in at him, or just maybe the length being that little bit shorter, he felt he'd be able to punch it away?
Well, I think I was saying to Phil earlier off air that actually it's quite difficult when you actually get in a position where you're not playing shots and you're trying to retain the crease, and then suddenly you want to. Well, Dan Worrell is coming to the end of his spell, and you're looking to just think this is a chance to give a bit back. You do push at balls, and you've got to take the positive option at some point, and unfortunately that was just a bit too close to cut.
Not sure if it will be the end of his spell now, with an end possibly open. I wonder if Burns will be tempted to give him another. Andrew.
Wicket-keeping milestones are generally registered in dismissals.
Hi.
And I'm going to make a slight exception in this case, because that was a catching milestone for Ben Folkes. His 500th catch in first-class cricket.
That feels like quite a lot.
It is a lot.
Yeah.
Certainly modern players.
Yeah, I was going to say, of modern-day keepers.
He's only probably he's over 1,000 behind Bob Taylor overall.
Right.
Yeah. Modern-day keepers is quite a lot.
Yeah.
He's not going to catch up with Bob Taylor anytime soon if he keeps bowling, is he?
Well, hopefully that experiment may have come to an end.
75 miles an hour as well, that was.
It was a heck of a ball.
It was. I mean, watching it live, I was quite impressed with the pace.
Yeah,
he was
me too.
quicker than most of the Leicestershire bowlers.
I think only Josh Hull had a quicker ball.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Josh Hull had him by about 5 miles an hour. It was a slowish wicket as well.
Yeah.
And you didn't realise that the next 3 months were going to be barren, but good to see him back.
There's the wicket again. You can just see it. It's not a good shot, and he's going to be annoyed with himself for that, because he stuck in so well. And I don't know really what he thought his reward was going to be for that shot. Maybe try and guide it down through deep backward point. Clark a little bit wide there, the first couple of balls to Liam Patterson-White, who can certainly more than hold a bat. He's a very, very handy number 8. May well bat at 7 for other counties. So Surrey, they're through to the bowlers, but that doesn't mean that the bowlers can't bat. There's still Ollie Stone to come. Brett Hutton can hold a bat. So there's still work to be done. Now, Dan Worrell has come off. So we have a change of bowler, which is powered by SSE Energy Solutions, powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farm. The world's largest. I'm guessing that's probably pretty big. Anyway, how have you been, Alistair?
I've been really good. Yeah, no, it's great to see some 4-day cricket back at the Oval again.
Oh, isn't it?
I've played a little bit for the PCA, which has been quite good fun. We've got a few games, the old boys, this year.
Tom Laws, who currently has figures of
2 for 8.
2 for 8. What impressive figures, especially given that one ball was hit for 6 and one ball was hit for 2. So it's he bowled 3 maidens after that.
Yeah.
Taking 2 for none. So he's on a roll of 2 for none. Let's look at it that way.
He is, yeah.
So the PCA. So who do you play with when you play for the PCA?
Oh, Tudes is our captain.
Is
Ramps.
Ramps?
Yeah.
Oh.
Andy Caddick, Owe Shah.
That's nicely pushed away, but good bit of fielding in the covers. That's terrific stuff from Dan Worrell, who's just come off the back of a 6-over spell. So how was that? Because I've commentated a couple of games where Ramps has been playing.
He's still very
still
good.
intense.
Yes, is he still intense?
Yes.
Yeah, his batting is easy. Mine's more golfy swing these days, but he looks aesthetically a lot better than I do.
Don't take this the wrong way, but he looked aesthetically better than almost anybody has ever looked when he was on song. I mean, he's a beautiful player to watch.
I'd describe him as the best first-class player I ever played with.
Would you?
Batsman. Yeah, I would. And although some people might say, but why didn't he then go on and perform and at international level as well as some? I'd also say the same of Graham Hick. They were perhaps with Ramps he was opening, wasn't he? Which wasn't necessarily his. He opened against the West Indies at Lords.
He's been sort of up and down, wasn't he?
Down.
Yeah, all over the place.
Yeah, but he's. I've batted with him and watched him from the other end, and I don't think I've honestly seen better. So, I mean, as his record would indicate,
yes,
he did like the occasional random hack, which was quite good fun, which was totally out of the blue, but generally on his way to 300 when he was playing it.
Oh, a little bit of shape, a little bit of hoop there from Laws. But starting from 2 wide. His cover driving was obviously the thing that makes you excited. But I remember him hitting one in a charity game at the HAC. And he hit it so sublimely beautifully, it whacked off the brick building that was just on the other side of the boundary and rebounded right back, almost back to the pitch. The noise.
I mean,
to this day.
I could, if I had to find fault with him, it would be that on occasion, once or twice, he walked for LBWs.
Oh yes, that's right.
That I'd say was his one weakness. He did that at Old Trafford because as soon as he goes in, you're thinking, well, that's him for at least a couple of sessions. And I've seen him walk for LBWs where the pressure really should be the umpire. Should I give someone out who's got 100 first-class hundreds? But he took that out of their equation.
Andrew.
Yeah, just wicket keepers. Bob Taylor, 1,649 is the most dismissals in first-class cricket. So
that feels like a lot.
Ben, it is a lot. It's more than anyone else ever. So,
how many matches did he play?
Ben Folkes was altogether on. Ben Folkes is now on 539 altogether dismissals, 39 stumpings to go with his 500th catch.
Yeah.
639 matches Bob Taylor played first-class cricket.
Yes. So he was averaging about 2.5 per game.
Yeah, sounds about right. There's only 3 current keepers who've got more than Folkes.
In the world?
In the world.
In the world.
Keepers who played the first-class cricket this year, John Simpson is the most.
Of course. Oh, another beauty this time from Jordan Clark. Just turned Varane around. How many is he on now?
So he's on 786. I don't know if he's got any today, but he was on 786 before today.
Very good keeper, John Simpson.
Ben Brown's on 662 and Johnny Bairstow's on 607. Just to clarify that, all of those include catches taken in the field. Most of these guys, including folks who've played games as fielders as well, but including catches in the field. That's the top 4 at the moment.
So how many matches has Ben Folkes played?
This is his 189th.
So I think we can say he's getting more dismissals per match than Bob Taylor. Just.
Yep, sounds right.
Yeah.
He's on 2.86 per match.
You see, 189 matches. When we were nippers, Andrew, you could easily have played 25, even 28 first-class games a summer, couldn't you?
You could, yeah.
So if you were a stalwart for Derbyshire... There'll
be wicket keepers who've played 189 first-class matches who people like you and me have never heard of.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm not sure you will never have heard of them.
But back in the 50s, 60s, earlier, yeah.
So how does the outfield catches work, Samo?
Well, it's slightly complicated because we don't historically have, certainly going back in historically where the fielders were.
So you don't know whether Strudwick was.
How many of Strudwick's, for example? Strudwick was a wicketkeeper, so I don't know if he took too many in the field. But there isn't really historically a demarcation of whether the guy's a keeper or a fielder.
So, like Alex Stewart, for example,
Yep.
you genuinely wouldn't be able to break that down.
You'd get pretty close, I think. Certainly in Test cricket we can do that.
Right, yeah.
But in first-class cricket, it's only probably in the last 10, 15 years where there have been more rigorous noting of a catch was taken by a fielder or by a wicketkeeper.
This seems like a terrible oversight from your ancestors, Andrew.
Well, they didn't have the...
You've made me think.
They didn't have the facilities that we have these days to keep in-depth records like they do.
They could have just written.
They could have, yes.
Just done the little bar thing.
And they probably did in scorecards and things.
I mean, it's a question for you, because obviously you're a man of rigour. If you had a time machine, you could go back.
Yes.
What would be the one thing you would try to do to improve record keeping that you just wish had always been done?
Always been done.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Well, it's a good question. It's a good question of you. It's not a very good question of me.
I'll just give you Alex Stewart's. This is his first-class career. 447 matches. I've got him as 511 as keeper, 511 catches and 32 stumpings as a keeper, and 210 in the field. So that's quite a lot. And that's probably that'll be an estimate, because there'll be the odd games where he started as a keeper and didn't, or took
the gloves off, you think?
Or took the, more likely put them on at some stage with somebody else getting injured or whatever.
Yeah.
But that'll be fairly close though to his actual figures.
My second one-day game, I played as keeper.
Did you?
He was at cover point, at Weston-super-Mare.
That does seem, if you don't mind me saying so, slightly the wrong way round. But
Well, yeah, no, it was, because Wacker Yunus was bowling on a wicket that was a bit up and down.
Oh, yeah.
And
Not much fun, I would have thought.
No, he bowled one ball that went really low.
Oh, big appeal. I think that's going down. So does the umpire. Yep.
You can always tell, when Ben Folkes actually goes to the leg side. I think that's what he's lost in the last 3 months. Normally, he'd run off to gully, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
When appealing for that, he'd go, I'm all right. So if he's going down the leg side, then he's selling that to the umpire.
Yeah, look, he's done.
In his heyday
strides.
last year, he would have gone the other way. I mean, to be fair, it is missing.
But I tell you what else that showed. Because this is a bugbear of mine among keepers who aren't keepers. And we've tried to sort of shoehorn a lot of people into being keepers over the years. But just that replay there, if we could get it up again, he does something that a lot of keepers don't do. He uses his feet to get into position rather than anticipate falling over, which is why you barely notice him sometimes. You barely notice how he's taken a catch that seems so wide, because his positioning is absolutely exceptional.
Although, to be fair, with the exception of Jack Russell, can you think of anyone better in the last few years?
In the last few years. Actually, I think John Simpson and Alex Carey are both two excellent keepers. I mean, I saw a lot of Alex Carey in the Ashes this winter, and it was sensational. And he's standing up to Scott Boland. I went into the nets at Adelaide to watch Scott Boland. Full toss slashed away, but there is cover down there in front of the dugouts. It'll only be the single. Patterson might be a bit annoyed. He could have picked his spot off that ball. And I was standing, 2 yards behind the net. And I was flinching. Every time Boland was bowling, the thought of actually standing up. And the thing about Boland is that, he just gets the ball to nip one way or the other. And you're not quite sure if he knows which way it's going to go each time. So having to react to balls off the pitch and taking them cleanly. I mean, Carey is an exceptional gloveman. But I'd put him in that class. But I also think, John Simpson was one of the most unlucky cricketers. How he didn't get a Test cap when they gave one to James Bracey back in 2021. And then, if you remember, he got a one-day international caps because of COVID. And they won all their games, didn't they? I think it was under Stokes. Was Stokes captain for those? I think he might have been. was brought in as captain. And he was brilliant. Very predictably brilliant. That's well half stopped by Laws in his follow-through.
Speaking of Ben Stokes, could you ever see him coming back?
Oh, definitely. I think I did an event very soon after his first retirement, in which I said it was a privilege to be at his first retirement from international cricket. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be massively surprised if Joe Root sends the same message that Ben Stokes sent to Moeen Ali. Simple text message saying, "The Ashes next May." Well, I don't think this winter. I think he probably is quite relishing some proper downtime.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got 2 massive Test series coming up, haven't you? It's a great
Shot. That is a wonderful shot from Patterson White. Overpitched, but put away well. He is, as I said when he came out to bat, he's not an ordinary number 8. What are his figures, Liam Patterson White's? Andrew?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's his 70th first-class game, 2,088 runs at 22.69 with 2 centuries.
Yeah.
It's pretty good for number 8.
It is pretty good for number 8.
Well, you'd say that was shot of the day, wouldn't you, on a wicket that's offered plenty. It wasn't a really full half volley.
Oh, I mean, he got to a lovely position to play it, didn't he? I mean, Sangakkara would have been happy with that shot. Oh, and then he goes after one in the channel straight away. I'm trying it.
I mean, he was part of that combination last year, wasn't it? And they put on 80 or something for the middle order.
Well, he also
Really
had
changed the game.
The most consequential over of the whole piece. I mean, we all remember Josh Tongue's amazing spell, but there was a quite brilliant bit of captaincy from Hasib Hamid, if you remember, when Tom Curran was going great guns. Looked like he was going to get Surrey over the line. And then it was a sort of, well, we'll bring on Liam Patterson White, see what happens. Wow, my word, that has only just missed off stump. You can see the anguish on Jordan Clark's face there. We see that again. See how much that's hooped back.
Is that nipple swing? It looked like a lick of paint.
Oh, I say.
Ooh.
You can see why he left it, but he's bowling from very wide. It's gone almost over the top of off stump.
That is Mark Taylor-esque.
Mark Taylor-esque, yes. Yeah, so last year, and I thought it was a bit of a risk bringing him on. Did Tom Curran not hit him for like a 6 and then a 4? And then he went again, didn't he, and was stumped. And Patterson White was ripped out the attack. Josh Tongue, thank you very much. The rest is history we don't like to remember.
No. But, to be fair, I think that was the game-changing partnership, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think Surrey sort of sat back. What I like today is that I think they've been aggressive on a wicket. They've kept the 3 slips in. They've got a good field. They've bowled very nicely. They've gone past the outside edge on numerous occasions. And the fact that here we are sort of 35 overs in and it's still doing plenty if you get it in the right areas is it's a good cricket wicket, isn't it?
It is. Very enjoyable at the moment. It's a late tea today, by the way, folks. Can't even remember what time it is. Is it
4:20.
4:20 is it now?
4:20, I think, was the last.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gone forward 40 minutes.
But that is fixed. There's no 32 overs left in the day nonsense. It's just once the rain comes, that changes everything.
Forgotten what the rain looked like, to be honest.
So would I.
It's nice to look out. I'm going to look out at my garden. It's nothing like this.
Oh, that's a fine shot again. I think he's got a bit of a hand on that in his follow-through as Jordan Clark, which may stop it making it to the boundary. I think it has, actually. It's a good bit of work. Burns running back there. Keeps the scoring to 3. Did they pick up 3 then? 2.
Yeah.
Just the 2.
What would you say about that running between the wickets?
Not great.
If you had to give it an Uber rating, would that be a
Well, I
3?
only ever give 5 stars because that's the thing about Uber ratings is that they got you over a barrel.
They got your
It's
name
way
and
more.
address.
You might as well give them 5, and a modest tip. Otherwise, you get your rating downgraded, and then that's torture. No one's picking you up. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a very one-sided system. But if I was giving it like, a TripAdvisor rating, 2.5. I think there were 3 runs there.
Yeah.
Laws is continuing here. Yep. So. Well,
maybe they had a conversation and Patterson White said, I really fancy this end.
Could be.
Why don't I take this one and you take the other one?
He's got a bit of a long boundary to work with, though. Given the way Surrey are bowling, if I was a left-hander, I might actually prefer to be at that end. But you never know. We could be at that stage already. Now, Varena has been very self-denying as well, hasn't he? Here in this knock of 16 off 61, because he's a bit of a smiter of the ball, isn't he, Andrew? From memory, I think I've seen him have a odd dart here and there.
It's not a massive smiter.
No. What's his first class strike rate?
Well, you're getting to the point where I could answer the question that you asked about time machines.
Oh yeah,
I think it would have to be balls faced, wouldn't it?
Balls faced. But then we wouldn't have got Simon Wilde's book on Gilbert Jessup.
No, but we'd know how many balls he faced.
No. I mean, it was one of my favourite books written on cricket because it began with Simon Wilde's desperate determination to track down exactly how many balls Gilbert Jessup faced here at the Oval in 1902 in his fastest century for England. As you see, another good bit of fielding here in the covers off a nice punch off the back foot. But
I'd say that is excellent cricket. It's a very good shot.
Decent enough ball.
Dan Worrell spent the last 2 months doing yoga. Some of his fielding today has been outstanding. And
is that what it is? He's been yogaing?
Well, I don't know what he's been doing, but he hasn't been on the pitch bar the Notts games, but he's come back very fresh. He looked good in the 100, and his fielding's been excellent today.
Yeah. And anyway, so poor old Simon, he writes this book. It's a mesmerising book. It's about more than just Jessup. It's about the time. It's about the arrival of the telegraph. It's about of speed and trains, and there's a marvellous social history. But the central core of it is he's going to track down exactly how many balls he's faced, and so he reaches this magnificent conclusion. He says, "I've nailed it. I can say with absolute confidence that Gilbert Jessup faced between 72 and 74 balls." Which is marvellous that you should dedicate so long of your life. And all he's managed to actually do is reduce it from what we thought might have been 76.
76, yeah, that was him.
So he scrubbed out a couple of balls, but there remain some bones of contention.
Somebody's going to hit one of 73 balls soon, aren't they?
I know, and it'll be a disaster.
Absolute disaster.
Yeah.
Which is why, caught by your time machine, I think it probably would have been the most useful thing.
Balls faced. Like it. Ooh, nearly drags that one back on.
But we do have balls faced for modern players, so I can tell you that Carl Verena's strike rate in first-class cricket is just under 62, which is pretty good.
That is pretty
good. Higher
good.
than I expected.
Yeah, well, it is pretty good, and given that he's got 17 off 62, would hint at a certain amount of self-denial. Well, I'm not a man for self-denial. I'm going to go and fill my boots, and you can have the company of Adam Collins.
Thank you, Daniel. We are halfway through our very long middle session. It had a rain interruption at the start. It'll run all the way till 4:20. So some 70 minutes. This game could be quite a way advanced by then. Clark continues his spell with a ball that decks back a mile. Verena, who's been a model of concentration for the duration of his stay, shouldered arms on the basis of length and nearly lost a pole.
I'd say that was 3 1/4 from the line I've got. But the stumps are still standing.
Whoa. We see that from Clark, don't we, that he can so effectively use the width of the crease from that pavilion end. Such a clever bowler. Straightening it up away or ducking it in. Full up. Met with the full face of the bat. Doesn't quite... I know he does get a boundary, Burns. had so much momentum when he hit the rope that the ball didn't quite stay in play. So Verena into the 20s. He's absorbed a lot of pressure to get there.
Yeah, they've played really well. I mean, 83 for 6, if you're looking at this from the outside, probably looks like a not a great score. And of course, Surrey are in the ascendancy, 6 down, but the wicket has done plenty for the full 37 overs here. There's plenty of movement. If you can hit the right areas, there's lots in it.
In the pud. Where exactly, I'm not quite sure. Maybe the tummy? Yeah. Where there is, or is it possibly the elbow? Got a replay of that, I'm fairly sure, but either way, he's going to need a moment to compose himself.
Looked like hip, I think, first. Yeah.
Nasty.
Just above
the hip.
thigh pad. Yeah.
For all of the padding that is worn when batting, there are still soft spots. Can't have pads everywhere. Although some have tried. Going to have a little bit of medical attention here as well, it looks like. Although it feels now as though the Notts medico will leave the field. Because all is well. Verena sent him 2 slips behind him. Excellent. Clark angling in, targeting the top of off. He picked up the wicket that's fallen in the session. Martindale pretty organised for his 13. Did a lot right, but eventually edged through to folks. The bowling of Clark for 13 after a partnership of 29 with Verena. They've added 42 runs since lunch, when they were 41 for 5. Oh, again, wide on the crease, angling in, leaving on length. So difficult to do when the ball's moving around like this, but Verena, I suppose he has little choice but to do that. When he sees it on that length, he's got to shoulder arms.
That's a really good leave.
Yeah.
I mean, that is probably over off, but he's left it on length and it's probably over middle. But he's left that well. That is like you say, a Tubby Taylor leave, and I think that's pretty impressive. There've been another couple that have been even closer to that, maybe not going over the stumps, but that's a good leave. And this is a wicket where you have to be selective with your leaves as well. If you play at everything, your slips will, and any keeper will pick up those nicks, because there is that amount of movement in the wicket.
What's the story of the day?
And
6 catches all behind the wicket.
Yeah, and enough bounce going through as well. So it's a good, evenly paced wicket. Probably a bit more bounce than we've seen, I think, in at times earlier on in the season. I think we were seeing nicks not quite carrying. We're seeing a little bit more carry, and it is good to see.
It'll be interesting to see how the pitch evolves over the 4 days, won't it? This is more in line with what we've been conditioned to over the last 4 or 5 years here on day one. But there have been instances where teams have counter-attacked to great effect. The run rate today not in line with that at all at 2.2 and over. Laws around the wicket, picked up 2 wickets before lunch.
I think if you said to Notts, if they could get to 160, I don't feel they'd feel they're a long way out of that. I think anything post 200 on this is a good score, and I know 160 is a fair way away. But if they can just keep chipping away, I think that would keep them in the game.
Yeah, 200 most certainly would feel that way, wouldn't it? In the game. When Notts batted first here in that crucial game last year, they did well, having been sent in on the first day to get themselves to a decent position by tea. They were 157 for 5, but a couple of useful partnerships in the mix there, which laid the foundation for their week. They were all out for 231. Matt Fisher got on a roll, but the point is that 200 and something, if batting first here, gets you in the game. Patterson White was part of that.
But they'll know as a batting group, as the ball gets older, they've got another the next 20 or 30 overs as a chance to really give a little bit back if they can bat that long. I think they set their stall out. They haven't panicked.
Yep.
I don't think it's a wicket where you can, unless someone comes in and plays very aggressively and really tries to change the shape of it. I think they play quite well.
It was in the second innings where Patterson White was critical for Notts in that game last year, where he came in, they were in a fair degree of strife at 89 for 6, so comparable to where we are here actually. And he put on an excellent 91 with Lyndon James, batted with Kyle Verena as well, ended up finishing with 58, which made sure that Surrey would be chasing 300 and something. So it's all about making sure that you hang in there on this pitch.
But I think last year the difference today is that last year there were sweepers out at that point, and watching it there wasn't enough pressure on the batsman. I think this year, yes, the wicket you might say has a little bit more movement in this wicket, but also there's some fielders in good positions. So I felt it was easy watching it last year for them once they got into the first 20 or 30 runs of that partnership to actually just pick off ones with a bit of ease. Whereas actually the field, I think, is really good today.
Shots. Patterson White into double figures with a crisp off drive to the rope. 87 for 6.
Looked pretty good on that drive today, hasn't he? Better than anyone else, I would say. Gets his head into the ball really nicely. And solid 4 down the ground.
Has to be building a case for higher honours, given he's taken 33 wickets this year, been match winning on a couple of occasions. Gives them quite a bit if that's the direction they wish to go. It's only last year that Liam Dawson, another left-arm spinner, was playing Test cricket at Manchester. Didn't make the Ashes squad and has finished up playing red ball cricket, but at age 27 now, Patterson White, they say with finger spinners they only reach the peak of their powers in their 30s. So his bowling will continue to improve, and you add to that a couple of first-class hundreds and 2,000 first-class runs. It's a nice all-round package.
He looks very balanced at 8. And you need that I think for winning sides. You need that strength in the back order. When we were winning competitions here or championships here, we had a very strong sort of 7, 8, 9, 10. We had even 11, to be honest, because Sacklane would bat 11 at times. So we had that depth, and there were times when the top order might fail, but actually you found runs from 7 to 11. And I think it is important to have that depth and no tail to create the runs you need to win games.
Oh, inside edge. That was again Clark with the homing missile. Verena had to play, had to get something on it, and just did. So he's not at all scared to go full here, Clark. Although in that case it was...
I think you want to be full on this wicket, but just not too full. So if you hit that good length, you're going to get plenty of reward.
Long way to go today. 20 past 3, we're not even at the halfway mark, not even close. Andrew Samson.
Yeah, I mean, since Patterson White made his debut in 2019, there are only 2 English spinners with better county championship averages, with more than 100 wickets. Patterson White's got 165 at 31.35. There's only Jack Leach and Liam Dawson who've got a better record in that time as English spinners.
And the fact that he does have the ability to bat, whether it should or shouldn't tip the scales, feels like there are rules for spinners and there are rules for seamers. Spinners need to be able to bat to have a look for the most part, whereas seamers, I suppose you can an old-fashioned number 11.
Well, what number does Bashir bat for England?
Well, yes, indeed. But sort of around the professional game more generally, the idea that a spinner should be able to...
Well, it's the same for keepers as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you go back 20, 30 years, your keepers were could be batting 9 or 10, whereas now they're batting a lot higher than that. Some of them even in the top 6.
Thanks to Adam Gilchrist, really, all that. Not the only one, but a key part of that story a generation ago or so. Yeah, sort of feel like that the very fact that Patterson White, he's not going to have numbers with the bat like Liam Dawson did, but just being able to demonstrate competence with the stick.
You say that, but the way he shapes up is actually, he might aesthetically not look incredible, but he looks incredibly effective.
Oh, no.
Watching him play, I think.
Not diminishing him at all, just more that, like, I think Dawson would have ended up with 20-something first-class hundreds, wouldn't he? Samo will check that. Last ball of the over here, out to mid-off, no run, and he averaged 50-plus in the championship in consecutive years when he was Player of the Year and forced his way back in, 87 for 6. No doubt that he's got... We saw that last year in that crucial game here when the pressure was right on, when the championship was on the line. He's the guy that top scored. Samo.
Yeah, Dawson, 10,828 runs. It's 34 1800s.
Yeah, there you go.
First class career.
Big career. I wonder what they'll be thinking as far as how they might set up with away tours to South Africa, Bangladesh, the sesquicentenary test match in March. Crunch, bolstering the point we're making. This guy can play. Patterson White, 15.
I would say he's at 3 shots that have been in the top 5 today. That's just effortless. He's driven really well. He's set up for the drive, and anything short, he has put that away with ease.
Looks so good doing it too. Lovely batting. Shorter side of the ground this week, out towards Archbishop Tennyson School.
Yeah,
made the very most of it.
Very authoritative.
Can he get knots? I was going to say not to parity, but can he get knots to a position where they could go into tea 55 minutes from now, 6 down and feeling as though they can drag their way to something nearing honours even by stumps? That's his job here.
What I really like about what Notts are doing, they're making themselves very difficult to dislodge, and a lot of the wickets have been taken because of very good bowling on a wicket that's quite helpful. But I think a lot of them have actually put a real value on their wicket, which is really good from the Notts point of view.
And again, that's timing, that's placement. And that's going to run away all the way to the rope for 4. So a couple of boundaries in the over. Bit of scoreboard pressure back on Surrey as well. Albeit the early stages of this partnership, this pair came together with the score on 70. So they've put on 25, but Patterson White's 4 boundaries have all looked the part.
I think they're picking which bowlers to attack as well. And when I say attack, doesn't mean play lots of shots, but Tom Moore's bowls a little bit fuller than some of the others. And as I said, they're just waiting on that to try and punch back down the ground.
Good leave as well. Yeah, so thinking ahead with England's schedule and what they've got coming up, I know that they've gotten away with doing the, someone who can bowl a bit of spin thing over the last few years when they've not gone with Bashir. Of course, Will Jacks during the Ashes. Dan Lawrence this week. Not to talk down Lawrence's spin, nor Jacks's for that matter, just more that they've chosen to lengthen their batting and organise in a way to provide them the seam depth they wish to have at the moment. I don't know, South Africa, absent frontline spinner, that seems punchy to me. Last time around when they were there and successful in 2019-20, Dom Best played an important hand there, took a fifer. The test that England won. Over the years, spin has been important in that part of the world. Oh, good leave. The movement is coming after it past the stumps though, 95 for 6. Bangladesh, having shown last week, and not just last week by the way, they've had some excellent results in the last couple of years against Pakistan as well. But Bangladesh, it's within the realms possibility. A lot will need to go right, especially how they play at home against the Windies. But they might still have an active route to the World Test Final when England show up there next February. It is plausible. It's not likely, but it is possible. They're going to need multiple spinners in a challenge like that. And then the sesquicentenary test match right at the bitter end of the Australian season. I can't imagine a scenario where they're playing quicks and only quicks there. Even if it is a pink ball test match, I think they'd be inclined to have some frontline spin. Now, if it's Bashir, it's Bashir, that's one thing. But if it's not Bashir, then I think that this is where that conversation around Patterson White could prove timely.
And when they've given Bashir a lot of time, haven't they? And I think everything would gear up to the Ashes, which, as you know, is the big aim to actually right the wrongs probably of last year. But I think it's making sure which is your top spinner, and I know everyone has a different opinion.
Or loose from Verena, who likes to cut. We know that he's good square of the wicket, but extra movement just at the last moment from Fisher there.
But I think Ahmed here actually is an excellent bowler. He's not. I don't think he's playing this game, is he, Farhan Ahmed? But I think he's a potential, a real dark horse for that. I think he's an excellent bowler. I know this isn't necessarily the wicket that would be for him, but I think he's someone that I think certainly has a lot of ability and is young.
Close to the stumps there from Fisher, making Verena play. Rayan Ahmed as well, right? Who's played Test cricket in that role as well, a spinner who can biff it. I think he didn't open the batting in his first Test, chase or something like that. Very Bazballian moment that in Pakistan a couple of years ago when he was 18 years old. The other player who should be in that conversation, by the way, is Mason Crane, who's earned the right to be discussed in the same breath as all of these other spinners. In Mason Crane's case, he's been a vastly improved leg spinner, but also, again, improved his other discipline. He's got a first-class 100 this year, a first-class 99 this year.
His batting's gone through the roof,
Big time. And all you can ask of a player who gets an opportunity young, as he did, unusually young with the circumstances in Sydney in early 2018, is go off and become a much better bowler through your 20s and peak a bit later. Well, that's what Crane's doing. But I suppose England's strange relationship with wrist spin feeds into that as well, maybe. I don't know. Leg stump line.
I think it's difficult with leg spin, isn't it? You think of some of the top leg spinners that I faced. Mushtaq Ahmed was a different level. Was probably the best leg spinner I faced. I think when you're talking about leg spin, especially at international level on generally pretty good wickets, it's not so much the good ball that you bowl, it's how many balls that can be scored off. And you wonder with Mason Crane at that level, it's got to be belief, it's got to be, yes, he's scoring his hundreds and his big scores, but I think I think you'd want to see him tested in some of the Lions games and see how he performs in those. And if he performs well, then that gives him a better chance for that picture.
Into the 20s with a deflection there, Patterson White.
I mean, Ian Salisbury going back in the day, I mean, at international level, he didn't necessarily get the opportunities that he could have done, and he was an exceptional leg spinner. And obviously being here with him and Saki at the other end was a hell of a partnership. And it's that relationship with England and leg spinners is kind of, could you have given him longer? But
Nearly chops on. Second time in the over where Fisher's got Verena to play with the horizontal bat close to his body, and both of them smashed straight into the pitch. 2 runs from the over. Andrew Samson's got something to add here.
Doug Wright is the only England leg spinner to take 100 Test wickets. His debut was just before the Second World War, but he played on to 1951, took 108 Test wickets at 39. It's quite a high average. Next best is Titch Freeman on 66.
That's remarkable. Only one England leg spinner to take 100 wickets.
Yep.
And in the case of Titch Freeman, 6 seasons in a row when he took 200 first-class wickets, one with 300, he still couldn't bang the door down long enough. So, I mean, that's one example from a century ago, but, it does, I think, feed a perception about wrist spin, about what you're describing there, Ali, about the number of balls you will score off wrist spin. It will invariably be higher than it is with finger spin unless you name Shane Warne, right?
Well, I mean, you'd probably say
beast.
an argument against that rule is probably Stuart McGill, who, I mean, I grew up with Stewie playing at North Perth, and we played third grade together.
Yeah,
so that
really?
give you
Wow.
an idea of
What
that.
a team that is.
Yeah, well, I went short leg to him, which was an experience. But he could bowl you the best ball, better than Warne. But he could also bowl you the odd loose delivery, and of course he played at Notts as well. But yeah, England tend to go more for, I guess, off spin is steadier, easier to control, especially under pressure when you've got good players who spin at international level.
Yep.
And so, I think as you look around first class cricket as well, I don't think necessarily there are batsmen who don't play spin as well as they could do, and so spinners sometimes pick up. A lot don't use their feet, and I think if you watch some of the really good players who spin, when they use their feet, that doesn't mean necessarily come down the wicket. It means they can play off the back foot. But I think at international level, you've probably got some very decent players of spin, and that's where the pressure comes. You might be picking up 3-fers, 4-fers in county cricket.
Oh, what a snaffle. Just terrific fielding, Surrey, all day long. The young man at Point Thomas makes no mistake to his right. And Verena, who was looking to place square of the wicket, as he often does so well, couple of times in the previous over miscued, goes for it again, off Laws, there to hit, picks out the fielder. Notts woes continue, 98 for 7. Thomas, he's a very good prospect with the bat. And here, safe hands just when they needed it.
Well, that's a huge wicket, and you'd say a gift, really. Could have been put away, and if he'd hit that a yard either side or kept it down, he probably would have had a boundary, but a very good catch at point and a huge wicket for Surrey. That was a partnership that was really going places and changing the course of the game, but a good wicket and much needed.
So a partnership of 28 that was building largely through Patterson White, but in the case of Verena, was looking to turn up the volume the other way, and just there with no footwork. That's been his downfall there, watching it back. Can't believe he's fallen to the one fielder set there for just that stroke. The beneficiary is Laws. He's got 3 now. That's the second wicket of the session. And still not yet 100, the visitors, as Ollie Stone makes his way to the middle of the Keir Oval.
Just a little bit greedy, I think, just trying to put that for 4 and not staying on top of it, and I think walking away like a man who expected to be there at the end of the day's play, and he's played very well to that point, but just giving a chance and was willingly taken.
Laws has that habit, doesn't he? He's just an eventful cricketer. He's a cricketer where things are going on.
Well, he puts the ball in areas that actually demand shots, whether it's the drive or the cut or, bowl the occasional short ball. So he's often, you'd say he's an aggressive bowler in terms of how he bowls. He bowls a fraction fuller than most, and that one's just a little bit shorter, and says Verena just looking to seize on it, but picking out the man.
He's going to keep bending his back and weighing it down. New man Stone to do so at here, and he beats him with a jam. That's the other thing Laws can do. He can shape it away at pace. 83 mile an hour there. We've seen spells from Laws here where he's bowled and attacked the stumps and hooped it both ways. That's lively, more than lively. Genuine pace for the ball that's some 43 overs old. We can ignore that saying 69 mile an hour, by the way, in the bottom of the screen. A lot quicker than that.
I was going to say, he's just always making the batsman play, isn't it? You're always looking to play, and he's bringing the fielders in. That means occasionally he just over pitches a little bit and does get driven, but creating chances.
Well steered. Stone off the mark. So 99 for 7 and over where Surrey had success dismissing Verena for 22. As Ali Brown jumps out. Great to catch up, Ali. We'll hear from you again in the final session. Tom Laws receives the applause of the Surrey faithful gathered here today, of which there'll be many more in about 20 minutes' time when it's free after tea, you'd imagine. I say free after tea, free after 4 o'clock today, because that's when it would otherwise have been. But you can get some extra value. Tea's not till 20 past 4 today, which is my cue for bringing in Yas Rana. Hello.
Afternoon, Colo. Big moment, that. Carl
Yeah.
Verena, average best part of 47 in first-class cricket, looking good. Wicket from nowhere, really.
I reckon it was the previous over that contributed to that. There were the 2 cut shots he played straight into the turf. Frustrated at himself that he didn't get either of them away. Next available now granted, they were close to his body, but still, he felt like he could cut them at the time. Next available opportunity, bit shorter, bit wider. No footwork, picks out point. Oh, look at the shape from Fisher. He's been a dream to watch today. How he's only found 2 edges beggars belief.
Yeah, it feels that the longer that he's been at Surrey, the better and better that he's got. We've talked before about how his raw numbers might not suggest that he's an England calibre bowler. He's in the England squad at the moment for the Test series against Pakistan, but on the eye test, he gets better round by round.
And again, sure as night follows day. Now Stone, the new man. This is going to take some doing, seeing Fisher off here.
And also the other thing to keep an eye on him is his pace. His pace has gone up since he first joined Surrey at the start of last year.
Yep.
He's able to keep it in the low 80s range, even when he's bowling his 3rd or 4th spell of the day. Now into his 12th over. His speed's, if anything, up on what he had at the start of the day. And again.
That might be the best of the 3. Granted a bit shorter, but more in line with middle and off. Requires Stone to play. We have seen leaving on length today be an important feature, especially of Verena's lengthy stay. But every wicket today's required a fielder. Exclusively behind the wicket.
In the end, Stone doing well not to follow the ball.
Got about 5 minutes till I jump off, so I might go quickly around the grounds with you as well. That's swinging back the other way, so I don't think there was a glove there. They were interested in balloon up, but Fisher didn't quite get to the contest. It's a moot point.
Just on that wicket of Verena, the other thing to say is smartly held catch from Adam Thomas, who
yes,
in his first full year in the first team is really marking himself out as a really excellent fielder. He's in the key positions in the white ball cricket he's played. And from his debut against Sussex, I found it so interesting that he's in the slips.
Yep.
It's so rare to see a teenager given that responsibility, especially in a side with Surrey's experience.
And Ali made the point too. You can often hear him through the FX mic, so he's lively. Fisher again going back towards Stone. So we've had 3 outswingers and 2 brought back in the over. Quickly whizzing round. So Yorkshire, Hampshire, Yorkshire in strife. They need to win this week to stay there and thereabouts. Hampshire got the chance to bowl first because Yorkshire won the toss actually at Southampton. 102 for 7 there. Kyle Abbott, how's this? Kyle Abbott's figures: 15 overs, 10 maidens, 4 for 7. Stop it. Stop it. Ridiculous bowler. Keeps a strike with 1 out to the onside. They might want 2 here. And they will get 2. That brings up the 100 from the final ball of Fisher's over. 101 for 7. Gives a strike back to Patterson White on 21. 2 wickets in the session. Martindale, the man on debut, caught behind for 13. And Verena, an over ago, caught at point by Thomas. Bowling of Laws for 22. So Kyle Abbott's going to play forever. Somerset are flying. They have been sent in by Essex at Taunton, and they're 241 for 3 already. So they're hunting bonus points, or hunting batting points, as you might expect. Josh Thomas, century, 110. Henry Nichols, who got 100 here for New Zealand in the Test summer, 59 not out with Tom Abel. So they're going at a good clip there. Leicestershire, Glamorgan at Leicester. It's raining there at the moment, but Glamorgan took 4 wickets earlier in the day, 71 for 4. Included a run out there. And no scores of note as yet. Change of bowler. Here we go. Dan Worrell back for his second spell of the session. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Set the pace towards net zero. Drive your business forward with renewable energy. To Patterson White, 2 slips. Goes across him from over the wicket. Patterson White looks safe so far. Classy too. And Sussex, who are on 105 points coming into this round in 5th spot, are playing at Birmingham against Warwickshire. They have been sent in, and at the moment they've got a decent start as well. They're 89 for 1. Tom Haynes, the captain's got 49 of those. And Chris Wokes with the wicket for Warwickshire. So that's Division 1 call of the card. It's full round, of course, today. Bit of rain around in Division 2 by the looks of things. Oh, cut him in half, near enough. Not quite gloved. Interesting here, we've got Stumps already called at Cheltenham. Must be very heavy rain out there to have already called the day off by 3:45. Gloucestershire were 107 for 5 at that point.
Yeah, and also after getting quite a lot of cricket in.
Yeah.
So to get 43 overs in and still be calling stumps
Calling
with
it off.
2 or so hours left to go.
Must have been torrential. I suppose it's an outground at Cheltenham at the festival there. That might have contributed to it, not having the same drainage facilities potentially. Picks out the sweeper off the front foot. Patterson White moves to 22, which is the joint highest score in this innings with Verena, the recently dismissed man. 31 for Ollie Price, 3 wickets for Ben Allison. That's for Worcestershire with the ball. Northants, Lancs, up at Manchester, they've had barely any cricket. They've only played 3 overs, 10 for none. Lancs chose to field first, so Northants batting with Proctor and Vasconcelos in the middle. Durham, Derbyshire, it's raining as well up north, 5 for none. They played 3 overs there at Derby, where they chose to field first. Durham, therefore, batting first. And Kent, Middlesex, plenty of cricket there down at Merchant Taylors, so using an outground this week. Middlesex with the Test match at Lords next week. Kent, who were batting first by choice, they won the toss, have made their way briskly to 245 for 4. And that includes 79 not out for Sam Northeast. Always a lot of goodwill for Sam Northeast. And 81 for Zach Crawley, which is his first contribution of any real note with the red ball since being dropped from the England team. So good on Zach Crawley there.
And also his first red ball hit since taking a break from red ball cricket.
Yeah. Remember at the time there was some suggestion that he might do that, and there was a big backlash. Like, he wouldn't possibly do that. Couldn't possibly not play red ball cricket. What are you talking about? When then he proceeded to do exactly that. Some punditry is better than others. Ooh. Swing and a miss. So well played, Zach Crawley. Welcome back to the first class game, having needed that break. A couple of wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones, the ever reliable, with Middlesex, of course, due for a final. They've made their first, I was going to say limited overs final, but first non-T20 final since 1990 after their success on Sunday. Luke Holman with ball and bat, beating Ben Stokes' Durham. They needed that, I reckon. Middlesex have had a difficult time of it off the field, and again Worrell. Goodness me.
Well, Stone's only been out there for 11 or 12 deliveries now, and I reckon he's played and missed at least 5 of them.
102 for 7 completes the over. Watching it back here, it's just seeing how good Worrell's been today. That's an emblem of it. Missing off stump by the proverbial coat of varnish. So yes, the Metro Bank final will be Middlesex taking on Leicestershire on the 20th of September, I think it is. Daniel Norcross in for me, taking you through to tea. And he'll do so with Matt Fisher preparing to go again. And for the time being, it'll be Yas Rana.
Yeah, if you're being hypercritical, maybe Fisher and Worrell could have been just a half a yard or so footer in the last couple of overs. Lots of deliveries, swinging away late, beating the outside edge of Ollie Stone, who's genuinely been playing at these deliveries, but yet to actually edge one through.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dan.
Oh, what a lovely afternoon it is. Slight breeze. Bit of warm sun, but not baking. Oh, I say. Close again. We've seen so many plays and misses today, as we so often do when Matt Fisher's bowling.
Yeah, what I would say, though, is that this is certainly up there with Surrey's most complete bowling performance as a group this season so far. I think in every individual game there has been an impressive performance or two, whereas today the whole package has been on it together really well.
They've hunted as a pack.
They have.
They have. We like that kind of... aggressive terminology, don't we? We like hunting.
And also, just in terms of things that really get me going, Daniel, it's also the run rate being only 2.25 runs
you love
and
that,
over.
don't you? Yeah.
That suggests that they have been on it collectively.
Control. No
so
weak
much
links.
control.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when I was on with Phil first up this morning, he was making the point whether or not Nottinghamshire should be more aggressive to counteract the good start from Orland and Fisher. And I was kind of like, well, they've not really bowled any ball that you could drive or cut, pull.
We could drive that one, but it didn't go where he intended at all, squirting off the inside half of the bat. Which gets him off strike, gets Ollie Stone on strike.
Yeah, the lowest total against Surrey this season is 277, the lowest all-out total by Sussex back in May. So, they've struggled a bit with the ball, as we know.
Were they about 100 for 7 as well on that day before Robinson and Carson
Yeah,
bailed
that's
them
right.
out?
Or for 8 even, was it? I can't remember, was it 7 or 8?
Could well have been 8.
Yeah,
Could well have been 8.
it was one heck of a partnership, wasn't it? And don't put it past Ollie Stone, he can bat, you know. Third slip's gone in for him.
And again.
Beaten again, driving in a length that's not quite there for it.
92 for 7 they were, which is pretty similar to today. And they were 167 for 8 though.
Yeah. Thank you.
Talking about Fisher's length earlier, that one was actually fuller. Sort of bail height, drawing Stone forward. And again, a genuine attempt to play the ball. Part of what makes is another note, one more left in the over. I think part of what makes Nottinghamshire such a good side is they have real batting depth, and it's in a way similar to Surrey in the years that Surrey were winning titles. You look at Patterson White at 8, but then Stone and Hutton are sneakily capable tail enders at 9 and 10, both average just under 20 with the bat in first class cricket. Which isn't really what you want to see as a bowling side.
No.
Someone coming in at number 10 who averages nearly 20.
Well, there was a stat doing the rounds some years ago, which I haven't asked Andrew Samson to update as the end of the over comes. 1 run from it, 103 for 7. That it was something like 10 of the previous 12 county champions at this point had been teams that had scored at a higher average per loss of wicket after the loss of the 5th wicket. So their 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th wickets were averaging more than any other teams, which is a much underrated part of the game. And if you are really honest with yourself and you think back to the crushing disappointment of losing to Australia time and time again, it often was the case that actually, there might be 230 for 5, they'd still make 400. And that's what does you. That's what keeps you out in the field that much longer.
You thinking of Haddin's Ashes?
Haddin's Ashes, I'm thinking of Gilchrist's career. Beats the bat again. Goes fishing there, does Patterson White. A bit more than fishing, really. Come for a right old drive through the offside. See again, is that... Yeah, it's just straightened on him, hasn't it? Last minute, it's just gone past that outside edge.
living a charmed life at the moment. And also, I think Patterson White, if you're looking at the trajectory of his bat, his wrist sort of closed on itself at the end. A little bit like that, actually.
A little bit like that, yes. I was going to say, good from you. He's a right-hander back on strike. We got 3 distinct clusters of pigeons today. I wonder if they're sworn enemies or what's going on here. There's a sort of indie group that's just beyond the boundary rope. They're a bit too cool for school. Then you've got a slightly scattered group out towards what is now extra cover. And then there's a much smaller group at a short point. Oh, it's got him. It's well taken, well picked up. Just flicked into the onside. Tom Law's taken the catch just an inch or 2 off the ground. A loose shot from Stone. But Worrell will take that. He'd beaten the bat time and time again. So he'll be perfectly happy to take that gift. Surrey have got their 8th wicket now. And, I mean, this is typical cricket, isn't it? You can bowl ball after ball after ball that goes past the outside edge, and then one that actually snakes onto the pads and should be easy pickings is clipped straight to the man there, waiting for the catch, and a good sharp one.
Well, you're going to have to just take my word for this, Daniel, but at the start of the previous over, Worrell moved mid-wicket, squarer.
Oh, right.
And brought him in a little bit and gestured to Laws at mid-wicket. You're there for that. You're there for that sort of aerial flick through the leg side. So, sure, it's not the ball, it's not the field for his stock ball, but it was a very deliberate move from Worrell and Burns to position mid-wicket exactly where the ball went. And it's a good catch from Laws, who dropped one earlier. And Surrey now just 2 wickets away from wrapping up this Nottinghamshire first innings.
So to bring Brett Hutton onto strike. And as you say, Yas, he is no mean number 10. Bat at number 8 in many other sides. But after that, I think in Dylan Pennington we can say there is a number 11. He's a number 10.
I think this is it. I think
number 10.
What actually is a number 11 in 2026?
Nahid Rana, Ebadot Hussain.
But there aren't loads of figures like that
Muhammad
in county
Ali.
cricket. In county cricket, did you see Muhammad Abbas batting 10 yesterday?
Well,
extraordinary.
Exactly. Well, because Muhammad Ali, I believe, has got the lowest average of any man to have batted 10 times in Test cricket, 0.57. That's the kind of batter you want to see coming in at number 11.
But seriously, in county championship cricket, I'd be interested in what the average for a number 11 is these days.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's double figures.
I mean, there's a man alongside you who would relish that challenge. He's on it. He is on it.
If it was possible to type with a strut, that is exactly what Samuel is doing right now.
I can do that for you, he says. No trouble at all. So Worrell's made the breakthrough. New batter Brett Hutton on strike. 3 slips back in. A little too wide to tempt.
Because it was Leicestershire. Was it last season in their promotion campaign when they had, I think, Ben Mike at 11 with a third-class average of 30?
See, that's not on, is it? That's not playing the game. Meanwhile, the Test match is still going. What's the score? Do you know?
Well, Jordan Cox has his first Test match half century. He's 56 not out.
Does he now?
And Joe Root has his 109th.
I was going to ask if he got to his 109th. Yeah.
52 not out.
He's in second place for the 50-plus scores. I think he's almost level with Tendulkar now for the most scores between 50 and 99, isn't he?
He has surpassed Tendulkar with... Well, hang on. Is this Cricket Info page updating live? I think it did. So he is level with Tendulkar with 68 scores between 50 and 100.
Well, 50 and 99.
Yes, true.
Well, see, that'll be a record in and of itself. Ryan Patel has been replaced in this match by Josh Blake. Patel, by the way, picked up a finger injury earlier whilst fielding this morning, which has ruled him out of the remainder of this game. So that is a bit of a blow for Surrey. Josh Blake's a fine replacement. I wondered if they'd go with Blake or Sykes. They've gone with Blake. So you can have replacements on the first 2 days because the rules have changed for these last 6 matches.
Josh Blake himself with a fairly hefty splint on his left hand, which has prevented him from keeping wicket.
Well, we're at that point of the season where
lift up.
it's rare not to see people with their fingers taped up.
Gee,
I was only looking at England's slip cordon yesterday. Everybody had them.
see Jordan Cox's fingers.
Yeah, I know.
I think he only had 2 that weren't taped up.
Well, I distinctly remember David Warner having all of his fingers taped up during the 2017-18 Ashes, and rather unusually fielding at mid-off. Make of that what you will. That was actually the series before
Sandpaper
Gate. Yes,
yes,
happened. Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah. But well, we know, don't we? Because they told us that was the first time Sandpaper Gate. So we know that to be the case.
average number 11, the batting average of number 11s in the county championship in the 2020s is 10.73.
See, that's quite high, isn't it?
I think that's
Yes.
that's too high.
Proving
That's
your point.
too
Too high.
It's too high. I
Too
think.
high. What needs
So-
to be
so-
done about it?
We're being nice and,
Yeah.
and rightfully saying that Dylan Pennington with a first class batting average of about 12 is more number 10, more number 9, but actually
Oh, beats the bat
again.
again. You're saying he's basically pretty much an average number 11.
in this era
Yeah.
he is.
What can be done about that? Should they perhaps be forced to bat with their shoelaces tied together or something?
Sam, I think you know what we're going to ask next. What's the average for number 9s and 10s? And while you're at it, number 8s as well.
Well, I was actually going to ask what the average was for number 11s in the 1980s and the 90s.
That's another great question.
I can tell you I can tell you it was 8 before the 21st century. So the history
Overall.
of the championship before the 21st century was 8.4 number 11s.
Shot. Lovely shot. Pigeon scattering. That's going to be 4 through extra cover. He's played a couple of those today, Patterson White. If you just over pitch ever so slightly, he's very happy to drive, but drives very elegantly along the ground. It's a long way out there as well at deep extra cover.
He's been really good off the front foot. Played some glorious straight drives earlier on.
Is that the one thing perhaps still just missing from Surrey's attack? That all 4 bowlers bowled really well today, but just one bowler who can wang it in at the ribs and the head a bit. I mean, it doesn't necessarily feel like the pitch for that sort of thing.
I'd say I'd refrain from being overly critical of a bowling attack that has the opposition 108 for 8, and I think that they are more rounded than they're perhaps showing today because of the conditions that are in front of them. I think that when it's been a bit flatter, all 4 bowlers that we've seen today are capable of bowling effective short stuff. It's just
I'm thinking, though, of the signing of Henry Crookham, whom we saw here during that Sussex game, and he did get people hopping about. And you just think that's quite a nice little piece of the jigsaw. Not for this season, of course, but for next season. That is masterfully played. Punched off the back foot. Well, more stroked, really, than punched, and beautifully placed. The second boundary in this over from Patterson White. He was a thorn in Surrey's side last year with bat and, significantly, in the 1 over he bowled with the ball. But he's doing it again. He's 32, but not still 112 for 8. And the new batter, Brett Hutton, will be on strike at the start of the next over. Surrey were happy to leave that gap out there, almost willing to sacrifice the boundary if necessary in order to get Worrell bowling to Hutton with 18 minutes in theory to go till tea. Can tea be extended if they're 9 down, even when it's an immovable feast on a day when the session times change? No one knows. No one knows. Not even Samo knows.
Sure, the umpires must know, surely. They've
Well,
got to make a
do
decision.
they?
Well, they're going to have to make a decision, put it that way.
They'll have a vibe.
Vibes are the way to go these days, aren't they?
there must be a time.
We could ask Debbie, couldn't we, in the scorer's box?
There must be a time where you just cannot go beyond that as a possible tea point.
Well, yeah, you get
5 o'clock is
extra
surely,
half an hour
yeah.
is what it normally is, isn't it? Or is it 15 minutes with tea?
Half an hour.
It's half an hour with tea and half an
I'm
hour
pretty
with
sure it's still half an hour, yeah.
Right, but right, okay.
You know, that changes things every season. Number 10s, by the way, average
Yes.
15 in the 2020s in Counties Championship.
Against too much.
Number 9's averaged 22.
So that is way too much. That is
yeah.
way
That's
too
definitely
much.
way
Yeah,
too much.
that
20,
is-
22 is your classic number 8.
It's not cricket, is it? What are 8's average?
Where's our Chandrasekhars and our
Yes.
Eric Hollies when we need them?
What, the Venkats.
Number 8.
Ambition Badies even, yeah. That's nicely guided away. It'll get him off strike.
I was just an hour ago saying 22 point whatever that Patterson White's first class career average is pretty good for a number 8.
Mm.
It's below average.
Is
It's
it?
25 is the average.
25.
25.
But
And after
number,
that,
but
yeah.
number 12's average more than number 11, so there is that. You now have number 12s these days with all these substitutes and things.
Yes.
Number 12's currently average 13 in the championship, but that's only 8 innings with 5 not outs.
Okay.
But I had to say that, sorry.
I'm glad you did.
So what's the average? What's the decade with the lowest average for number 11s? Yeah. we got our teeth into this, haven't we? Yes. Again, really nicely played, but there is cover out there on the boundary, so they'll just get the single. Nice movement of the feet from Patterson White. Look, he may be a below average number 8, but he's batting like an above average number 8 at the moment.
Yeah, he's had a quiet year with the bat, but went better than his current form suggests in 2025. I think at times he's batted at 7 for Nottinghamshire. They had a slightly awkward selection conundrum about how to replace the injured Lyndon James, and I think that if Patton White had more runs behind him, it would have been possible that he would have gone to 7 and they got an extra bowler, perhaps Fahad Ahmed or Seamer James Hayes, but in the end opting for the specialist batter Martindale on debut.
Who I thought batted really well in testing conditions until he got out. It was the one real mistake he'd made. It sort of came out of the blue, didn't it? Because he was just playing on off stumps so successfully for so long. For a guy on in debut, it's amazing, really, that he managed to eschew the waft. It's a good leave from Hutton, who again has been a thorn in Surrey's side over the years, usually with ball, but I think, do we put him in the category of can do a job with a bat or can hold a bat?
Job.
Job.
I think when you're so close to averaging 20.
Yeah, do a job. Whereas holding a bat is 12.
I think lower than that.
Okay,
I
what's
think
knows one end of the bat from the other?
I think that is similar in spirit to holding a bat.
Yes.
And I think both are used when slightly patronisingly bigging up the batting ability of a number 11 who average in single figures.
There is our substitute. Ryan Patel out of this match. Josh Blake in. It's a reminder, damaged finger. We don't know the extent of it at the moment. But it is a blow for Surrey because he's been in sumptuous form. The Metro Bank saw him crunch some fabulous runs. Oh, it's wafted at that. That is a waft from Patterson White. She gets away with. It's loose. It wasn't the right length for the shot he was playing, really. It's hard to tell whether he was sort of driving at that or cutting it. It was somewhere in between and the ball wasn't there for either.
Been told that there are nearly 4,000 people in the ground at the moment, 3,769. I always wonder how do they know so specifically that is the exact number of people in the ground.
It's a clicky thing, isn't it?
But do we get clicked in?
Well, that's a good question.
Anyway.
Well, we don't count, do we?
It is now free for the rest of the day. And there's more than 40 overs of cricket to be played for free.
A really nice temperature. I mean, this is where you want to be in the sun. It's a good sun. Again, Nicely driven into space. It will be just the one.
Yeah, Surrey just giving Patterson White that single. Huge gap in the infield on the offside in front of square with a man on the boundary. Brett Hutton marking his guard on off stump. I thought that was effectively outlawed 5 years ago.
What's Fisher asking for here? Yeah, he wants a long leg to go round. Considerably squarer now. He's almost a deep backward square leg. I wondered if that was a little bluff there. It's almost signalling he was going to bang one in short. But nicely negotiated by Hutton. 6 more matches to play, including this one in the County Championship. County Championship that is sort of concertinaed together. It's a very, very tight division this year, with all sides really looking up as well as down, apart from the teams that are at the bottom, or indeed at the top. Somerset have been having a good day.
Yeah, 248 for 3 at tea. At the bottom of the table, Yorkshire 140 for 9 against Hampshire.
Oh, against Hampshire. And that is basement clash, isn't it?
Exactly. Hampshire, who are effectively joint bottom. They're on 72 points alongside Leicestershire. The 2 bottom teams in the division get relegated. Yorkshire are immediately ahead of them in the table, but 17 points in front. So that's a potentially very, very significant day of cricket there.
Hampshire have had a habit of wriggling out of awkward situations in recent years. Oh, that's cut him in half. Oh, I say, nearly got an inside edge. Fine bowling from Fisher. We've got 10 minutes to go till tea. I imagine I'll try and sneak another one out of him. The way he's bowling, he's got lovely rhythm going at the moment.
Potentially the story of the summer. Glamorgan,
yes,
who were only 9 points off Nottinghamshire in first place.
Yes.
They've got Leicestershire 84 for 5 at Grace Road on a day where they've been battling the rain as much as anything else. They're off the field at the moment. Be amazing story if a side who've been out of Division 1 for so long can even put up a serious title bid, let alone win the whole thing.
Oh, that's a tentative nurdle from Hutton. They'll be thinking about tea, 9 minutes away. They desperately want to get there unscathed if they can. Because apart from anything else, the big prize for Surrey would be here if they can nip out these last 2 wickets before tea. They then get 20 minutes to get the pads on, get the feet up. Otherwise, you've got a quicker turnaround, haven't you? Oh, I say that's nearly got through. Instead squeezes it away for a single. Any others for us of note? How are Middlesex getting on? Always keen to see how our cousins across the river.
I think you knew roughly how they were going before you asked that question, but I'll oblige. Kent 271 for 4 at tea.
Right.
Sam Northeast still unbeaten, 87 not out.
Zach Crawley got some runs, didn't he?
81 off 115.
So what's that Middlesex bowling attack?
Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm, Ethan Bosch, Ryan Higgins and Zafar Gohar.
Not bad. Gone for the big pull there. Lucky not to get an edge on that. So it looped into the gloves of folks. It's a rare short ball that we've seen today. Hasn't really been a day for the short ball.
How much do you think conditions have changed from session 1 to 2?
Well, a little, I'd say. But it's hard to know whether it's conditions or ball. Wouldn't you agree? think the nip has been not quite as late. Late nip is obviously the hardest of the nips.
Yeah, although that little spell that both Worrell and Fisher bowled to Stone before he was dismissed, that didn't feel hugely dissimilar to what they were bowling first up this morning.
Are you still happy with the control?
Very happy with the control.
Yeah.
I just like seeing
You're a
control
freak, Yas. Oh, I know this. I've seen you around the traps. That's nicely whipped away. Tucked, even for 4. My goodness me, the timing on that. It's a long boundary out towards deep mid-wicket. He's almost done no more than lean on that.
Yeah.
Very nicely played.
Patterson White has been able to score reasonably briskly, which almost makes the innings run rate of under 2.5 runs and over all the more impressive from a Surrey point of view. I don't actually think, sometimes you see a innings run rate like that and you think, conditions very difficult for run scoring, there's not a lot of pace in the wicket, etc., outfield. So I don't think any of those really apply today. It's been very, very disciplined from the Surrey quartet.
John after that is going to get 4 more. Second short ball of the over, pulled well in front of square. Second consecutive boundary for Patterson White. Takes him into the 40s at the end of the over. 9 from it, 125 for 8.
Number 11 batting in the county championship.
Yes.
Peaked
In
the 1950s, i.e. had its lowest average.
Oh, really?
Yes.
My goodness, so it sort of went down.
Number 11s went down to 7.16 in the 1950s. It was kind of 8 or 9 in the early stages.
Yeah.
Down to 7.16 in the 1950s.
That is gorgeous. I wonder who was leading the way.
I'll have a quick look. Since when it's been going up, and it's been going up fairly significantly since the 70s up to, as we say, 10.7. It was 11.4 in the last decade, the 2010s, which suggests that helmets might have something to do with it.
Oh, I say. Oh, he's got him. Well, has he got him? Umpire is unmoved. Now then, they obviously heard a little noise there. Is that a brush of the trouser, perhaps? That's what the umpire must have been thinking.
I was thinking potentially right hip, the ball squared up and up.
Could be pocket.
And Surrey are adamant that Hutton's got a bat on this, but umpire and batter unmoved.
Oh, well. They all went up as one. Fisher didn't even turn round until he'd almost made it to the stumps at the other end. We'd need to take a much closer look at that, but that looked close to edge, but it also looked close to trouser, or hip, as you say. Not quite punished in the grand manner. Let's see it again. Well,
I'm going to say I don't think it's touched thigh or hip.
No, neither do I.
But equally, I don't think there's an obvious deviation.
But there was an all as
visually.
one went up, so they must have heard something. Must have done. Inside edge. Onto pad. This might be the last over before tea. Because if a wicket goes down, it won't be. Well, Surrey will be frustrated by that because they would have loved to have picked up that 9th wicket. Well, could it have been bat touching any part of his own pad, perhaps, as it came through? Might have been that. Playing that with one hand off the bat. Certainly hurried by Fisher. It's been a good over from Fisher. It feels like he might be slightly riled.
What do you know about Frank McHugh?
McHugh.
Yes.
Frank McHugh.
Mac and H-U-G-H.
Yes. It's a name I think I've heard, but I don't know why. Is he associated with absolutely terrible batting by any chance? Oh, good. Oh, beats the bat again. Okay, let's hear.
It's probably where you've heard his name, because I don't think he did all that much. But he did play quite a bit of county cricket between 1949 and 1956, and he had the lowest average at number 11 in the 1950s with an average of 2.86.
Oh, what a
90
hero.
innings, including 38 not outs.
Oh, 38 not outs. What was his top score?
18.
If we root maths it, right? Okay.
Very good. And of course, Eric Hollies famously took more wickets than he scored runs, having taken more wickets than anyone else in that category ever in first-class cricket. His average for the decade.
Oh, beats the bat once more. Right, we're going to get one more over him before tea, at least.
220 innings is number 11 in that decade. He averaged 4.6. He did get a 47 though once.
Okay.
So there you go. But those are the kind of people who brought those averages down as they should have been.
Good man. Great man. There's a plaque to Frank McHugh. For whom did he play?
He played for Gloucestershire and Yorkshire.
Of course, Gloucestershire had the great Jim Fote, didn't they, for many years? Who was one of the most fascinating first-class cricketers.
Wasn't he?
Average about 18, batting at number 5 and 6.
He's a specialist batter, late 70s, early 80s, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's a very fine fielder, though, wasn't he? I believe he won Gloucestershire a one-day game.
Was this the guy who had something like 300 from 120 first-class games? Yeah.
Something like that. We can get it up for you. The great Jim. But the tragedy of Jim Fote is that he really started to find his feet in his last few seasons.
Averaging 21, 22.
So actually 24, 25, I think. He's always trying to leave that, Patterson White, but it'll get him a single and bring Hutton on strike for what will be the last over before tea, unless a wicket falls, we think.
Jim Fote, 2,512 runs at 18.6 in 91 matches, including 5 centuries.
5 centuries. Yeah. How many innings?
150. That's
150 innings.
Just have a look by season. Yes, he did keep getting better. His last 2 seasons, which was 78 and 79, he got 722 runs at 28 and 463 at 30.
He's a specialist batter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just as he was getting good, that was the end of his career, because he got 4 of his 500s over those 2 seasons.
So what was he averaging after 50 games? It's a remarkable show of faith.
He must just take out the last 2 seasons.
50 games, he was averaging 14.
So that's
basically averaging what a number 9, 10 does.
10 does now, yeah.
Number 10 does now.
Before those last 2 seasons, 78, 79, was 13.96 in 62 games as a specialist batter.
He must have looked so good in the nets.
He had lovely hair. I think he went off to Cornwall. But very, very fine fielder. You remain sceptical of the value of the very fine fielder for a man averaging 13.96, do you?
Certainly as an all-round package. But also, again, it just feels like something people felt obliged to say about him. Fine fielder. It was justify.
Well, I think there's footage of him sort of not winning. They did win a white ball. So they weren't white ball games those days, but limited overs final at Lord's. Right, tea is fast approaching. This has almost been Notts' session. Began it, didn't they, at 46 for 5?
41
for 5. Yeah. So 87, 88 runs scored for the loss of 3 wickets.
The great Patsy Hendren, who scored the second most centuries in the history of first-class cricket, 170.
Beautifully worked away. 2 full, half volley, but Patterson White, he's played some great shots today, both on the leg side and the offside, but a rasping pull, a wonderful flick. That one just leaning on the ball again. Speeds off to the boundary, and this is becoming frustrating now for Surrey, with 1 ball to go before tea, unless a wicket goes.
He had a very slow start to his career, averaged 9 after 12 matches as a specialist batter. And after 56 games, he still hadn't got a first-class century and averaged 19, and went on to score more centuries than anyone other than Jack Hobbs.
You see what might have happened to Jim Fote if he'd been given just that extra bit of encouragement.
He just needed another chance.
well left, and that will take the players through to tee. And Patterson White here has played a very fine knock, unbeaten on 48 on a day when everybody has struggled against Surrey's four-pronged seam attack. Just those four seamers used. Couple of wickets for Worrell, couple of wickets for Fisher. Clark and Laws have also chipped in. With Brett Hutton unbeaten on 5. Patterson White on 48. Notts have fought back a bit, but Surrey still well on top. 133 for 8. The frustration for Surrey would be they really thought they'd got Brett Hutton just before tea, and that would have given them the opportunity to wrap this up and then come out to bat in the final session. We've got 38 overs to be bowled, and Surrey will just not want to be reminded of the last 9th wicket stand when they bowled this well against Sussex earlier in the season. They would love just to be able to go, as Collar would say, bang, bang, straight after tea and put Notts' innings to bed. Yaz, what have you made of that session?
Quite a strange session in that if you isolate the session itself, it's pretty even. Notts have put on 91 for the loss of 3 wickets. Surrey have bowled well. There's 91 runs scored off 34 overs, so a run rate below 3 runs per over. But given the damage done in that first session, Nottinghamshire still miles behind in this game. But what I would say is we've been saying that this is a Nottinghamshire lower order that can really annoy opposition bowling attacks. So even though there are only 2 more wickets to get for Surrey, Nottinghamshire will feel like they have the talent out there to really frustrate Surrey, make sure that Surrey seamers, only 4 seamers, quite often we see 5 seamers in the Surrey attack, and there's no frontline spinner. We've yet to see Lomra, the Indian overseas bowl, yet. So there is still a lot to be gained from this day from a Nottinghamshire point of view, even though it is to this point Surrey's.
And a little note there on the scorecard, you can see all 8 wickets have fallen to catches, 5 of them in the cordon. And so that has been the story of Surrey's bowling to date, getting good movement and inducing edges. Couple of those wickets possibly given away. Martindale batted really well for his first 13 runs before a slightly rash shot. Verena will be unhappy with the way he got out. And Ollie Stone just chipping the ball straight to mid-wicket. As you can see from the bowling figures, 3 wickets for Tom Laws, 3 for 25 for him, a couple of wickets apiece for Worrell and Fisher, both of whom have bowled really well with great control. And Jordan Clark pitching in with that 1 wicket, the wicket of Martindale. He has 1 for 31. So there's the match summary. It's been Surrey's day so far. The weather looks set fair. There are people now coming out to meander on the outfield, and if you want to come and watch this last session, which will be a lengthy one with 38 overs, you can just wander into the Oval scot-free. It's a feast of red ball cricket today. There's plenty of things to amuse yourself with in the concourse. There's loads of concessions. Wonderful stalls are open today, and hopefully before long you'll get to see Rory Burns and Don Sidley don the pads. Yeah, it's time for you to take a break, because we've got a guest joining us during the tea break. A guest who has compiled a truly fabulous book, which we're going to find out all about. As we've got about 15 minutes or so to chew the cud before we reach the final session. It is a book called London's Sporting Heroes, exploring the capital's rich sporting heritage. Delighted to say that the author of said book, Ian Hewitt, is alongside me. Welcome.
Hello, Dan.
At the 3rd attempt. Welcome. Welcome
Thank
to the
you.
Surrey live stream. Now, first of all, like, I don't know if we got...
Yeah,
we can see it on here. And you can see on the back here. So the back is very revealing. So it is a unique guide to exploring the plaques, statues and murals that celebrate London's rich sporting heritage and its many heroes, both world famous and fascinatingly unsung. And I see a few on the back here, and it's covered many important bases. You've got Harold Abrahams of Chariots of Fire fame, Thomas Sayers, pugilist. I love the way they're called pugilists. Rather than...
Yeah, I learned a lot about pugilists.
Well, I bet. Kitty Godfrey, who we're going to come to pretty shortly because it's very important to you. Another pugilist, Sir Henry Cooper. C.B. Fry. But also, I love a little detail like this. On this very site, ping pong was created and patented by Jean-Jacques III. Firstly, Ian, Explain your background, and then I want to know.
Dear.
I want to know how you patent ping pong after that.
Well, actually, right, where do we go? Life story. No, I was a lawyer by trade or profession, retired as a lawyer. I'm involved in sport mostly as a sort of amateur, reasonable tennis player, but, not up there. But fortunate to be involved heavily at Wimbledon, which is, I suppose, tennis is therefore my main sport. And had a pretty senior role there as former chairman for 4 years. But I like projects, I like books, so let's get stuck into it. I worked with publishers on a book relating to statues around Britain, but I wanted something which was London-based, so that I could get out and, equipped and get out and around London. And so this project sort of developed, and I like sporting heritage. I do think it adds to our appreciation of sport, gives us context, richness, and London, of course, is one of the sporting capitals of the world with iconic venues such as here.
Well, I
at
was
the
going to
Oval.
say, I mean, would you put it up there with sort of Melbourne? Really? I mean, I'm trying to think of the
I would
great
say,
mega sporting
where do I
cities.
go? I would say in terms of history, yes. I mean, I've learnt a lot, as you will tell me, but I see the Oval as probably the first almost national sports centre because of Charles Alcock and the way I realised the first FA Cup final was played here.
So you've got association football.
So football,
I mean,
rugby was played.
Rugby
as
was
well.
here, and then pedestrianism was here as well, I believe. Was that the first floodlit sporting action?
Well,
So I say floodlit,
maybe.
gaslit, wasn't it?
Yes, but you see, my focus was how to look at that heritage around and city, but the focus is on plaques, statues, and murals that commemorate or celebrate.
So would you count
Sportspeople.
because there's a sort of mural just up on the whole
Well, it
isn't
is.
there, where you've got
it's where do I get into this?
Do you count
It
that?
nearly made it. I would have counted it. I counted, I think, some of the murals that are now appearing made it, but there were enough other cricket-related plaques and memorials around both here and where W.G. Grace lived, Bobby Abel was brought up, and all that sort of thing. So they made it.
What about the post boxes? The Olympics
Boxes, they made it.
Yeah,
they've made it.
Actually,
So
when we
all the
explain what we mean
2012,
by made it is.
Sorry.
So as we go, I'm going to show the opening of the book here, right? Because it's got a marvellous map of London. I'm a big fan of maps, and you've effectively broken down London into central, west, northeast, north,
6
east,
regions,
southeast, and southwest.
Yeah.
So you've got a very handy guide right at the beginning. So if you're opening up here right at the beginning, I could just glance down. I'm from southwest London, you see. So I can go, oh, Fred Perry, of course, because Wimbledon's near my neck of the woods, but also Leicester Pigot, Desert Orchid and Cato Star. I had no idea. I mean, what are they doing in southwest London?
Well, they're in Kempton Park because of winning the King George VI Chase on Boxing Day. Yes,
Mo
absolutely.
Farah. I mean, wonderful stuff.
Well, his postbox. He was the Olympic.
Right.
One of his only living in Teddington. Two of those of Mo Farah.
Who's Ebenezer Cobb Morley?
Well, Dan, I would have thought you might. Well, admittedly, that is football related.
Right.
He was basically the secretary that brought together the formation of the Football Association.
I see. What a fabulous
He was the
name.
captain in Barnes, and he brought together that founding meeting of the Football Association, where there is a plaque in Great Queen Street outside the Connaught Rooms. And his grave is also in Old Barn Cemetery. So he was, pretty important in terms of the founding of one of what obviously became one of the world's leading sports.
So what are we counting as Lords? Is that counting is that sneaking into central or north?
I think it's in north.
North. I think that's fair.
Is that fair?
Yes, I'm going to go with that.
I was a little bit torn by trying to keep the chapters reasonably balanced. So I think I get up to Marylebone Road, and then you go There you go north, and Lords counts as north.
Well, you see, the wonderful thing is, you see, right at the beginning, you can see it says, got them all listed here. So then I can go to north, and I could, if I wanted to, I could work out a kind of walking route if I wanted to do this. Now, I know some of these are quite far apart, but you could make a kind of, you could make a day of it, couldn't you?
Yeah. The best, if I'm honest and realistic, the best sporting walk is that we're at the beginning in central London, which there is one round about Page.
Oh, yes.
You're there.
Well, they've got it written down here. A sporting walk in central London. So you can go from...
Say the formation of the FA and the rugby union, some of the pugilists, where the first bicycle in England was made and sold.
Oh, yes.
It's a good one. So I got there where these are the things that really attracted me. There's obviously the well-known characters, but there's also, I hadn't realised that you can see where there's a plaque where the US famous Stanley Cup was first purchased in the shop in Regent Street by Lord Stanley.
So it actually becomes like it's more than just looking for a plaque, isn't it? It's actually giving yourself an entirely magnificent digression.
I'm trying to tell a little bit of the history.
Yeah.
The good thing about the sporting walk also, it ends up at a very nice public house.
Which one?
The Champion, which has a whole series, appropriately named, but has some delightful stained glass windows featuring some of the greats, the Victorian greats. W.G. Grace is there, but William Renshaw, Matthew Webb, who swam the channel. So that's all. It's good fun. So I hope it's an enjoyable, what I call dip into, but for sports fans or people who just interested in
absolutely
heritage around London.
Do you think? I mean, that genuinely, I don't know the answer to this. Do you think that London serves its sporting heroes well? Do you think they've done a good job on this? Because you've now trampled the streets of London.
I have.
What's your assessment?
It's, I think the answer is yes, because there's so much heritage and history around London. I think the answer is yes. I've got a bit interested in statues and the like, and of course it's become a thing for football clubs to have many of those. So since that heritage is well done, so perhaps less so in others. I think you have to search for it sometimes. I think it's there in the venues. I mean, the Oval is full of history, but as are other venues, and Wimbledon, which I'm associated with. But perhaps you have to look it out for it, and I hope it helps. Yeah. It helps the person who's keen on that sort of thing.
What are the ones that you discovered that really floated your boat, that surprised you? Because obviously, I'm not in any way downgrading a W.G. Grace.
No. I know
one
what
should
you mean.
all do a pilgrimage. But what were the ones that went?
I know what you mean. I'm always tempted to say it's the last one I found. But no, there are a few. Where you mentioned one, there was ping pong first sort of discovered and created. I suppose the one that caught me right at the end was. Perhaps others know about it, but I didn't realise Henry Cooper, boxer, lived in Wembley. He was looking out to what he might do after he retired. But he's still, leading boxing champion. Opened a greengrocers in Wembley, in Ealing Road, and there's a plaque there, and there's a nice picture of him serving 1 or 2 customers there.
I had no idea.
That sort of thing I knew nothing at all about.
Well, because he was sort of ubiquitous on our screens, really, wasn't he? Even into the sort of 70s and early 80s.
That sort of thing.
Tell me about ping pong, though, because you said they're patented.
I'm not sure I do say patented, because I'm not sure that a patent has ever been found. Invented, I think I might have used.
Well, not you, but the plaque. So the plaque says created and patented.
Well, you are right. Well, we're both right.
Yes.
In the sense that the plaque says it was patented,
right.
But I think those who've looked into it have never actually found the patent. But I think what it was John Jakes who made the little table tennis, well, what we think of as table tennis tables and the like, as at that turn of the century, where you had the celluloid ball, which was therefore made that game possible. People were looking for Victorian society, what would be a good parlour game, and he had produced a ping pong type game, but then remarketed as together with Hamleys, I think, of the store, and they really promoted the game around about 1900, 1901, and the plaque, which is interestingly sort of now, it's still at a venue where table tennis is played, but it's now one of these venues, sort of corporate type venues for the like, and the plaque is now sort of hidden away a bit. They're proud of their origins, but don't promote it quite as well as I think they should. But I thought the plaque was great.
Having found all these plaques, and for example, CB Fry. Obviously, there's going to be a blue plaque to CB Fry. Are you surprised by any omissions? Did you think I know somebody who ought to be here?
Well, I think there's probably several, if I'm honest, Dan. It's almost a game of who to. We were just.
Would you campaign for it?
Yeah, we were just talking with some prospective buyers downstairs, and everyone has their favourite. Why have you not left out Jimmy Greaves or something?
Right.
One I had to, be careful what I say here at the Oval, but one I had to look for was Dennis Compton or someone like that.
No, don't worry.
Who was
the Arsenal player.
Who was, of course, one of my father's heroes. And,
of course.
But there are, you can play that game. Where are some of those heroes?
Which sports do you think have curated themselves best? I mean, in cricket, we're so obsessed with that, and I do think at the Oval here do a very good job, with the county champions.
I think, all the sports where it's come through, I think cricket stands high in that, and partly because it's got that heritage and the early beginnings in a way that some of the other sports haven't. You mentioned the pugilists. I was astonished how popular and mainstream bare knuckle fighters were in the 18th and beginning of the 19th century, and they've been quite well recognised.
London must have a rich heritage of not just bare knuckle fighters, but boxers generally. Because you think about all those gyms in the East End.
Yeah,
and whatnot.
they do. I like the gym where Henry Cooper trained. Another little surprising one. It wasn't a boxer who became a Hollywood actor.
Oh yes,
McLaglen. There's a plaque for him out on the Commercial Road East End. That sort of thing I find quite fascinating. So boxing does do quite well, yes.
And you must have visited a lot of football stadia as well for this,
I
because
have
obviously London has got loads.
Yeah. Yes, I suppose is the short answer. I enjoyed myself, well equipped with my, I'm not sure if we should promote them, but Google Maps and...
No, far away. You're not on the BBC. Although other maps are available, but I don't need to tell you that.
And travelled around London and finding places, yes. Football is the one, two interesting ones, again, diverting, which I found is, in a sense, thoroughly enjoyable football ones, but some of those that I enjoyed were, say, over in Leighton Orient, where where there's a memorial in Leighton Cemetery recognising the number of the team that were amongst the very first to sign up for the Footballers' Battalion in the First World War, and 3 or 4 sadly were killed in the Somme. So there's a memorial that sort of reminds you movingly of that.
Well, while you're
phase.
here, can I recommend you nip over to the pavilion and have a look at the Surrey Memorial Board, because they've got one to the
48,
48.
Yes.
I should know, because I edited the book.
Well, one of your colleagues was telling me.
Because it is quite unusual for cricket clubs to do that, and it memorialises everybody who worked here at Surrey, who died in that war.
Yeah.
Here the players are out there.
So you better get back to your job. Yeah.
Well, if you can call it a job. Thank you for this sterling
show
work.
them the front cover again.
And take a look at this. London Sporting Heroes. And Ian's absolutely right. It is such a dip-in-able book. I've got it, and I'm not going to say it's taken pride of place in my bathroom, because no one wants to think about my bathroom, but it literally has. And it means that one can, in a quiet moment to oneself, simply decide, do I want to look at somewhere that's close to me in southwest London, somewhere that's a little bit further away in southeast London, or can I convince my wife that a trek up to Arsenal might be a good idea
Or
for
a
today.
good Christmas present.
or a very good Christmas present, because we're not too far away from having to think about that. Ian, congratulations.
Thank
on
you,
that.
Dan.
And it's actually really beautifully produced. I mean, the pictures are superb. It's very. Oh, look, I just landed on Baroness Rachel Hayho Flint. Who would have thought it? At Lord's. First ball after tea is going to be bowled by Jordan Clark. It's left alone through to the keeper. Ian, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for joining us, and
Yeah, there.
very best of luck with the
Okay.
book.
Thank you, Dan. Very
Cheers.
much indeed. Do I take this off?
You do. Right. Surrey in search of those 2 wickets that will finish off the Nottinghamshire innings. Phil the Power Walker is going to come in alongside Yas Rana to take you through the next, I don't know how long. There's no doubt it's in a WhatsApp group, which I'm going to be told off for not having read. And until somebody sits down there, I will stay here. Hutton continues. Oh, has a little waft and nearly provides the edge. Right, I'm going to get out of the way.
Thank you, Daniel. Afternoon, Phil. Afternoon, viewers. Lengthy team talk from Rory Burns before the Surrey players took the field.
Yeah, just the last rites of this innings. Liam Patterson-White has forged a lone hand here, really. 48 not out. The only player to leave a scratch on Surrey today. Obviously, it's far from what Notts were looking for today, but if they can scavenge up to 160 odd, maybe even 170 for these last 2, then you feel like you're in the game at least for the next period, for the next 50 odd overs. And these remain pretty good conditions for bowling. Clouds are still relatively low. A bit more breeze than there was this morning, but still pretty good conditions if you're looking to try and make inroads. And if Notts want to get anything from this game, then as soon as they are with the ball, they have to dominate the last part of this day. 37 and a bit overs to go.
Well, as we talked about earlier, there is precedent for Surrey being frustrated by lower order runs this season. In fact, their sole victory in the Championship was here against Sussex in early May. And on that occasion, it was the 9th wicket partnership between Carson and Robinson that immensely frustrated Surrey. Sussex numbers 9 and 10 both turned up, putting nearly 200 on for the 9th wicket. So I'm sure Surrey will be desperate to avoid a repeat of that. But Patterson-White is shaped up really well. He's got a good first-class record. He's batted as high as 7 previously for Nottinghamshire. Short in runs in 2026, but really good season with both bat and ball in 2025. He's played some of the best shots of the day so far. That's another really nice shot. Back foot punch. Thomas, the chasing fielder, and Hutton picks up 2.
Yeah, it felt like the key partnership for Notts today, if they were to get something really notable from this innings, was with the keeper, Kyle Verena, who played nicely. And at that point, you wondered if they could get a bit more rhythm, a bit more momentum into that innings, and he was served up a half tracker from Tom Laws and slapped it straight to backward point, and that's kind of been the story of their day, really, in truth. Every opportunity that they've handed has gone to hand. Only a couple of missed chances for Surrey. Overall, they've been excellent in the field.
Change of bowler, Tom Laws on from the Vauxhall end. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Build a sustainable future. Take action to protect the environment for generations to come. Laws around the wicket to Patterson-White, who's on 49. Yeah, it's a strange middle session in that Surrey were in such a good position in the game before it. If you take that second session in isolation, Nottinghamshire went okay, 91 for 3, from 34 overs, and Surrey were made to work really hard for the wickets they did take.
Yeah, it's a familiar pattern that this pitch here does tend to ease up a little after that first 2 or 3 hours on day one. That is the time to bowl here, and then it just gets a wee bit easier, and so Notts will be very mindful of that. This is a new ball pitch now, really, and they will look to Pennington in particular and Stone in particular to really come in hard later on this evening. Brett Hutton does his thing from the other end. He'll keep it tight. Might wobble a few past an outside edge. It has its value absolutely in this attack, but they'll have quite a small window, you fancy.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. More than likely going down the leg side, especially with the angle. Laws around the wicket to the left-handed Patterson-White.
It's gone late, hasn't it?
Yeah, extravagant movement from Laws. There are a couple that he bowled earlier in the day that missed the outside, the off stump of the left-hander, but folks took it way down the leg side. Pulled firmly to deep fine leg for a single that brings Liam Patterson-White his half century, his first in the county championship in 2026, and a mightily important knock for his side. He came in with the score 70 for 6. The visitors and table toppers in real trouble. They are still in trouble, of course, but they've shown real fight over the last couple of hours, and they still have the opportunity to really frustrate the home side. And yeah, it's a combination, Phil, of the pitch potentially easing out, but also the ball. When the ball is older, it is harder to make inroads. The first 6 Notts wickets to fall. That happened in the first 32 overs, and the 2 wickets that have fallen since, Carver Rayner, that slapped a point, as you say, and then Ollie Stone clipping one to mid-wicket. So pretty much all the wickets with that newer ball caught in the cordon, and the last 2 are one caught square and one caught in front of square.
So it's still slightly overcast here, and the lights are on. You can see, an outline of a shadow around the players. And so this is not easy at all. And Notts have to keep believing. Chisel out another 25-30 here. Get the new one in their hands. And play desperate cricket for an hour or 2 this evening and see if they can stay in this cricket match. If they can take 2 or 3 back with them by the close tonight, then they will feel if they can rock up tomorrow morning, there'll still be a bit of weather around tomorrow as well, then they can stay in this cricket match. If you're just coming to this game late, then the earlier news is that Ryan Patel incurred a nasty finger injury, and so he's been replaced in the game by Josh Blake. Just on that, Yas, there's been a lot of talk this year, obviously, about substitutions, replacements, injury replacements. Obviously, concussion replacements have been in place for a while now, and now it's been extended and expanded to taking in all manner of injuries and bringing in a 12th man as a replacement. It feels today like an entirely logical and commonsensical move. If a player breaks his finger on the first morning, And I do stress that we don't know if he has, but certainly he's been unable to partake any longer in the game due to that injury that he's incurred. Then it just seems entirely logical that if you have a replacement available, then he should finish the game.
Well, we got there in the end. I think there was a lot of will to bring in the common sense that you describe, but the frustration was that the implementation wasn't quite what it should have been. There were a couple of oddities. Oh, pulled dismissively from Brett Hutton, well in front of square. And he'll pick up a boundary. Run's beginning to flow a little bit for Nottinghamshire.
This is one of these partnerships, and comfortably the biggest partnership of the innings, where it's bittersweet for the batting team. Because suddenly when your number 10 waddles out and clubs a few, and looks like he's got an age to play his shots, and the number 8 is 50 from 70, you start to wonder, don't you, what happened up top and why, and what that might mean latterly in the game. Oh,
He's hit that too well.
that's a stinger.
Well, end of the over, 4 runs from it. Notts now 1 for 3 for 8.
There's a lot of opposition anyway. Going back to the injuries question, there's a lot of opposition to it. Where do you stand on it overall?
I think it's pretty much right now. There were 2 major issues for me for how it was used in the first half of the season. One was just how subjective it was. You had officials essentially saying that players were too experienced to come in for players that weren't selected. Well, players who were selected ahead of the proposed substitutes, which left some pretty strange arrangements. Oh, that's a glorious shot. He's driven so well today. And does little more than just lean on it, but times it so nicely that the ball runs away to the long on boundary for 4. 2 boundaries in as many overs for the visitors.
It's the kind of cricketer you want in your team, Liam Patterson-White. Scrapper, nuggety, resourceful. In for his bowling, but when you need runs, he's often the man just to help you out down the pipe. Can field, plays all formats, got a good cricket brain.
Oh, cut him in half again. Not for the first time. Law's getting the ball to really move in with venom late into the left-hander. Ball almost grazing the top of that left bail. Oh, beaten again. It's really good from Laws. Good zip, good carry. Good response after being driven for 4. I think the other issue with the injury substitute rule of the first half of the season was just I didn't feel right for a team to have a fresh seamer in the second half of the game. But now they've sensibly tweaked the regs and it feels about right.
The regs being that you can only now change in the first half of the game,
Yeah.
first innings each.
And I think that subjectivity around experience has also been removed.
It is looking a bit gloomy. There's blue sky above us, shrouded by a few grey clouds.
It's another well-timed pull shot from Hutton, this time just a single.
Sometimes I make this point and I realise I'm wearing sunglasses, but not today. The lights are on, and I fancy we're not a million miles away from the umpires taking a reading. It's dark. It's much lighter, incidentally, than it looks on screen there. That looks end of day stuff, and it's not that.
I've never understood why. That's another gorgeous drive from Pattons and White. Burns as well to get a hand on the ball to take some of the energy off it. That single brings up the Notts 150. 150 for 8 after 57. So, London's hottest remote working destination is now levelled up for the Festival of Red Bull Cricket this week. The roof terrace at the top of the JM Finn stand is open for anyone wanting to work from the Oval. It's available tomorrow as well, so get on up there. It's also one of the best views of the game, and you've also got, depending on exactly where you sit, some beautiful views of central London, Canary Wharf there in the distance. But if you get your seat right, you can see the Houses of Parliament, Big Ben and all that too. Clark's continue from around the wicket to Patterson White. Yeah, I've never been able to work out, Phil, why it looks so much darker on screen than it does in person. But we can assure you that while it is gloomy, we can still see the pavilion from where we are at.
Yeah, I got into a bit of trouble early last year when I was whinging somewhat about no play against Hampshire here. A few people were saying, well...
Oh, so it nearly chops on again.
On my screen, it looks like Armageddon's rolled in. And it didn't look like that to the naked eye here.
Yeah, there's a reasonable breeze coming from the, what would it be, the southwest. And that's where the weather's coming from. And it's got quite a bit darker in the last 5 minutes. And we're at that time of the year where sunset is just that annoying bit earlier, which makes us a little bit more vulnerable to an earlier bad light situation.
Yeah, we're a couple of weeks away from the 10:30 starts, aren't we?
Mm.
That's the way to do it, sir. Look at that. He is set fair. Wake him up Saturday afternoon. Meanwhile, Liam Patterson-White playing a blinder here. Considering where they were, Yas, at the start of the day, 44 for 30, 5 for 41. To get up to 150 is no mean feat. And it gives themselves a puncher's chance. If they can maybe keep Surrey to within 100 lead, say 250, then they can feel like they're still in this game.
Yeah, I mean, still obviously well behind, but they're in real danger of folding for a sub-100 score. Perhaps actually quite a long way off getting 100, given that they were 41 for 5. They've fought back okay here. And they've at least got themselves into a position where Surrey are going to have to bat really, really well to have a significant first innings lead. That's a brilliant shot again from Patterson-White. So quick to get on to that pull shot and pulled way in front of square. Surrey had two fielders out patrolling the leg side boundary, square and behind square, but Patterson-White found that gap. And that's a boundary that brings up the 50 partnership. 52 runs for the ninth wicket from just 69 deliveries.
Yeah. The Sunderland Sobers rolls on. It's been sensational post-tee. Genuinely has.
I was astonished to see that this is his first half century this summer.
Well, he's gone well with the ball.
It was brilliant against Essex in the last round, where he just essentially bowled forever and out-bowled Harmer at Chelmsford, which is something that very few spinners do.
More runs.
4 more. Bit of width from Laws. And Hutton evades the fielder at backward point. Adam Thomas diving. The run's really starting to flow now. 4 knots.
It's a funny old game, Yas, isn't it? It's a stroll in the park for these two post tee in the gloaming.
That's gone up in the air and taken by Ollie Pope again.
Make that four for Ollie Pope.
He has fielded so well today. Short ball from Tom Laws. Hutton looking to pull the ball through the leg side, but can only top edge it up above Ollie Pope, who had a fair bit of work to do. Running backwards, gets underneath it, and that's Laws' fourth, 4 for 38, and Surrey's ninth.
Yeah, he just got a touch excitable, did Brett Hutton. Felt that it was there to clobber through the onside, maybe just slightly too full for that shot. Still, it's a tidy catch because that would have been swirling and spinning off the top edge. 160 for 9.
The umpires are having a chat. I know they often do at the end of a wicket, but they are looking towards those dark clouds. And I wonder too if there's a bit of rain on the way.
Yeah, you're right. There's a gesture, I think, to the ground staff. Although they're not moving. So maybe it was just a wave, just a nod.
Yeah, I don't think it's raining quite yet, but the forecast doesn't look great for the remainder of the session.
And for the rest of the game, what's it looking like?
I think we'll have more days like this, basically. But it gets better over the weekend. So tomorrow is actually looking okay. Some threat of rain, but should be better over the weekend. Dylan Pennington in at number 11. Oh, full and straight. Big appeal, but bat first, surely. That is the way that Laws often looks to go against the tail. Full and straight. He's got a slippery Yorker. He's got a real spring in his step at the moment, Tom Laws, but really well today. 4 for 38 from 12.5 overs. Best figures of the season so far for the Surrey youngster. That's a lovely shot from Dylan Pennington. No more than a clip off the pads. He's
Yeah,
off the
lovely
mark.
shot. Showed his tail end qualities, though, in that he scampered up the other end, turned wrong with the bat in the wrong hand, and then ran all the way back again, even though he's timed it beautifully to the short boundary.
Running right down the middle of the pitch
Yeah.
as well.
All the fun of the fair.
Laws looks to go full again. Some work for you, Samo.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope's taken 4 catches in an innings. What's the Surrey record for an outfielder?
7.
Straight away.
Mickey Stewart,
Mickey Stewart.
1956.
7.
Oh!
7. There's 2 sixes, one of which was not very long ago, 2 years ago, when Ollie Pope got 8 in the match. 6 of them.
Yes. Yes.
6 of them off Dan Worrell against Hampshire. And the other one to take 6 catches in an innings for Surrey is Graham Thorpe in 1998 against Kent.
How does he do it, eh?
He just knew it. I always say this, but we have no way of fact checking Samo. You know, he could just be making all of this up.
No, other statos.
Don't give away my
fact-check
secrets.
Statos. You got Zaltzman in a room listening in, like in the lives of others. He's somewhere in the building.
No, you're quite correct.
Do you do it as well?
Get checked a lot.
Do you fact check other statos? Time to time, yeah, of course he
I
does.
get a bit.
That's not a no.
It's not a no, put it that way, yeah. Put it this way, I don't want to spend my life doing that. So.
You don't want to, but yeah.
Yeah, occasionally it's required to point out that perhaps you weren't quite correct in whatever you were doing, but mostly I let a lot go by that shouldn't, or that isn't that serious. Put it that way. I'll let it go outside the off stump.
Is there fierce rivalry among the Statos?
100%.
100%.
No, we're a lovely, friendly community. We all like each other, but there is a fierce rivalry. I'm just not supposed to say so.
This could be a really good premise for the next great sitcom. The Statos on holiday together.
Stats entertainment. I can see it.
Very good.
Volunteering to be the producer, are you?
Right.
Creative director, I reckon.
It sounds like something that's got legs.
Someone's written, "Is it like Anchorman?" Yeah, I can see that for sure. West Side Story. The Stats and the Jets. Oh, we could run with this all afternoon. Let's not, hey. Let's just get back to business.
Do you reckon there's a chance Patterson White goes on the Bangladesh tour next year?
Blimey. Well, he's part of the conversation, right? Been involved in the Lions team in the last 12 months or so, six months. There is undoubtedly a slot for a bowling all-rounder, a slow bowling all-rounder. Unless England can develop Shoaib Bashir to the point at which they can trust him to bowl in all conditions. Until that point, they have to hedge their bets. And to a degree, they've done that with Dan Lawrence, who deserves his place in the top 6 anyway for his runs. But certainly what he brings with the ball has ensured that he's been given the nod. There are others. There's Calvin Harrison, who's a cricketer with a burgeoning reputation. Rayan Ahmed, of course. I think Liam Patterson-White would probably be in that conversation.
I'm just thinking about previous tours to Asia when England think spin is going to feature prominently. They have taken up to 4 spinners in the past, and it tends to be off spinner, left arm orthodox, leg spinner, plus a spare. And I think an underrated component of the England side that's playing at Headingley at the moment is they've got seam bowlers who can bat really well, in Robinson, Gus Atkinson and Jofra Archer in particular.
And Tongues at 11.
So if you're trying to replicate that on an Asian tour, I can see a world in which he really does come into it. You know, you're looking for players who've done it at the level closest to international cricket. Beaten on the outside edge. He's a key player for the side that's looking to go back to back. He's jostled his way to the front of the Notts spinner queue, which is some achievement given that he's competing with first Calvin Harrison, who's now at Northants, but also Farhan Ahmed, who's extremely highly rated.
Yeah, he was here this morning, Farhan Ahmed, training and warming up, didn't get the nod. And you're right, that was a surprise, considering how well he went last year.
Oh, what a shot. It was a long half volley from Jordan Clark, but still, what a strike from Patterson White, who has batted so well today. 66 now of 87 deliveries. Hit with violence.
Yeah, glorious. Forget the spare spinner who'll be batting first drop in Bangladesh. So just slightly uncomfortable echoes of that Sussex game that you mentioned. Surrey got so far ahead in this innings that it doesn't feel too damaging. Certainly not as it was against Sussex when both Robinson and Carson made runs, but it is a theme. It's also a sign of the resourcefulness of top division teams as well, of course.
Yeah, and a slightly different makeup to the Surrey attack this week. 4 seamers and without a frontline spinner. Mahipal Lomraw is in on Surrey debut, the Indian overseas player. He is a batting all-rounder, 62 wickets at 33 in first-class cricket over in India. But quite often Surrey go into games with 5 seamers in their 11. Oh, beaten again. So it means that the 4 seamers, though they have been very effective, reducing knots to 170 for 9, they've got a lot of work in them this early in the game. Law's into his 14th. He's done the least bowling out of the quartet of seamers on show today.
Yeah, and he's got 4 more balls at the number 11 for a 5 for here. Pennington can hold a bat, as we've seen already today. But should he nick another one off here, and that'll be a 4th 5-wicket haul in 38 matches. And when you consider who he's often bowling in tandem with, that'll be a pretty good return. Average just right on 30 in first-class cricket.
Played a miss. Genuine attempt to hit the ball in front of square on the offside from Bennington. But it's an air shot. Bit of movement still with this 61 over old ball. Decent carry too.
Yeah, I guess going back to that conversation as well, Yas, when England went to India a couple of years back, and Tom Hartley was given the nod as a left-arm spinner with a much inferior first-class record to Liam Patterson-White. And in the classic horses for courses situation, he bowled beautifully in that first Test match and basically won it on his own back. So there is definitely mileage in taking an English spinner, a multifaceted kind of cricketer, and taking him out to the subcontinent. For sure there is.
End of the over, Nottinghamshire 170 for 9. I don't know how much of the Australia-Bangladesh Test match you watch, Phil, but I found the style of spin bowling that the Bangladeshi pair, Taijul Islam and Mehdi Hassan Miraz, had is just quite interesting in terms of it's very Jadeja-like. It's not from a high release point. It's subtle variations. It's slightly different angles of release, very subtle changes of speed, but it's constant. And I feel like that's almost a genre of finger spin that we don't necessarily see loads of in the English game. I can't really understand why, or summon an obvious explanation for that, because as we saw in that game, that was effective in conditions that weren't hugely conducive to finger spin bowling. There wasn't excessive turn on offer. You think that would be useful everywhere, but for some reason that's not in the DNA of English finger spinners. Another player to miss. This pair living dangerously at the moment.
I guess James Coles would be another name that you throw into the mix. He's had a quietish year, really, and had a tough 100, considering the money that he went for.
There'll be 4 more. Perhaps not. Fielder coming around to cut that off from deep cover point. Umpires getting together. It is not only quite dark, but it is also raining, which in the evening session is never a great combination. And unfortunately, it looks like We're going off, not for the first time today, not for the second time today. The players are off. We've had 9.5 overs since the tea break. We hope that this will be a short break. The wind has been reasonably strong over the last hour or so, so we hope that this shower passes quickly. There's a blue skies in the horizon, but for now we're going to take a break. Follow the Surrey social media channels for updates about a potential resumption. So hopefully see you guys soon.
Welcome back to a gloomy, well, slightly Stygian gloom here at the Kia Oval as Surrey look to wrap up this Nottinghamshire innings. There's a reprieve in the rain, 18.3 overs apparently available today. I think more rain or bad light may put paid to that, but for Surrey, well, what they'd really love, Alistair Brown's alongside me, is to take a wicket, walk off, have it rain, finish the day, feet up, come back tomorrow morning with the sun out, wouldn't they?
That would be good. I mean, if they pick up the wicket, it's got a nasty little session
It is a nasty
towards the end of
little
the play.
session, yeah.
It is grey. It doesn't look great out the back, but it would be a good session for Nott. But yeah, look, they've got to get rid of Patterson White first because he's played brilliantly. I think he's marshalled the back end of the innings really well. He looked good right from the get-go. I think in his first 15 runs, he hit 3 of the best shots of the day. Crisp drives and cuts, and he's looked really good. He's been the standout player.
He's done a couple through the legs, so he's lent on the ball.
Yeah, he looks in good nick.
Doesn't he?
But he's, obviously don't need to get him out. They could take Pennington, and that would do. But as I said, if you're one of the openers, if you get down, it's 18 overs now. If you get down to about sort of 10, 9, 8 overs, it's kind of a sticky little session.
Well, it's probably sticky anyway, isn't it? Because with the way the clouds are, it's very difficult not to be looking at those. Here we go. Now then, might get 2 here. They're going to get 2, which is exactly what Patterson might be looking for. Takes him up to 70. Yeah, my thought being that, even if you walk out to bat thinking there are 15 overs left, you're also kind of looking up and going, oh, we could be off any minute, which it can't be good for your mindset when...
Well, you just got to imagine that you're going to get the full 18 and, although it's going to be overcast, you're going to get plenty of cricket. So
try and take a bit of the shine off the ball, that sort of thing. Now then, there is 1 ball left in this over. As I see Tom Laws warming up down below me. I wondered if there might be, having had that break in play, whether we might be back to sort of Fisher and Worrell, but looks like Tom Laws is warming up. There's a big gap in the offside for Patterson White to try and get a single and keep himself on strike. And there is an enormous gap on the onside, which might want to plug, maybe not. Doesn't look like they're going to. But pulls it straight to mid-on, so Pennington will be on strike. And Laws, well, he is going to bowl because he's got 4 for 44. He's after a 5-foot. He's bowled very well today.
So you're saying that even if Rory Burns had said, Fish, you're on, Tom Laws just run up and said, I'm going to get my 5-fer.
I mean, I don't quite know if he feels at this stage in his career if he has that
authority.
Yeah, good word for it.
Fair enough.
But look, I don't know.
I like the confidence.
Well, I do. He was very clear. He was going through his stretches and his...
So you fancy Pennington sort of caught Pope?
Yeah, to give
Laws for 5-fers all round, yeah?
Yeah, 5-fers all round.
Why not?
Five catches for Pope. Yeah. Here we go. Instead, he has defended that with a stick of rhubarb.
He has.
As we have established, he is far from the worst number 11. We did think we might have established the worst number 11. McHugh, who averaged 2 in the 1950s over a protracted period of time. That was in the air for a little while.
What's the record amount of noughts?
Yas Rana, 19 consecutive scoreless innings.
Okay.
Isn't it? 19.
Well ahead of the next highest of 12.
Of Mark Robinson, formerly Sussex, England women's coach. It's a long way ahead. 19 consecutive scoreless knocks. And his test career is a truly remarkable thing to behold. Because when he got his top score of 11, at that time, had he scored about 3 or 4 runs? Four runs in his entire career up to that point. And then facing the undisputably best bowler in the world, Jasprit Bumrah, he hit him for 2 4s and a 3. Much to the absolute disgust of all Yas Rana fans worldwide.
I don't know if he's going to score any runs. He might as well do it off Bumrah, though.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, one was a thick edge to deep third. One was a hoik over deep mid wicket. And one had some kind of element of intent to it. I can't quite remember the other one.
So what year did he hit to deep third? Because deep third morphed, didn't it?
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Third man.
No,
was it before it became a man?
No,
or
it was after the men were removed. Yeah, airbrushed out of history.
Existence. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, he looks incredibly at ease here, this Dylan Pennington.
Would you bet him in the top 5 in the second innings?
I'm not sure I go that far, but
I mean, I think it looked hard, didn't it, at the start? I mean, England, Surrey bowled
I
very
made
well
that mistake
at the
most
start.
of the time.
Yeah.
Speaking of England, Surrey's Dan Lawrence is currently batting. He's approaching a half century. So a maiden from Laws has not got that prized wicket. Here we can have a look at Liam Patterson-White's fabulous knock today. By far and away the top scorer, drives through the offside. But that was Sangakkara-esque. A straight one down the ground. No slogging involved here at all. Bit of a thrashing cut. That might have been my favourite. And then there's this little flick.
That's just a lean.
Oh, nothing to it, is there? Just under the eyes. A wallop through deep mid-wicket. He's shown the lot. The wallop, the flick, the drive, the lean.
To be fair, the camera shots, all of them, he's held the pose after every... And you're calling them wallops, leans and slashes.
Yeah, is that cool? That's another elegant drive.
Beautiful, yeah.
Mm. Makes you wonder what all the fuss has been about today. Now, Matt Fisher is on. Our changes of bowler are powered by SSE Energy Solutions, providing the energy needed today while building a better world of energy for tomorrow.
What are you going to call that shot, Dan?
Well, I was going to call that something of a slash.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
On his highlights package, I don't think that makes the top 10.
No,
it's
it doesn't.
effective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's quite sort of baffling, isn't it, when people suddenly come on and play like Gary Sobers out of nowhere or George Headley, and you sort of think, where's this been?
Well, he's got history on this ground, doesn't he?
Yes.
I mean, last year he did something similar.
Does it sometimes feel to you, Ali, that everybody's got history on this ground? They seem to come here determined to make history and break my heart.
Well, it's a nice ground to bat if you can get in.
Yes. Edged just past the diving Pope. It didn't carry, but it's going to bring Pennington 4 runs. Good diving effort. And there's still movement there for Fisher, even with this ball halfway through the 64th over. Went goalkeeper style there.
Do you think when he realised he couldn't actually get there, he just dived over it a bit?
Wouldn't go that far. I thought
He's been outstanding today, hasn't he? I'd say he's
bit of
got
mayo
4 catches.
on the third catch.
He's got 4 catches, and they're all good catches.
Yeah.
I mean, even the 4th best one was a decent catch with a dive, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just going down, that one. The light is slightly improved.
Mm. Yeah, it looks better out the back.
It's weird today. The weather is not coming from normal directions. There are 3 flags above the pavilion, and they can't decide quite which way they should be fluttering. They're not in sync. Normally, we can see our clouds. They come over from behind Archbishop Tennyson's in a straight line from where we're looking. But today, they have been resolutely capricious. There was one moment when we had the big downpour, I was sitting outside and it was beautiful. Warm, sunshine, And I could hear this torrential rain, and none of it made any sense at all. Richard Spiller said, well, it's come from clouds, isn't it, Dan? I thought, well, I did presume that, but they were, like I say, they were rather coy about appearing.
Yeah, you're right, though. It does often come from Clapham, and it's...
That's a glorious drive to finish, but they're not going to take the single because Patterson White wants to keep the strike. So at the end of the over, 179 for 9, 16 remain in the day.
It's got a hint of coming from MI6, hasn't it? They often come from behind the JM Fin stand.
I think that's what makes it feel that much more devious, isn't it, if it's coming from MI6?
Well, it's swirling, isn't it?
It is swirling. I mean, we can't really complain, although we will. It doesn't take long, does it, to yearn for a bit of rain, and then when you get it, absolutely to despise it.
I don't think you can despise it. We've not seen it for 2 months.
No. Whatever consisted of a lawn in my garden has long since given up the ghost.
Yeah.
Irksomely, it hasn't killed off the eucalyptus yet. Again, eschewing the run.
Yeah. It's tough on the weeds, though, isn't it? I mean, there's no place to hide.
Hey.
No camouflage.
So have you been out there?
Yeah.
Going, aha.
Yeah.
There you are.
Forking them up. Yeah.
See, no one thinks of the weeds, do they?
Well.
I mean, the BBC spend a lot of time, talking about all the things that are terrible. Food insecurity, dreadful crops, pensioners suffering in the heat. But no one has given a tinker's cuss for the weed. Oh, now that's got to be close. Going down, thinks the umpire, presumably.
High, I'm going.
Going high as well.
Yeah.
That is the definition of an unmoved umpire. Yeah, I think possibly both of those.
No, I think you're more right than me, but
probably a bit high as well.
Folks is back to his brilliant best there.
Yes.
Celebrating at second slip to take out the going down bit.
Yeah. Yes, he erred once today on that, didn't he?
I mean, to be fair, he's a bit rusty, isn't he? I mean, in terms
you'd
in
imagine
terms of heading off to slip rather than going where the ball is actually going to go, which is down the leg side.
It must be quite difficult because your instinct is going to take you in one direction.
Well, I felt he was excellent last year. He always knew to go in the opposite direction.
Still not taking the singles, you will note. Little deflection back onto the stumps, but Pennington was home. So now, with 2 balls left in the over, Patterson White looked like he was aiming for the big larrup there. Judging by the way Pennington's been playing, though, Ali, I kind of wonder whether you need to protect him.
Yeah, well, I guess Patterson White would know better than us.
You'd imagine, but so far he has been pretty resolute in defence. There was that one edge. And that's been clipped away. Fine, they'll take the run on this occasion because there's only 1 ball left in the over. Do you have the test score for us there, Andrew? Is it easy to hand?
.294 for 4 England, 51 to Brooke and 41 to Lawrence.
41 to Dan Lawrence.
Reed got 66.
How many times has he done that?
This is the second time in his test career.
Is it only the second?
Only the second. 2014 was the other one. Long time ago.
I suppose statistically that's about right as the end of the over comes because he's got 68 scores between 50 and 99. So having one of them would be about right. And then from this point on, getting another is not statistically unusual.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, it's very disappointing, 66 in so many ways.
If he had like 4 or 5 66s, that would be
then we'd be talking.
statistically, yes.
Yes, of course, it was at Headingley, wasn't it, against Pakistan, and I set you what I thought was a devious question, which you got the answer to, when Surrey's own Sam Curran made 20 on his 20th birthday. And I said idly to Andrew, on air, unfortunately, so there was no hiding place.
Yep.
How many batters have been out for their age on their birthday? Thinking that there would actually be quite a lot. And it turned out there was only one, other than Sam Curran. I will not ask you to guess. It was Jeff Puller, who got 26 on his 26th birthday. But I thought that was statistically unusual, given how many cricketers have birthdays.
Well, yes.
During matches.
I looked at that, and statistically it's about right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's fished at that one. As Patterson White, feet did not move at all. Bit of movement still. His ball is old and Fisher's still getting it to go.
I mean, you're only looking at scores between 15 and 52, because Rhodes was the oldest player at 52, and
yes,
14, because our Sunrise was 14.
Right.
So that rules out quite a lot of scores, and if you figure out how many of those there are and work out how many of them are likely to be on a batsman's birthday, which is once every 365 days.
Make a strong point, Andrew.
It works out that you would expect about 2 in the history of Test cricket.
Right.
To score
right. So it was notable. It was worth noting then.
Absolutely.
There.
Very rare.
I didn't get a scintilla of gratitude from Andrew for that question at all. Far from it.
Why should you?
I sensed a certain amount of actually resentment.
Took a bit of work.
But you love it. That's feeding the goat.
Dear.
It's another lovely shot from Patterson White. It's the placement of that as much as anything else, and the fact that every time he plays these shots, Ali Brown, they go along the ground. You couldn't really ask for him to play it any better.
He has driven and cut very well on a wicket that has offered plenty today. I think it has eased a bit in the last probably 15 overs as the ball gets a bit older and the bowlers come back for their second and third spells. But he's looked imperious and a complete standout. I mean, 76 is worth 100 on any other given day on this wicket. Knots with a new ball could be quite interesting. So there's a thorn in Surrey's side again.
Should they declare? Cut that into the ground. So 2 balls remain in the over. No change of field. Might be a change of bowling approach, perhaps. Because Fisher's still got to bowl some short stuff, can't he? And he can also rather deliberately ill-direct a short one down the leg side if required.
Well, the problem with the short stuff is if he does hook it, it's reasonably short down there.
Yep. Yeah, we're not quite centre here today. It's a slightly shorter side towards Archbishop Tennyson's. Oh, beaten the bat with a beauty. Doesn't need to try to bounce her. He might do off this ball, though. You never know. 1 ball left in the over.
He might try and run it down for the single and pick out Ollie Pope for his 5th catch, diving to his left. How about that?
That's the dream.
I know.
That is the dream. But years and years and years of this has taught me, Ali Brown, that there's no place in this world for dreamers anymore. Gimlet-eyed realism is all that's left.
Where are you bowling this ball? If you're Fisher, where are you bowling this ball?
I'm bowling it short down the leg side.
Length?
And we've tried to get a single working it into the onside, but picked out the fielder. So Pennington will be on strike for the start of the 67th over. For pessimists among you, if Nottinghamshire do survive the rest of the day, Surrey will have a new ball in the morning. I'm guessing that's not really what they're thinking about.
No, I don't think.
But I'm covering the downside.
Yep.
Covering the downside. It's going to be Laws to continue, still searching for that 5th wicket. It's going to bowl his 17th over of the day. just a reminder, it's 9 catches in this innings, isn't it? You did that with a raised eyebrow, Andrew, as if to say, I'm all over this. I suppose 10 players caught is not superbly unusual, but...
No, it's not as superbly unusual as people like to think it is.
No.
Although I was at the test match when all 20 were caught, which is much more fun.
Ah. Well, that's still on, of course.
Which is still on. This was the only test match. It was in South Africa. Who was South Africa playing? I can't remember now. Anyway, South Africa took 20 catches in the match.
Where was it? Joburg or somewhere?
Cape Town.
Cape Town.
Pretty sure it was Cape Town.
To be fair,
Pakistan? Can't remember. Anyway, I can look it up.
I'm enjoying your internal monologue, Andrew.
I'm not. So, that's the only time it's happened in Test cricket that all 20,
All 20,
have
right.
been caught.
Oh, that was nearly the edge. It's a ripping ball from Laws. Still searching for his 5th. Maybe a bit too good for Pennington that time.
bearing in mind that some of the leaves have been sort of 3 1/4 stumps, it is surprising that actually they are all catches to this point.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
There have been some very, very close leaves and plenty of movement.
Yes, you might have expected one to jag back through a gate, mightn't you, or an LBW. And again, that's expertly played by Pennington. He's doing his role splendidly here for the champions. Now then, the field has spread as if somehow Nottinghamshire go, oh yeah, we'll take the run. Full face of the bat. Picture perfect. Last ball of the over. So Fisher's bowled 18. He's bowled the most today. Worrell 17. Clark 15. This will be 17 now from Laws. And the weather, if anything, is getting better and better. That's deliciously driven, but they're not going to take the run, unsurprisingly, because that'll keep Patterson White on strike at the start of the next over. With 13 remaining in the day.
Some blue sky popping out over there, isn't there?
Yes, I think we might interest the umpires before too long. So there's 13 overs to go, and well, sunset this time of year is about 7:43 or so. This part of the world, and that might become a factor. So those 13 overs are going to take till gone 7, you would think. The field has spread far, far, far and wide. Everybody is out on the boundary, so we're going to go through this phony war situation now. Where Patterson White will eschew the singles. The first 4 balls of the over will be largely pointless.
Where's he getting his 4 from? The lean to the Kia sign?
Oh, that's a possibility, isn't it? Yeah, there's a bit of a gap, isn't there, between sort of like a forward square leg, not quite a mid-wicket.
You can split those. There's 2
Wide-ish
there.
mid-on,
2
yeah.
or 4 through mid-wicket, isn't there?
Well, if he drops short, you could pull it through there.
Mm.
If he strays onto the pads, you might be able to get it in that direction. Meanwhile, he's going to play shots that look exceptional and yield him no runs at all.
Yeah.
All 4 in the nets every day. And that was another perfectly executed extra cover drive, wasn't it? It has been terrific to watch. Look at that. As you say, holds the pose after each one. No big follow through, just boom.
Perfect.
I always feel for bowlers in this situation because you huff and puff and you come charging in. And you sort of know that nothing's going to happen until the business end of the over.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, the bowlers have had a nice wicket they roll up and take with us, wouldn't they? I mean, they quite like this green.
I see. So
moved a bit.
This is the batter bowler thing, isn't it?
Well,
don't be fair to bowlers.
Yeah, they've had quite a few, quite a bit of time to, get in the ascendancy.
And they've had loads of breaks, feet up,
yes.
time and time again.
They've gone off. They've come on.
They've probably been rubbed like Wagyu beef. As Owen Morgan once said about Stephen Finn, when Finney was like 18, 19, 20. They used to take such good care of him. He'd bowl sort of 5 overs and then he'd be whisked off and go up to the changing room. As Owen Morgan would say, he'd then be massaged like he was Wagyu beef. It's a fairly unpleasant image for those of us who know Stephen Finn well. Right, field is coming in. Here we go. 2 balls of this over that have considerably greater significance than the first 4. So he's aimed at the larrup off the first one. Now he's going to be presumably looking for the single off the next, and that could be through square leg. He might find there is a... See, at this point, I'm always slightly perplexed by the deep cover at this point. I sort of think, bring him in and say, come on, how are you going to drive it between there? You can have him a little bit deep in case he hits it firmly. I just think, that said, I suppose you're leaving the gap maybe encouraging. If you hang it out a little bit wider, you might get an edge. Dab to point, they're not going to get a run there. So, another maiden passes, 184 for 9, 12 overs remain in the day. Where's a wicket coming from, Ali Brown? Then it's going to be Yas Rana.
Afternoon, Ali.
Good afternoon, yes.
Not frustrating, Surrey, at the moment.
Well, Patson White frustrating Surrey. I think he's played brilliantly, hasn't he? He's looked very solid. He's played some great shots. A number for none at the moment, but some very good drives and cuts.
Playing a miss, belated appeal. But Laws starts this over. Bowling to the number 11, Dylan Pennington, who's been out there for 40 minutes. Survived 27 balls thus far. A reminder that Nottinghamshire were 104 for 8 when Ollie Stone clipped Dan Worrell to Tom Laws at short mid-wicket. A long time ago now. 80 additional runs added for the last 2 wickets so far. And finally, Tom Laws wraps it up. Pennington feathers one through to Ben Folkes behind the stumps. And Laws finishes with 5. His first fifer of the summer. And it ends what has been a very good first innings for the home side. A reminder that they have won just 1 of their 8 county championship games thus far this season. And Nottinghamshire, the title holders and table toppers, are all out for 184.
Yeah, it's a good comeback from 41 for 5, to be fair. But, Tom Laws has bowled very well throughout. You'd say just towards the back of the innings, a few gifts for the Surrey side. I think they bowled brilliantly up front. Plenty of movement. There's been movement all the way through the game. It's not going to be easy. I would say 250 in hindsight is probably around about a par score. But there's plenty happening if you hit a good length. There's been movement throughout. So it's only because the ball got a little bit older that it just tended to get a little bit easier. But it'll be a tough little session for Surrey. They'll have 8 or 9 overs to get through. And a fresh knots attack. If they can pick up 2 or 3, it'll be interesting. But Surrey will be very happy with that. But I thought Knott's fight back was excellent, and Patson White was superb. I thought throughout he just looked in complete control right from the very beginning. He drove supremely well, and he's put him in with a chance.
Samo.
Yeah, it's a fourth five in first class cricket for Tom Laws. The other three were all back in the 2023 season.
So first 5-wicket haul for Laws in 3 years in the championship. Here's a look at that card. Not a lot before Liam Patterson-White. It's interesting too to observe just how hard it was for Nottinghamshire to score runs, really. Carl Verreynne, test player for South Africa, 22 off 80. Ben Martindale on first class debut, 13 off 43. Freddie McCann at 310 off 37. So that Liam Patterson-White innings stands out for more than one reason, not just the runs that he scored, but the pace at which he scored them. Some glorious shots down the ground, a couple of delicious on drives in particular. Batting like a man who looks like he ought to be higher up in the order, but it's been a slow season with the bat for Patterson-White, but back on form today. And there's the bowling card. Laws, he ends with 5, but I think a special mention needs to go to Warren and Fisher for just how well they started, reducing Notts to 14 for 3, removing both openers and Joe Clark, the leading run scorer in the country so far this year in Division 1, all in the first 6 overs. So they set the tone for Surrey. They were backed up well by Clark and Laws, who finishes 5 for 45. We're going to take a short break, and in 6 or 7 minutes' time, we'll be back for the start of the Surrey response. Welcome back to the Kia Oval. There are just 9 overs remaining in the day. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley are out there in the middle. It's been a very good day, if at times frustrating, for the home side. Nottinghamshire, top of the table in Division 1, bowled out for 184. Tom Laws finishing with figures of 5 for 45. A standout for the visitors, though, Liam Patterson-White, 76 not out from 112 balls, salvaging the innings somewhat. They were 104 for 8 earlier in the piece, but 80 runs were put on for the last 2 wickets. It'll be Brett Hutton with the new ball from the Vauxhall end. A player with fond memories of this ground. 3 slips in place alongside Carl Verena behind the stumps. And a tricky little period, as they say, before close of the 2 Surrey openers. It's been a good second half of the day for Nottinghamshire. Can they claim a couple of early wickets to add to that? Hutton to Burns. Early mix-up. Oh, would have been gone, I think, had he hit. Square leg had 1 stump to aim at. Would have been something special. But judging by the reaction of the fielders, that was pretty close. Yeah, Burns gave up the ghost. Cam Steel, an eventful start.
Well, good evening, Yas Rana. A little bit jittery. Everything going on.
Bit of early work for Samo. How many times has Brett Hutton dismissed Rory Burns? I've got a feeling he got him out twice in the game, possibly for naught. I've got Burns LBW bowled Hutton in my mind for some reason.
Oh God, that's not good.
It's been a long summer. What's the mindset for an opening pair in this specific scenario when you've only got 9 overs left? Are you thinking all about survival, or are you trying to play the situation as normally as possible, as if it were 11 a.m. in the morning?
Generally, it's about playing it as you see it. Put any bad balls away that you can. Get off to a good start. I mean, in this scenario, Nottinghamshire got above par, I would say. And these two would have been expecting at 8 down that they might have been batting potentially 10, 15 overs earlier. But yeah, it's just ultimately it is about getting through to tomorrow, but the actual process of it, both of these guys will be thinking these experienced campaigners in Burns and Sibley will be thinking play normally, and that way we'll get through to tomorrow.
Samo.
2023 here at the Oval. Burns, LBW, Hutton in both innings for a pair. Overall, Hutton's only got Burns in one other time for 68 runs in total. So 68 runs, 3 wickets.
So I was right to have it seared in my brain.
You were.
Thank you.
It lives in Yas Rana's nightmares. Perhaps Rory Burns's as well.
Square leg in, quite tight. Cuts off the single. It's a maiden to start. Surrey, none for none after 1. You, like us all, really enjoyed that Liam Patterson-White innings. And there's one player in particular you thought he reminded you of.
I said it half jokingly, but he...
But then we looked at the next ball and we both went, oh.
I was saying he batted like Kumar Sangakkara on that wicket, where everyone else was struggling. But then actually his setup with the hands set a little bit wider, back going towards second or third slip. Maybe looked a little bit Kumar-esque.
We were trying to work on a package for you guys, but we were unable to find footage of Kumar batting for Surrey immediately. But maybe that is something that we can get to in the second innings anyway. Ollie Stone to kick things off from the pavilion end. and left alone by Dom Sibley. If I go back to the 3 title wins in a row, it felt like there was such a pattern to a lot of Surrey's wins here. It was bowl first, bowl the opposition out as the sun was beginning to set, Burns and Sibley not out at the close of play. There must be this must feel good at the moment for Surrey, because it's been a tough year for them. Just 1 win in 8 so far in the championship. Stone strikes second ball. Sibley feathers one through to Verena behind the stumps. And what has become a very good second half of the day for Nottinghamshire has got even better. And to make matters worse for Surrey, Sibley's dismissal comes just as the rain has begun to fall again. Stone to Sibley, 2 England international players. It's a really good delivery in the channel. The faintest of edges, and Surrey lose their first wicket before they scored a run.
Outstanding bowling from Ollie Stone, straight on the money. Always so tough coming in at the end of the day after you've been toiling away in the field, especially at first slip where you've got to really, really concentrate every ball. And Dom Sibley, unfortunate to some extent to get a real peach from Ollie Stone. Second ball. We are going to see night watchman in Matt Fisher, who's had quite a lot of good fortune with the bat recently.
Yeah, his last 2 red ball first innings performances are 50 not out in the test match here against New Zealand, and then 62 not out for the county select 11 against Pakistan last week down the road at Beckenham. So a more than capable night watchman, but a lot of cricket to be played from here to the close. 7.4 overs remaining against a really high class not seam attack. Stone, Hutton and Pennington, who we're yet to see. Having a look at that wicket again.
I also just wonder whether Dom Sibley was maybe put off by a few pigeons flying around. They were flying straight across us and potentially across the wicket as well as he was running into bowl.
Fisher and Surrey off the mark. Stone probably one of the speedier bowlers on the circuit. Last played Test cricket for England 2 years ago on this ground against Sri Lanka in a game skippered by Surrey's number 4 Ollie Pope. And Burns on strike to Ollie Stone. 3 slips in place. Ollie Stone just gesturing to his cordon, just asking Patterson White to be a little bit wider of Carl Verena at first slip. In the air, it falls safely. Burns off the mark as well. But Nottinghamshire making things happen early on in this Surrey first innings. I suppose, Cam, not miles away from an even day if Notts claim another wicket here, which is an amazing thing to say given where they were 104 for 8 only a few hours ago.
I would agree. They did so well to get up to 184. And so often, 184 can be a good score in your second innings. The pitch only gets better and better as the game goes on, especially the ones that start with the green tinge like this one. Tinge is potentially generous.
So maybe taking a leaf out of the Surrey playbook. Surrey love a leg gully, and that's what we have here. 3 slips and a leg gully for the night watcher, Matt Fisher. It's a genuine play and miss. Verena takes a length ball at shoulder height. Stone really getting the ball through here.
That looked faster than 83.6 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think we've been doing the stream long enough now and to know that the speeds that we see here are not the speeds you might necessarily see on Sky. Nicely played along the floor to deep third. Fisher retains a strike. Sorry, 3 for 1 after 2.
What I will say about opening in scenarios like this is the confidence you get from being not out the next day and having started your innings already is huge. You get through the toughest moments that you can get through. Where the ball's seaming around, it's dark, lights are on, bowlers are fresh. It always feels like a little bit of a head start on day 2 when you come in. So if Rory Burns can make it through to the close, even if he won't admit it, his mind will be a little more at ease.
If you're a fielding side, whatever your role, seeing the opposition go from 104 for 8 to 184 is going to be frustrating. How much more frustrating is it if you are an opening batter? How early? When is the point at which you start thinking about almost the logistics of getting your pads on, etc.?
Probably pretty frustrating. I know Dom Sibley likes to go off for a wee before going to bat, so not knowing when.
That is the sort of intel we get with Cam as part of our team now.
Annoying as a 12th man, I'll tell you that. And I did plenty of that. But in all honesty, that happens quite a lot at the Oval. 8 down, lower order runs, or someone batting with the tail that wags. It is a really tough day 1, or especially the first 2 sessions pitch.
Good work at point by Stone.
Especially now with so many lower order batters being able to hold it much better than they could 10 years ago. I mean, Brett Hutton's a proper batter.
Almost averages 20. I mean, we were doing it with Sam earlier. The average number 11 in the county championship in the 2020s averages 12, which just feels, a good 5 digits off what a spiritual 11 should be averaging. Oh, nicely played by Fisher. Just waited and waited. Doesn't quite reach the boundary. Excellent piece of work from the not skipper, Haseeb Hamid. They'll come back for 3.
Excellent fielding from Haseeb Hamid. On the boundary here where his foot goes into the gutter. As someone who's had some ankle issues, I must say I find that tricky viewing. He's done excellently here. See what I mean?
Yeah, that is potentially nasty, especially with how quickly he got up.
It gives me the shivers.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he does a couple of stretches actually after that, but he looks to be okay.
But lovely shot from Matt Fisher. Another one who's usually carded at number 10, but works so hard in his batting.
Short and dismissively pulled away to the leg side boundary for 4. Burns his first boundary. And Surrey are up into double figures.
Rare miss from Brett Hutton. And like you say, dismissed easily by Rory Burns, just rocking back onto that favoured back foot. And he'll be hoping that ball got nice and wet to mitigate any swing that might be coming late in the day here at the Kia Oval.
Yeah, it looks like the rain that we had a few minutes ago has just disappeared for the moment.
Yeah, just back to that point about lower order runs. Dan Worrell as well, batting at number 11, as much as he likes to take the mickey out of his own batting and borrow others' kit and whatnot. He is not number 11. Spent most of his career batting number 8 for South Australia. And it's a feature around the country that so many of these guys have got pedigree as all-rounders almost.
Left alone by Rory Burns. Surrey 10 for 1 after 3 overs. Some more thoughts from Cam Steel before Dan Norcross will take you home.
Lovely start from Nottinghamshire. Straight on the money. Brett Hutton and Ollie Stone. Searing first over from Ollie Stone at the pavilion end. Welcome back, Dan Norcross.
I've got an unfamiliar feeling.
Oh, God.
I'm cold. You're not cold?
I'm extremely cold and I didn't bring a jumper today.
I've had to put on my Jardine t-shirt. As Ollie Stone comes in.
I don't know what to say.
I always try to keep the greatest Englishman who ever drew breath close to my heart.
Let's hope there aren't too many viewers in Australia at this late hour.
Well, I suddenly realised that might have brought back horrible memories for you, Cam, but...
Well, I'm a mongrel.
You are.
I'm confused.
So you'd like Douglas in that case. He took care of mongrels. But this is the worst case scenario on a very good day that could have played out for Surrey, isn't it? There was a genuine chance that they could have bowled Nottinghamshire out just before tea. They had a very good shout for a caught behind of Brett Hutton just before tea. Had he got out then, they'd have had an extra half hour. They could have winkled out Pennington. Then they'd have had a session to bat. Instead, they got this really awkward 9 overs to survive. Oh, that has gone a mile. Poor old Matt Fisher, who's expected to be able to bat in the terrible light at the end of the day against a fast bowler with his tail up, has done well to miss it.
This is proper bowling. I mean, you're doing very, very well to hit that, whoever you are. Too good for Matt Fisher.
Too good for many, I think.
Well, fresh off 19 overs as well.
Yes. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah. He's put in a shift today. Oh, now then, was that a drop or did it just not quite carry? There's some heads in hands because there's nothing you like more when you get a night watcher in is to get them out.
Well, it's a long time for Matt Fisher to come in as night watchman.
It is,
over 7 overs, but maybe with that rain around.
Well, I thought
that was a drop, I think.
Yeah, I think
Hamid's reaction says it all.
I think if we could just get a side-on view of that. My goodness, that is a reprieve.
Well, it was struck beautifully by Matt Fisher.
There's a lot of oohs and a lot of ahs, as you'd expect at this time of the day. I wondered if they were slightly influenced by the fact that the ground staff went and sat about 2 overs ago down by the covers, and whether they thought, well, I mean, obviously Fisher would have been padded up anyway in anticipation, when they thought, actually, we're not going to get 9 overs here. You get your skates on and get down there.
It's the right call.
It's gloomy behind, isn't it? But it is still asking a lot of a guy. Oh, that's gone again off this pitch. New ball is a treacherous beast on this surface today. 10 for 1, 4 overs gone, 5 remain. That is what Surrey fans will be looking at. And again, I mean, look at where that is taken by the keeper. He's taken it almost shoulder height. He's not the tallest man in the world, Varane, but nonetheless, that has flown through.
Always feels like it's going quicker as well when it swings after the bat.
Of course, one of the other jobs for a night watcher is to try to get on strike, which always seems to me terribly unfair. You've got the established batter who's in theory. I mean, in this case, Burns has only just got the wicket himself, really. But all things being equal, not only are they supposed to come out and protect the next batter from coming in, they're then supposed to look urgently for a single off the last ball of the over so they can face all the time. Where in any other circumstance in cricket, the bowling side want exactly that to happen, because they want to bowl at the lower order batter who's only just come in. It is a ridiculous game that we play, where the right thing to do changes from situation to situation. Just about got that through. Should just take the single. This is the point where Fisher should be saying, no. But he was looking for a second there.
He loves it. He really does.
Well, his batting's come on a lot as well, hasn't it?
As he works extremely hard with all the Surrey coaches. Spent lots of time down in that indoor school this winter with Gareth Batty.
But he looks like he enjoys it.
He's just a consummate professional. Every 1% you could ever imagine, Matt Fisher does it. Top man, won the team player of the year last year, and he does everything he can for Surrey and England when he's around. Wonderful signing for Surrey.
I thought he was really luckless last year. Bowled so well. I don't know whether it's just that his length needed to be a touch fuller. I couldn't quite work it out. It just felt like he was beating the bat time and time again. And his actual numbers did not reflect the quality of his bowling.
I spoke to Adam Collins about this earlier this morning. There was a lot of drop catches off his bowling last year. A little bit similar to Sean Abbott at the start of this season.
That's immaculately defended. Is it because he gets late swings, so the ball just jags and surprises slip fielders more? Do you think there are some bowlers who get more drops for reasons?
I think there are, but I don't know why.
Right.
I know there are grounds that the ball can wobble when it's nicked.
Chipped for a moment in the air, but he's now got one more ball to survive in this over, or look for the single. So where is the wobbliest ground in England?
Lords.
Lords feels wobbly. Yeah.
I knew you'd say that.
Well, I mean, they've had 150 years to sort out that slope. It's extraordinary.
The oval can be wobbly, but also you can stand further back because the carry is so good.
Another over ticks by. 4 to go in the test match. Oh, sorry, Andrew. Yeah.
A question for you. How do you think, with the new laws coming in 1st of October, you have to bowl the whole over at the end of the day if there's a wicket that falls during the over?
About time.
Probably, but, how is it going to affect night watching? Because Fisher's coming here, for example, he's got to survive 7.4 overs, but he doesn't have to survive 7.4 overs. If he survives till the first ball of the final over, which is 6.5 overs,
yes,
he's done his job, because if he gets out of that, he's done his job.
Yeah.
Surely you're going to have to keep a night watchman for the final over at least one night watcher, if not more, because you could have 3 or 4 wickets falling in the final over now. It's got to affect the way that night watchers are used.
Or do you just risk it? Do you go, come on, you can get out there for 5 balls? I think you do, don't you? I don't know. What do you think, Cam? Oh, beats the bat again. Ollie Stone is bowling beautifully here. It's making me feel moderately nauseous watching it. It's very good.
And me. Feels great to be retired.
You bet. Oh, I mean, take a look at that.
Rory Burns just throwing his head down to the ground. He knows. He's a stoic opener.
Well, the other thing that occurs to me is that, look, the light isn't bad, but it's not great. Well, that's close, but I don't think Ollie Stone fully believed in it. What I was going to say is that, with the lights on and with the ball where the lacquer has not gone off it yet, you get a bit of reflection, don't you, off the all the sort of the lettering and whatnot. So actually, it's not quite like seeing a ball that's 40 overs old. You're going to get a little bit of shimmer, which I assume makes things harder. I mean, I've never played under lights, so I wouldn't know. But I would imagine that's more tricky, isn't it?
Everything happens faster under lights. And of course, it's not pitch black like you would play in the T20, but certainly when the lights are on, everything feels faster. You've got to be in position earlier, watch the ball harder. It is tricky, and that's why opening the batting is the toughest job in the game.
Don't say that to a fast bowler, will you? Because they'll get very grumpy about that. They'll point to their knackered hips, their grinding knees.
The great debates that are
back.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm with you. Takes his hand off the bat on that occasion. They'll be counting down the Ollie Stone overs as well. So when you see that there's 3.2 left, it's 1.2 Ollie Stone overs.
Yeah, certainly feels the more threatening of the two bowlers.
Well, he's just making things happen at a faster pace, isn't he? I mean, it's nothing against Brett Hutton, but when we talk about all these different factors, talk about the lights, talk about the newness of the ball, as you can see there, we just saw that ball has still got plenty of gold lettering on it, which will reflect the lights. Being very careful here is Rory Burns. Every time he defends a ball, he's studiously watching for it to see where it is in relation to his stumps.
I'll tell you one thing. Skipper Rory Burns will be happy that Josh Tongue isn't here to bowl under this light. He bowled rapid in this fixture last year.
Yeah, I remember that.
Similar conditions as well.
He was the difference, wasn't he? Well left by Burns. So, one more over of Stone. Possibly two of Hutton, or maybe Dylan Pennington might get the call up here. Wouldn't be surprised if they just get a Pennington. Bit of extra pace. Now it looks like they're going to persist with Hutton. I mean, he seemed to find incredible rhythm on that. Well, it was in Surrey's fourth innings. It was the wicket of Tom Curran, wasn't it, from Patterson White, the one over of spin, which was, I thought, pretty canny from Hamid, in fairness to him. See, Curran hit him for 6, didn't he? Hit him for 6, maybe 2 sixes, I can't remember. He had bizarre figures at the end of it, like 1 for 16 of 1.
Take him.
You would, yeah. It was a game-changing wicket. There's a bit of ambition there from Fisher. Ball he might have left, but put bat on it.
Very important for Fisher now to soak up all the strike where he can, now that there's only 3 overs to go.
Yes. Dearly love him to get on strike the next over if possible. They can't look too far ahead. 17 balls to survive. Yeah, Fisher wasn't quite ready though. It was interesting. Hutton came running in just as Fisher was still looking down at the ground. We are well into overtime. 7:05 here.
Oh, the viewers have evening cricket.
Yeah, good for them.
How nice for them.
You got anything planned tonight? Ideally not.
Ideally not. And you?
Yes. Yes. I'm meeting a chum in a pub in Tooting Bec tonight. We have much cud to chew.
Which pub?
The Wheat Chief. He asked a rather crass question. What time's close of play today? I'm never quite sure.
You'll be near closing time of the pub.
No idea what time close of play is.
Last orders by the time you get there.
Very possibly. Reaching for that a little bit. Lucky that he got enough of the bat to squirt it into the onside. And we've lost time, so presumably we can now make up time on subsequent days. I don't know why I ask these questions of people, because we never really know.
I can guarantee you that none of the players out there know.
Despite the fact that it happens to them time and time again. I mean, you might reasonably say it happens to us as well here in the commentary box, but I mean, how many overs will we have lost today, Andrew? Because we've got 9 here. We'd have lost a couple for between innings. How many did Notts face? So you can't make up time on the 4th day.
No.
For reasons that have never been explained to me. Something to do with trains or buses or something, apparently.
Well.
Yeah, because basically the away team's stuck here for days 2 and 3, but on day 4 they want to go home. Now that he's got that away, how many is he going to get for it? They should try and run 3, but I don't think they're going to get them. No, they're going to have to stick to 2.
Nicely played by Matt Fisher.
Yeah, runs are still valuable whenever you get them.
Neat little tuck off the hip.
But he'd love to get through tonight, wouldn't he? And then, have that feeling like a batter has. I'm not out overnight. Striding out with only 1 down.
Add to his 250s in a row in his last red ball innings.
Exactly. Have visions of tunning up. And now it's got particularly difficult because there's just a beam of light shining on Fisher as if to make his task any harder.
Notts faced 68.2 overs. So you round it up to
71.
69, plus 2 for the interruption, plus 9 is 80, which means we've lost 16 overs today.
That feels like 2 sets of half an hour to me.
It does, doesn't it?
It feels strongly like
204 over days for the next 2 days.
That's right. That must float your boat, surely, Andrew. We waited all this time for the County Championship to come back. Now we get
bonus tomorrow and the next day.
Bonus days.
Well, the players do say the worst thing that can happen in a second team game is for it to rain. Because so much time gets added on, it ends up being about 120 overs a day.
Oh, crumbs, right. So how many overs are there scheduled in a second team game day normally?
I think it's 106, although that might have changed now that it's 4-day games.
Right, okay.
But in the old 3-day ones, it was 106.
You see, I think it's a good idea to try to encourage people as they're learning the game.
It felt like 300, sorry.
to have good over rates, but, that's possibly slightly hopeful, especially this time of year. There's Stone running through various patches of sunlight. This is going to be his last over of the day, and any ball that's that wide of off stump will be gratefully received by Rory Burns. 10 balls remain.
Laser focus now for Rory Burns. Just 4 balls he has to face now.
How do you do that? Because my brain would just be going, it's only 10. I'd lose focus. I would start thinking too much about negative suggestions. Don't get out. All those things that you're told not to do. It's quite tricky.
It just comes down to doing the same thing over and over again as you would in any scenario, really. I mean, there's the subconscious parts of if it's outside off stump, probably leave it. If it's short, duck it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't be consciously thinking that as the ball's coming in. Probably. I don't know what Rory Burns thinks. But I'd imagine it's somewhere along the lines of watch the ball.
Well, he'll have been in this position many, many times because it's not unusual. I think, I'm not going to say playing a missed at that. I think he might have played just inside the line of that one. Because Surrey have won the toss a lot of times and they bowled sides out a lot of times on the first day of 4-day matches. So I feel like Rory Burns would have batted at the back end of the first day of a 4-day championship match on a really rather large number of occasions by now.
I would say his captaincy decisions and the proviso of the pitch has probably not helped his batting average.
Nope.
But it has filled up his trophy cabinet.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
4 championships he's got. That's another good leave. There's one more ball to be bowled by Ollie Stone. If Burns survives this, then the scenario that Andrew Samson has talked about has come to pass, that Matt Fisher will have done his job. Weirdly, for Matt Fisher to have done his job, Rory Burns needs to survive this ball. It's sort of entirely out of his control. But if he does, then he can get a handshake. He can be told, it's fine, you can get out now. And Fisher will go, what are you talking about? I'm coming back tomorrow for a ton. It's a quite spectacular scene out there at the moment. It's a very late evening sunshine. Blinding Stone at the top of his mark. That's popped a bit on Burns. He doesn't take the single because that way Matt Fisher has done his job.
It's mad, isn't it?
Pads now been taken off in the changing room, flung to all corners. Would there be 2 people padded up when that over was taking place?
I think in this scenario there would be.
In which case, when we got down to there being 1 ball left, one of them was able to take their pads off, and now the other can do it. Yep.
Correct. Correct. Crazy sport.
Ceremonial sighs of relief.
But
Right.
well navigated by Rory Burns there. That was a tricky over from Ollie Stone.
Here we go. Brett Hutton with the last over of the day. And every ball could be the last ball of the day.
But now you've got to get greedy.
Oh, I'm getting very greedy now.
That stout defence.
Just don't take a single. That's also the unfair thing. To come out here and be denied your runs. Indeed, he guides that all the way down to deep backward point and is not permitted to take the run. He can do it off the last ball of the over, presumably. It's perfectly fine for him to start tomorrow. But I think we can say with Surrey having lost only 1 top order wicket, having bowled Nottinghamshire out for 184, they've had the better of the day, but not to fought their way back into this after being 98 for 7. Well, that's missing off stump, I think. Yes, that's the umpire has just conveniently gestured for us. The prevailing direction of Brett Hutton's balls, so to speak, is to go away from the right-hander.
Umpire Michael Goff doesn't get many wrong. There was a period where in international cricket, I think he had something like a 98% success rate, and I remember Tom Latham saying when he was playing at Surrey that when he was captain in New Zealand, if Goffey made the decision, they never reviewed.
Is that right?
They never reviewed.
Yeah. On the international panel for many years. Bumped into him on Long Island when he was World T20. He was out there for that. Here is the LBW shout. Let's see how close it was. Well, I think he's outside the line when it struck him. It might not actually have moved away, but I don't think it's too high. Well, it's not too high. It's crept low. But
I really enjoy the retrospective lean.
Ooh. So, 1 more ball for Matt Fisher to survive. And then he will be able to stride out tomorrow at number 3 for Surrey, alongside Rory Burns. The deficit 171. I wouldn't say a topsy-turvy day as such. Surrey have pretty much dominated it. They bowled fantastically earlier today. Wickets for all their 4 seamers. Didn't see any spin. It's a bit of a stop-start day, which slightly helped, I guess, the bowlers with their recoveries. Tomorrow, I think this pitch is still going to be a little bit challenging, to say the least. It's a little bit challenging this evening with this newish ball. The ball's only 9 overs old. As he comes forward to defend the last ball of the day. Fisher survives, Burns survives. Earlier, Dom Sibley did not, getting a little edge through to Verena for a duck off Ollie Stone. But Surrey will come out tomorrow, eyeing a first innings lead as they hunt their second win in this season's county championship, one that they do desperately want if they're going to get back into contention. It's been their day, Cameron Steel, but Nottinghamshire have shown great fight, especially towards the back end, and Liam Patterson-White's fabulous knock.
Certainly have. Liam Patterson-White, a.k.a. Kumar Sangakkara, has put Notts in a decent position. Probably gave Notts 50 more than Surrey would have wanted them to have. But it still remains Surrey's day, and that man there on screen, Rory Burns, has done the job that is so often asked of him here at the Kia Oval on day one and got his team to close, and he'll be a happy man after what's probably been one of Surrey's best days this season.
I would say so. I would put it certainly up there. So, join us tomorrow. We'll be on air from around about 10 to 11. And the weather forecast is a little bit better, I think, isn't it, for the rest of the match? So we should be able to make up the 16 overs we've lost. And it promises, certainly the first session promises to be absolutely fascinating on a pitch that's still offering plenty to the bowlers. A ball that's only 9 overs old and a quality Nottinghamshire attack. But for now, from Cameron Steel, from me, from Rory Burns, who's unbeaten on 6, from Dom Sibley, who fell for a duck, from Matt Fisher, and for the rest of that Surrey batting lineup, and from Brett Hutton, and from Ollie Stone, as well as from Tom Laws, who took 5 wickets earlier, from Dan Worrell, and Matt Fisher with 2 apiece, and from Jordan Clark, as well as Liam Patterson-White. And most of the Notts team, who I'm sure will all be wishing you exactly the same splendid felicitations. It is from us all. Good night.